Okay. I just turned you down. It's alright, because we've got to post the stuff anyway, so I'll post on the Discord.
Turn me back
I turned you down because you were echoing.
Yeah, no shit.
That's all. Okay. Discord. I accidentally left a bottle of soft drink in the fridge. In the freezer, and it froze. Fucking. Very annoying. Now I have to unfreeze it.
My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast. Altogether, did around 500 million views.
Who do you think were the main people who signal boosted the video and brought it into that true viral orbit?
Elon Musk. Someone go for, like, it is the most viewed video of a specific type, of a specific length, of a specific view, of a specific talking point outside of this person. So it's not any of those things then. So you're just making shit up, is what I'm gathering here.
Did he pay anyone to prove since a lot of journalists ended up proving this was wrong? Did he pay this out?
I'm gonna say no.
Wow. It's almost like he knew it was a lie going in.
Who'd have thought, huh? And don't worry, now that Drew Pavlou is abusing and harassing NDIS workers, using his story as a jumping off point to do so.
Great.
Thanks, bro. That's great. I love that the Australia's fascist grifter is now harassing disability support workers, the services, and likely disabled people because of you. Thank you. That's great. Really cool. Doing real good journalism there, mate. Unfucking real.
Musk, who shared the video. JD Vance, he shared the video. You had the Attorney General, well, she actually didn't share it. She reacted to the video a few days later. Literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video. Instant video.
She tagged the wrong person.
Days later, literally, quite frankly, every account on X saw that video instantaneously. Health and Human Services, they froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
As far as that main center that you visited, Quality Learning, aka Quality Learning Center.
Yeah.
Was there ever any kids there in the first place?
No. So that daycare center, it's been operating fraudulently. It's actually had over 90 violations over the past few years. And the day that I went there at 11 a.m. Their operating hours are from 2 to 10 p.m., they're now saying. And that's actually not legal.
So you said you went there at 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And their operating hours are between 2 and 10 p.m.?
Allegedly.
But if that is true, would it have made sense that you didn't see any kids there?
Yeah, it would have made sense if I didn't see children there. Either way, whether I was there when kids were supposed to be there or not, why are all the windows boarded up? Or why are all the windows blacked out? Why is there no phone number that leads to anywhere. These businesses are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible.
Did you see some of the footage released by CBS Minnesota affiliate station that showed kids entering and exiting the facility?
Yeah, the one on the ABC. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that one received over $1 million. It's licensed for 40 children. CBS, I believe, they go in there the day after I had posted my video. Obviously, they're gonna have children there when they're getting all this heat.
Obviously.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10.
When actual
there's a lot of
journalists
kids
come,
inside.
they're able to get access. Wow.
Who
Hey,
knew?
when did you post
It's almost
your
like if
video?
you call and ask. Hey, didn't he go during the holidays? Wasn't it like over Christmas or something? When
Yeah.
childcare
That's
is like
when he
not
went.
in.
So when did he post the video?
Was it New Year's?
I'm not sure. I'm
actually not sure.
My mom asked me about it, so
Of course.
that's when I first heard about it. I know something's really bullshit when she asks me about it before I hear anything about it.
That's right. We're about to start fighting.
Yeah, I'm just doing my shares.
And same thing at that daycare. Why are all of the windows blacked out? This is a daycare. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe. I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom are like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on, or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it,
Yeah,
so they
that's
have
what
not seen a
cops
child
say.
there for 8 years. If you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think like if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they moved the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post my video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I filmed my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed, while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
We get it.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
We get it.
But how could they
Quality
have
Learning
violations
Center.
related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue to be giving them millions of dollars if they're receiving all these violations?
That seems like a really valid question.
Yeah.
Why do you think Minnesota would be giving a daycare center with so many violations so much money?
Well, that same man at Quality Learning Center who was
We get it.
saying that they
Quality
were
Learning
open
Center.
after the commissioner was on the live stream saying they were closed a week ago, was also partying with the mayor of Minneapolis.
Is the manager of the infamous Learning Center in Minneapolis also one of the guys that was dancing in the back of Mayor Jacob Frey's election victory video, the one that went super viral where he thanks his constituents in Somali for re-electing him last month?
So you feel like there's kind of like some nonprofit industrial complex type
Sounds
of
like
deal
there's some
happening.
racism
For
there.
sure.
And the agenda is just for people to leech off the government and get free stuff?
81% of the Somali population inside Minnesota is living off welfare. And 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somali
Hold on.
population.
Let's look
So
at
what do
these
you think the
sources.
solution to
Is that
something like that is?
ChatGPT?
And the fraud being committed inside
That's
Minnesota by a
fucking
small
chat
population.
GPT.
So what do you think?
Thank you. Don't disregard.
This
Get
is
me real
CIS.
sources or shut the fuck up. Okay. Native households, Somali immigrant households. Okay, they're immigrants from Somalia. Have you seen what Somalia looks like? It's not exactly the greatest country. Got some issues. Don't imagine they'd be able to come to the US with much money whatsoever, but you know.
Off welfare, and 89% of the fraud being committed.
That's like the Google autocomplete. Why y'all being stingy? She'll buy all my Diplo favor for 15 gold, but not 50 Diplo favor for anything. Because they're all mad at me because of you. Why am I paying for your consequences? Gotta delete this farm tile on my preserve here. Alright, come on. Let's get this over with.
Inside Minnesota is by a Somalian population.
So what do you think the solution to something like that is?
Go freeze the funding. Each business can then prove if they are legit, and if they can't, cut the funding. And so far, no business has sent any information to the HHS showing that they're legit as of today. They've had 3 days to do it. They haven't been able to prove it. They haven't even tried to make the effort to show that they're a legit business.
First it was closed, then it was open, and now we've confirmed it's closed again. That's all after the owners recently rejected allegations of stealing taxpayer money.
Do you trust America and the government specifically to handle our taxpayer funds correctly and properly if they have access to more of them?
No, I don't think any of us should. I mean, just last year alone, over $120 billion were misplaced.
So you have a general distrust in the government?
No, I don't have a distrust necessarily in the government, but do I think we should trust the government 100%? No. It's kind of like having faith. Like, do you want to have faith that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest. Do you know for certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country? Every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But
so
does
that's
that mean
why
that
he's
it's
a
going to
piece of
actually
shit,
happen?
because he
Who
thinks
knows
he's
until
going
we
to be
pass the other
saved
side.
anyway.
So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
Do you ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud, there's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping the fight fraud since 2019, 2026, and they're still having millions of dollars being stolen, billions of dollars.
Breaking political news out of Minnesota. Governor Tim Walz, who of course was the Democratic nominee for vice president in 2024, has ended his re-election bid for governor. This comes as pressure has been growing around this widening welfare fraud scandal.
We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
I have quite literally saved America millions of dollars. That's why you saw the mainstream media attack me instantaneously after I exposed $100 million
Breathe
in
into the
fraud.
mic.
Why would they not go investigate the fraud? Why would they investigate the person who investigated the fraud?
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And then inside of the home healthcare businesses, they were warehouse-styled and industrialized buildings where you had 14 of the same healthcare companies all working within the building, and they could not even give you a rate. We know how expensive healthcare is, and they're giving these companies millions of dollars. And the man David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion.
How did you come into contact with David?
He just messaged me on Instagram, and he said, Nick, I have the information about the fraud taking place here inside Minnesota. I've been looking into it for years. I have somebody from inside the Capitol who has given me the numbers of CCAP funding. I've been trying for years to expose this fraud. Nobody will listen to me. Please give me a call.
Has he shown you that data?
Yeah, that's what's inside the video. When you see the video and screenshots of the CCAP funding, that's all straight from the Capitol of Minnesota.
So who is David's source?
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And do you know who
that's
it is?
public information as well.
Who is
Oh my God, this
Who is
sounds
the person's
like
name?
horse
The lady's
shit.
name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X but she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up.
Yeah, David,
You like
all these
fact
numbers are
checked
straight
all
from the
that,
Capitol.
right?
So a couple
Yeah.
days ago, Minnesota State Representative Lisa DeMuth said that her Republican caucus had been, quote, working with you ahead of your coverage. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, I had no idea who she was.
Our caucus has been working to expose fraud for years, including working with Nick Shirley.
Minnesota House GOP leaders say they provided the YouTuber with information in the now viral video.
So you feel like she's just clout chasing?
Yeah, that's what I literally put in the reply in the tweet. Her campaign freaked out when I tweeted that. That's the lady who I was referring to earlier in this interview.
Quit
So
glazing
her
me.
staff was the people that David had received the information from because David reached out, and she works inside the government, so she did actually a good job by doing what she's supposed to do by serving the people and giving that information.
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. But good on her for actually caring about
didn't
fraud.
check?
Fraud's been taking place for years.
And it's really affected the
this
city on that
man
big
is
of a
not a
level to the point
journalist,
where people like David are feeling it.
Yeah, because what they knew is Minnesota is not Minnesota anymore.
As far as immigration goes?
Immigration goes, fraud. They just released a new thing where they're
Come
giving
on,
people
let's get this over
20
with.
week leaves for work leaves, and they've also raised property taxes. Meanwhile, you have
been over
billions of dollars, quite frankly, literally billions of
games
dollars over the
ago.
past few years going to fraud.
Yeah.
It's not a hyperbole, it's fact. Government has shown that upwards of $9 billion has gone to fraud. I would vote for anybody but Tim Walz inside that state of Minnesota.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you cleared that up because, it's
Who
like
are
the
you?
same reason that people lost trust in traditional media is because they felt like there was no barrier between the establishment and, corporate news pundits. And they felt like CNN was an arm of the Democratic Party and then Fox was an arm of the conservative wing. So the fear now that I've thought about before, and I'm not saying this is happening, it will probably take like 5 to 10 years, is that somehow the political powers that be figure out how to use the independent creator economy like on a sleeper cell level to do their bidding for them.
Yeah, that could happen.
Like with influencer contracts and stuff like that.
Yeah, you saw the DNC do that. All the people that are out talking against me, a lot of them have cut checks from the DNC.
Through like a paid influencer program?
Yeah, and it's public.
Would you ever agree to something like that?
No, never.
Hell yeah.
Like, I don't need it. I make enough money doing my videos off YouTube, and the people that support me, like, why would I ever turn against their best interest?
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley.
'Cause you're
It's
not.
right-wing journalist Nick Shirley.
Yeah.
MAGA
You're not a
influencer
journalist.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah, when I interviewed Hunter Biden, they did a RV YouTuber was the one they would use for all which actually sounds pretty cool. Like I'd want to be that, but I'm not that. And then like a liberal podcaster, and that in the Atlantic said Gen Z influencer. So
Yeah, it's just like they're so mad that we have the opportunity, people like me and you, to upload a video and to get more views than them. Essentially, we're a threat to their entire industry.
fucking
That's why
hate
they
these people
hate
so much.
us. That's why they will never give us credit. And so when they see me doing what I'm doing, when they see me get more views then they will get onto their website for the whole entire year on one single video. Yeah, it's going to make a lot of people mad.
So-called evidence comes from a man who has posted anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant content in the past. CNN's Whitney Wild speaks to the man behind that video and takes a look at his claims.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley.
Yeah, so going back to the first time we met, so what do you remember about that first interaction?
I had just started making YouTube videos again, and I was all by myself. You were going to AmFest, so was I. I was going to interview people about what's happening here inside the country, and I thought I had no idea exactly what I was walking into. I just knew there was going to be a lot of people to interview about what was happening inside the country. I thought it was like called America Fest, so I had no idea what Turning Point was. I had no idea who Charlie Kirk was at that time.
No.
It was funny because I'd watched you before on All Gas No Brakes, and you're always in that beige suit, moving around and doing your videos, and so I was like stoked to see you. It was great meeting you the first time.
I remember
That's
I
what's
first
up.
saw you, and you were setting up a tripod, and I was like, yo, what should I do? And you told me, you were like, you should go cover the border. And I told you, I was like, I want to go to Nogales to cover it. And you were like, no, you should go to Lukeville.
Yeah.
So you were the one who actually sent me in the right direction to do
Yeah,
those
you
interviews.
actually said, hey, can I get that information? I'd love to do something with you. I sent you the information, then ghosted me right after.
Well, now the whole world's going to know that there wouldn't have been a border video without my guy Nick right here.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. Was that, so you said you had just started making videos in 2023, but had you done interviews before that?
Yeah, so I had actually started, I've been doing YouTube since 2017 when I was a sophomore in high school. I started just wanting to have fun with my friends, and I started watching YouTubers, and I saw kind of like the lifestyle they lived, and I was like, oh, I'm fun. I like to have fun. I'm creative. I can be entertaining. I could do YouTube. Like a lot of us think when we're in high school, like how many discussions have you had with your friends where you're just like, bro, that could be us.
You know, most YouTubers wouldn't come in here and capture this because of political stuff. You know what? I don't care. We're out here, baby. Like and subscribe.
Let's go back to the young Nick Shirley. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, so I was born here in Utah, spending a lot of time with my family, friends,
That's already
playing
a red
football,
flag.
basketball, soccer, track, you name it. Sports was my entire life when I was younger.
True American life.
Yeah, true American life, going to church, getting decent grades, having fun, hanging out with friends, riding your bike around.
And you said the church. What kind of church?
Yeah, so member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just we're not Mormon.
Womp,
We don't
womp,
follow
womp.
Mormons. We follow Jesus Christ. So we actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is a savior.
Oh, okay.
He's also a prophet, but he's also our savior. He's your savior, he's my savior, he's everyone's savior.
Thank you. So what do you think's the main thing people get wrong about LDS?
We're Christians. We're just people who love God and love Jesus. And yeah, we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no smoking, no sex before marriage. Go
Sounds
to church on
boring.
Sunday, follow the 10 Commandments. Follow the Bible. We follow the Bible.
One of your earliest videos that you now deleted was about some of those loopholes.
Oh yes, about soaking.
Have you ever thought about soaking here at BYU? No.
Because there's a lot of misconceptions on that, and that's not right. Soaking's not right.
Is it real though?
I interviewed people at BYU, and they might have said it was.
So you think it counts?
Yeah, oh, 100%. 100%.
Wow, the rumors are true. Kids here at BYU actually do soak.
They soak and they hump.
Definitely.
I think
Especially
that's like my
What
biggest advantage, that I don't
is
really have many vices.
happening?
Whether it be pornography, whether it be alcohol, whether it be cigarettes, whether it be vapes, whether it be nicotine. That stuff doesn't tempt me.
And you feel like living
You
a
sound
clean life that way
boring.
gives you like a journalistic superpower that allows laser focus so you can just become a content machine?
No.
It's kind of what you're doing.
Well, that's just who I am.
But I mean, I feel like if you drank and partied and stuff, you might not be able to make as many videos.
Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to show up to my job at McDonald's.
You'd probably be able to hold down a McDonald's job if you had
Would
some
I be
years.
able, but if you're referring to being on time and all that stuff, and
I'm talking
everything,
about the sheer volume of content you've been able to produce over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Aside from the
Functioning
recent
what?
stuff, what pieces have you been most proud of since I last saw you at Turning Point USA?
I'd say my Brazil videos, those were very awesome. Going to the favelas, that was an experience that I can't even believe favelas
Oh
are real.
boy, I
after going there.
can't
'Cause
wait
I
to see how
came
racist
this
that
close
is.
to dying in the bottom of a destroyed house on the top of Rio's biggest favela.
When you say close to dying, like there was a gun in your face?
Yes, and if I didn't pay the man, I would have died.
You think so?
100%.
Você dá uma olhada que você vai ver que aqui não tem trégua.
Oh, whoa, this is heavy.
É, aqui, entendeu? Não há paz. Paz para a polícia, fogo.
That guy, after I interviewed him, he got beat up by the gang leader and kicked out of the favela for letting me interview him.
Some other unknown, or perhaps known by some, Nick Shirley lores that you've met deceased rapper YBC Duel.
Yes, I did meet him with Brandon Buckingham.
Yeah.
I had no idea who he was.
A special guest right here.
Oh, we got special guests too.
Listen,
Talk to us.
this is Nick Shirley from Salt Lake City, Utah. The Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. You ever heard of the Mormons? This is the first Mormon, the first Church of Latter-day Saint member ever to be out here in Philly like this.
Just like that. Just like that.
Feet on land.
Look at his sneaks though.
Yeah, so that was an equally, I would say, or similarly dangerous
Yeah,
scenario.
no, I'd say the America hoods are about just as dangerous as the favelas. For instance, Chicago, you have armed militias walking around Chicago as well. Same within
Is
Philly.
he for real?
Think about how many young people are dying because of gang violence.
I mean,
Like, I love your
O-Block
video
is
you did in
pretty
Baltimore about them kind of combating that and showing that
Then
like
the
community really can
favelas?
make a difference and people really need to be looking out for one another because it's not worth dying for.
So going back to high school, right? So you said that after high school you went on a mission trip, right?
Yeah.
Where to?
Chile, Santiago.
Is that where you developed fluent Spanish?
Yeah, I actually was fluent in Spanish when I was younger. When I was here in Utah, when I was growing up, I was in a Spanish immersion program from kindergarten to 4th grade. Spoke Spanish fluently, moved to Washington. Similar to you, moved up to Seattle area. I didn't practice my Spanish anymore, I lost it. Decided to go on this mission thing for our church. And they sent me to Chile, Santiago, and I learned Spanish again.
What's the purpose of a mission trip?
Yeah, you're there to go share the gospel, the restored gospel of Jesus Christ, and to teach people about Jesus and give them the opportunity to come into Christ, and if they want to follow, or if you just want to teach them about Jesus, that's all you're supposed to do.
At what point did you start to really take political interviewing seriously, and why did you dive into that realm?
Well, I think when I started seeing people get trafficked into the United States from the border and started seeing mass corruption inside the government, I just couldn't believe that. I met somebody at the border, she gives me her WhatsApp, and the next day she texts me and she's in New York City. I was like, how is this happening? How are people just being trafficked around the country? How are little kids just coming over here? How's there a 15-year-old girl, or I think she was 17-year-old girl from Dominican Republic, all by herself? How are people doing this, and how's the government enabling this to happen? I remember going to the border for the first time and I saw migrants coming over the border. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Like, shouldn't they be running away?
Wasn't Governor Abbott the one transporting people from the Texas border to New York City?
Yes.
So you feel like there was mismanagement of the border on an executive Biden level and a state level?
Yeah. And I think Governor Abbott, that was his way of saying F you to the to the sanctuary cities, and for the Democrats for just accepting and letting this happen, saying, okay, well, we're not going to deal with it. You guys go ahead and deal with it. And we'll give them bus ticket to get out of our state or city.
So you feel like migrants kind of became political pawns for the two parties in America?
Yeah, well, we all know, obviously it was because they wanted to vote. Fill the swing states, fill the big cities. We would have seen what was going to happen, but thankfully Trump won.
How do you think Trump's doing so far this term?
I think Trump's delivering, especially on crises like the border. I think that's been the major win of this election. Right now, you're not seeing illegal migrants come into the country. Me and you both did videos at the Lukeville border. We spoke with migrants. That was the most inhumane thing that I think America's seen in years, as far as letting people be trafficked into the United States and then bringing them into the system, making them rely on the government, not giving them working visas, putting them inside of shelters, busing them all around the country. Families were separated. Thousands of children went missing. The government was literally trafficking children into the United States, trafficking people, incentivizing them to leave their houses in Colombia, leave their house in Ecuador, and then come to the United States, and you're living in a shelter in New York City.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel?
This is me confronting a group of Venezuelan migrants who are potentially dangerous gang members of the gang Tren de Aragua outside of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Most of these migrants, they came here, they thought life would be good, and they end up getting put inside the shelter and became essentially slaves to the system in a way, where they're relying on the state to give them money, they're relying on the state for housing, they're relying on the state to give them a work permit to be able to work. That's not right. That's pretty mean if you ask me.
Well, I suppose the reason they hopped the border in the first place is because the immigration system is so backed up, right?
Well, yeah, there's major issues with immigration here inside the United States, but you just can't walk into the country and think that you're going to be treated just like a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen.
Mm-hmm. Who was filming most of your stuff back then?
Me, myself, and then I also bring my mom with me. Definitely. She's like a producer on the channel, kind of.
So they're coming right now because it is an opportunity for them to come, and they are taking that opportunity, and they're coming here. And Nick and I wanted to show, because all of America, we just sit at home and watch this on our TV and get angry with it. And we wanted to show what is truly happening. We have been there.
Did she have any kind of career in content creation prior to you guys working together?
She actually went to school for journalism and to be a broadcaster. Here.
Did she have a hand in your decision to really like start taking things more seriously as far as political coverage?
No, actually, she actually didn't really believe in like anything I thought politically. But as you know, during like 2020, for instance, I couldn't, on my channel, I couldn't put Trump's name in a title or a thumbnail without the video being demonetized. And so there was no incentive to actually create political content in that time, especially if you're a smaller creator, because you couldn't get the video to be seen by anybody. And so you couldn't really make those videos. And then when I did get back from that mission, I could then make videos on politics, and the censorship kind of got lifted because of Elon Musk buying X. People hate on Elon Musk, but they don't understand like what he actually did by buying X. Because of him, you're actually able to post stuff on YouTube and not have to worry about being censored or worry about not being able to get the video monetized.
Yeah.
If you can't get your video monetized, you can't make your videos. And so I think what Elon did really did change the shape of our society. Because then you also saw other platforms like Rumble follow, Facebook, they lifted their censorship. YouTube lifted their censorship. So without Elon Musk, none of that would be possible.
Was there a part of you that was wondering why the Trump administration and various allies promoted your expose so hard when they did?
I think it hit the heart of every American being able to see that their money that they pay for taxes is going to fraud. People like to talk about how our money is going to other countries or how it's being used wrongfully, but people can't actually see it with their eyes. And that was one of the first videos ever where people could see that people were abusing the system and taking dollars from the United States citizens, and they're actually not operating a business.
But I mean, I'm just talking about if you look at Google Trends specifically, like the phrase Somali fraud was borderline non-existent. It just so happens to really kick up through your piece on December 16th, which is the exact same day that the Trump administration and Kash Patel released the redacted Epstein files list that by all people was seen as like a disaster with hundreds of pages of blacked out stuff. Was there a part of you that was curious if maybe there was people in the GOP who chose to signal boost your piece as wide and far as possible in a way to distract and move the goalpost away from that?
I don't know. Like if that was their initiative, it probably worked pretty well. But I just posted my YouTube video, and that's the beautiful thing about the internet, is you just post and see what happens. Every week I've been uploading video. To me, that was just gonna be like another YouTube upload. Like I didn't know that it was gonna be the most viewed video ever on X. You're trying to say that it was some coordinated attack to get people's eyes away from Epstein, but the majority of the traffic, it has over 600,000, I think it has over 600,000 likes. So it wasn't just Elon Musk who was sharing the video. It was everyday Americans who were showing that video because they're sick.
Hey, what's up guys? Channel 5 Live reporting here from the new mobile editing studio. So statewide fraud is a serious issue. Defrauding people is bad and not cool whatsoever. And I tend to think that it's a good thing when citizens and citizen journalists put elected officials under a magnifying glass and figure out what the frick is going on. But before most people get the raw...
It's an ad anyway.
Okay. Can we stop calling fascist morons citizen journalists, please? That is a nonsense term. Citizen journalist means nothing. And you know, I'm just gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring up 3 of like the worst people on Twitter, and I guarantee they have citizen journalist in their bio. Right? Give me a second. Might be Rob. There he is. Haha, wouldn't you fucking know it? Number 1, got it, nailed it. Citizen journalist, all right? No, this one. This one. Look at that. Citizen journalist. All right, do you reckon Drew has citizen journalist in his bio? I reckon he might. He does not yet. Interesting. I bet you after this thing that he's doing where he's harassing people in disability support, he'll put citizen journalist in his thing. You know the guy that we worked with when we were doing that Australia thing? No, it wasn't him. It was another one. There's another one of these guys. Let's see. Well, he just says journalist. I'm forgetting which one specifically, but there's so many I see citizen journalist in their fucking bio. And it's just they just post this just conspiracy brain, cooked, just most incoherent shit. And it's like, what are you journalisting, Mr. Citizen? Or I'm uncovering the crimes of the pedophile rings. That's the journalism, isn't it? That's 100% the journalism. That's 100% the journalism that they're doing. They're like, I'm exposing the blood sacrifice rings of the elite. I'm a citizen journalist. Trust me. All right, you can go.
All facts and data, the narrative is already being shaped by who, you might ask? Both sides of the mainstream media. And to be honest with you guys, nobody is immune to algorithm-driven political hypnosis. So before we put boots on the ground, we like to get informed. Using what, you might ask? Ground news. Ground news is a dope-ass. This is the real get ground news. Also, let's see me. So when you're watching this, you know that it's kind of me going into this. Take it or leave it, ground news. And guess what? You can subscribe right now for 40% off the unlimited access ground news Vantage plan, which you can buy for yourself or send as a gift. Either way, it'll come down to less than $5 a month. To scan the QR code on screen here or click the link below to sign up. I really believe in what ground news is doing, and I hope that you do too. All right, back to the cabin in the wilderness of Utah where Nick Shirley's hiding out.
Like, what are they known for?
Africans?
No, Somalians.
Well...
Say the thing that's on top of your head.
Captain Phillips.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also an American who doesn't know any Somalis. Well, actually, I grew up with a few in Seattle, but I'm not like very in tune with the culture.
Yeah, and so why is 89% of the fraud happening inside Minnesota by Somalians? Yeah, and why have apartment complexes and locations inside of Minnesota? White people have been pushed out.
That's for pollution.
White people?
Yes. Inside these apartment complexes, you will not find a white person living inside of Cedar Riverside, for instance.
Where'd they go?
What's this
They got
city?
pushed out.
Like to low-income areas?
They got pushed out of, I don't know where they went, but they're not there.
Yeah,
Cedar Riverside was originally housing for the College of Minnesota. There's a bar there called Palmer's Bar. It used to be a staple for Minnesota. However, the Somalians inside of Cedar Riverside made complaints that Palmer's Bar was too loud. They literally changed their state flag to be more like the Somalian state flag.
Should have been over 2 days ago.
So their other flag was racist. And he called people like me white supremacist for talking out against the fraud that's happening inside of his state. He's been talking about fraud since 2019.
How do you feel about the way the, I guess, liberal side of the mainstream media has characterized the reporting?
They're defending fraud. I'm showing people what's happening. I showed it exactly how it is, as it is. And then now they're defending fraud. Even if one of these businesses is operating, why should any American be happy or be satisfied with daycares ran by all Somalians receiving millions of dollars? And out of that population of Minnesota, I believe it's around 5.8 million. You have not seen one single Minnesotan say that their child was inside those daycares.
I've seen a couple interviews with people who are saying their child was in the daycare.
Who are they?
Somalis.
Yes. Why isn't any other white people, black people, Mexicans, Asians, why aren't they saying, oh, these aren't fraudulent daycares?
Wasn't it a predominantly Somali area?
Why are all the daycares inside of Minneapolis?
That
is
just a stupid question, Andrew.
There's Mexicans, there's Asians, there's everybody inside Minnesota. In Minneapolis, how come no other person has said, no, this daycare is legit, here's my child? I don't support our money going overseas to Israel either. I don't support our money funding Ukraine. But what I can actually see with my own eyes is the money coming here inside the United States that's being spent fraudulently. People don't understand that.
What do you think is the biggest thing you risk doing this type of work?
People dox me, there's death threats. I have 24/7 security right now because of how crazy people are mad at me for exposing fraud.
What are some of these death threats? Like, what do they say?
One person sent me a photo. You can grab it from my ex and put it on the screen. He said, this is going to be you on April 27th on the side of a highway. And it was a photo of a man with his head decapitated in a trench. Another person openly said, tick tock, Nick Shirley's time's coming. Why are Democrats calling me a white supremacist for talking against fraud? I have 24/7 security with me right now because people think me exposing fraud is bad.
And was that something that has kind of like deepened your perception of the left as being like super crazy and messed up?
Yeah, I just think everything they say they're the party of peace, party of acceptance. Meanwhile, they call people like me fascists and Nazis. Yeah, they call me a fascist.
Yeah, you probably
meanwhile, they won't let me speak. One lady, she came up to me.
Every fucking time.
Started jumping all over me. And she said, say Black Lives Matter. Say Black Lives Matter. I said, all lives matter. She said, get out of here, white boy. Like, what they're saying does not make sense.
Man, I can't believe people are calling you a Nazi. Wow.
It hits a little different now than it did back in the middle of 2020.
But even then, all lives matter.
Yeah.
That should not be a hot take.
Yeah, but the conversation was specifically about like police brutality in black communities.
Thank you,
okay,
Andrew.
Cool. All lives matter still. I just can't fathom how people can side with people who have gone so far left to the point where they call people like me a fascist or Nazi, or they think
you are a fascist.
All lives
you are
matter
a literal
Christo-fash, or they think that
you
when
are
somebody gets
literally
deported when they've been here
Christian
illegally,
fascist,
it's a controversial
MAGA,
thing.
It's going to
Christian fascist posting bullshit propaganda for the fucking Trump regime.
I was doing
Nazi.
these videos and I was seeing
Shut
these
the fuck
cartels
up.
come, these caravans come through. I was like, well, I'm gonna join one of the I'm gonna join a caravan. Like I'm gonna join in their journey. So I was looking at the map and I thought El Salvador would be like a perfect section point to go join a caravan.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy idea to go join a caravan.
No,
but
it's a sick idea.
At that point in time, I wanted to see what's happening with the immigration. And so I thought, okay, I'm gonna go to El Salvador. I'm gonna go speak to people. I'm gonna find a caravan and I'm gonna go from El Salvador to Mexico and make it all the way to the United States. I get to El Salvador and they're like, no, we don't have any migrants here. We just actually put all of our gangs in the prison. Like we're thriving. I had to change my plan to make a video about how one country actually solved migration to the point where they're actually having people come back to their country versus leaving.
And you finally got up in there.
Yeah, I'm still the only American to ever go in, and you actually asked for the contact, but I couldn't give it to you.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about, man, is like on that note, how do you think I could like build more credibility on like the more conservative side of the aisle as far as interviews go?
Don't be afraid to say what are Somalians known for when you know the answer inside your head, but you're too afraid to say it.
Well, I just don't know if it's based on a stereotype or if it's
You,
not.
you know what they're known for. You said it.
What,
Pirates. So you're scared.
I'm not scared. I just want to
no,
I'd have to go and talk to them.
You had
I'm
to
not
think.
scared. I don't want to go out and say things about people if I don't know the community. I gotta go to the restaurants.
But I asked you the question. What are they known for? And I knew you knew what they were.
Because Hollywood promoted Captain Phillips.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Hey John, what are Australians known for?
War crimes.
Great. What are Americans known for?
Crocodile hunter.
You sure, right? Sure, okay. What is Japan known for?
Pearl Harbor. Godzilla.
You know, electronics. Not all the Japanese fucking work in electronics, right? Maybe 3 Australians in history have ever been like actual crocodile hunters. Somalian pirates came up as a response to economic crisis, I believe. Correct?
Uh-huh.
So we're taking one period of a country that has been around for... How long has the Somali population existed? So the Somalis have been an ethnic group. It looks like 12th century. Somalis in their country have long identified with the term Barbar. 12th century geographer Al-Idris, for example, identified the Somali peninsula as Barbara. Barbaria. Okay. Ethiopia, sure. When? Give me time. Timeline. Origin of Somali people theorized to have been from southern Ethiopia since 1000 BC. Yes, because Ethiopia is like the cradle, right? Of like African, that's where they came from? Or did they all come from like that Middle Eastern cradle? Because I thought there were 2 separate origins of humanity. One was the sort of where Kurdistan in Turkey is, and the other one was sort of Ethiopia.
That's civilization. There's 4 early civilizations. That's not the dawn of humanity. The Neolithic era is longer, and I'm not a Neolithic expert or anything like that. I know about...
So that was civs. Okay,
some of the early civilizations, like Mohenjo-Daro.
Yep.
One of the most fascinating places.
4 great ancient civilizations. No idea.
There's no evidence of conflict or war. There's no weapons in
Really?
any of the archaeological evidence.
Interesting.
That doesn't mean that
Yeah,
they necessarily didn't fight, but most civs, they see something spiritual with the weapons and get buried with weapons, which is why we have so much weapons in other civilizations.
Yeah.
So there is a reputation that Mohenjo-Daro was like this ancient, peaceful civilization.
Very interesting. Okay, so the 4 great civilizations were Egypt,
Indus
Mesopotamia,
River,
India, and
Indus
China.
River, Yellow River, Nile River, Tigris, Euphrates River.
Tigris, Euphrates.
It's the 4 rivers.
The 4 rivers, yep.
Well,
Cradles
5
of
because Tigris
civilization.
and Euphrates are together.
Yep. Cool. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much where they probably would have come from. So we're looking at Somalis being indigenous to the Horn for at least 7,000 years. Okay, so what we're doing here, what Nick Shirley is doing here is degrading a culture of 7,000 years down to a period of 5 years, or 15 years, or 20 years, whatever that might be, however long the Somali pirates... How long were Somali pirates
It's a recent thing.
for? Very recent. Very, very recent.
It has to do with pollution.
1991 to early 2000s. No, sorry. Somali pirates been active since early 2000s, 2006 to 2009, with a resurgence recently. Okay. So it's actually less than 10 years in total. And what Mr. Nick Shirley here, journalist extraordinaire, Gen Z queen, is doing here is...
Talk when it loads. Press shift
essentially...
Press shift
essentially,
enter.
hold on.
Press shift enter.
I need to do things. Hold on.
Just press shift enter.
I don't know what that does.
Is what you need to do. Just press it. Thank you. Now you can talk.
So what he's doing is essentially boiling down a culture of 7,000 years to a stereotype generated from modern media over a period of maybe 5 years, exaggerated by Hollywood. And this is your logical conclusion to what a Somali is known for. That's what we're going with? That's really the argument you're going with? And you want to call yourself a journalist? This is some, like, 15-year-old child logical fallacy shit that you're currently enacting. And you wonder why people don't take you seriously? My dude, this is why. Like, you don't have to be a stiff suit-wearing wanker on the corporate press to have ethics. You have no ethics. You can continue. I am done.
I mean, what are we known for in Somalia? I don't know. Cheeseburgers?
So why'd you question your thought?
I'm not that smart.
So you're asking how do you gain credibility and trust? Well, you say a fact for a fact.
And the fact is that the first thing I think of when I think
and
of Somalia
And the fact is, what are
Captain
Somalis known
Phillips.
for? Pirating.
Well, that's in Somalia. There's no pirates in America.
Who's stealing all the money in Minnesota?
The same as a pirate.
That is piracy. So how do you gain more trust? Well, don't be afraid to say a fact or an opinion.
Even
when
if
you
I know that I'm dumb.
Yes. By not saying anything about the death of Charlie Kirk as well, I thought that was
my God.
messed up. In a way, he's somebody just like me and you who was making videos, putting it on the internet, and then people literally killed him. But I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
I never saw anything on Instagram.
What am I supposed to say?
Okay,
you never
really
shared
pause
anything.
it now.
I knew the guy was debating him while.
Have you noticed that in the last few weeks, I've actually I've said and stopped myself multiple times from saying I've never seen. And this is because I've come to realize way too fucking late than I should have that just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Ask the question, and maybe it exists. Which I've also gone out of my way to be like, I don't know this, but maybe there's other things out there that do this. You know, this kind of sort of careful, if you want to call it, language. Whose room is this? I was like, what the fuck is... So I was like, what the fuck is happening? Because I saw this and I'm like, isn't this that weird lib guy's room? And did I just not realize that it's actually Andrew's recording room? No. But like, it's actually crazy that he's...
Press shift enter.
How old is this kid?
I don't know.
Like, that's what I want to know.
He only just did his mission.
What do you mean?
His Mormon mission, which is their coming of age thing.
That's a thing?
Yes. That's what the Book of Mormon, the South Park creator movie is about.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that. That's awesome. You have like 30 cities. You can just be producing units and have an army in like...
Yeah, but it's still on standard speed, so it's taking even longer. But I did it on standard to give you time to learn Germany. Now I'm just trying to end it.
Okay.
While it happened, and I mentioned a bunch of times that it was horrible, and it represented like one of the worst pivots in American politics ever.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Why? It's historically relevant.
It is historically relevant. I did lose respect for you when it felt like you went silent.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
Do you ever see a world in which independent media will overtake corporate traditional media?
Well, we still have boomers and they're still watching TV, so that like is a lot of their audience.
Brother, you have the mentality of a boomer. What are you talking about?
Do I think that CNN and those companies will be able to
are
operate
the
at
new
the scale that
boomer.
they're operating right now? I think CNN has around, I know they have more than 1,000 employees, and it took one person to expose $110 million in fraud in Minnesota.
Oh my
and then
God,
when he does
you
expose
didn't
it,
expose
they
anything.
Investigate the person who exposed the fraud versus investigating the fraud taking place. Nobody has trust in them. Their trust is at all-time low because people like me are able to go and talk to the liberal woman calling me an ICE agent outside the daycare, and also talking to the man who's lived there for 8 years who's never seen a child. It's impossible for them to do that.
So you think once boomers go?
Yeah, I think once boomers go and once my grandparents aren't here anymore.
Which we don't want to happen, but it has to happen.
Well, it's just a part of life that people will die.
You might not want to.
At that point, I think mainstream media will not really be a thing.
So what can
Boomers
we do
are
to
literally
avoid
withholding the world from progress.
Because
they
at one
are
point they were quite
a
trusted.
literal
Yeah, at one point they
roadblock
were
to
quite
progress.
trusted.
The
But
earth
actually,
is
were
dying
they?
because of boomers not dying fast enough. So maybe we can actually win by gaslighting boomers into accelerating climate change so they die first and then we fix it. Yeah, I don't think that'll work though. I think that might lead to more problems. Just a thought. You can go.
Do we know that the history books are correct when only the victors write the history?
God.
Oh my God, that is not true.
Oh my God.
The information at that time?
I'm just talking about like Walter Cronkite, like when there was like 2 stations and like, you know, there wasn't such a divisive news media corporate competition taking place to where people were competing for views by using pundits and having a 24-hour news cycle. Like when the written word also meant more as well. There was more faith.
Well, I can't speak on that because I wasn't living that generation where you had to get on
You
your
could even
TV.
go back, I mean, honestly, the 24-hour news cycle, if you talk to older people like in their 30s and 40s, post 9/11 was pretty much the first time where cable networks had to keep their airways on all the time. So they started filling slots with not correspondents and not field pieces, but just pundits. So what they would do is they would get somebody, 2 people who fundamentally disagree, and just have them yell at each other for like 2 hours to drive up engagement and keep people watching. So news kind of became like soap opera. Everything kind of became about engagement, like almost like reality TV. And then gradually trust faded because it became so partisan.
Yeah, I think it's also a sign of the times that we're seeing distrust and we're seeing the world get a little bit crazier as well.
So, I mean, what do you think we need to avoid?
What do we need to avoid? I think we need to call things out for facts. And you shouldn't be afraid to say when I ask you, what are Somalis known for?
Starting with facts
You're
would
afraid
help.
of your viewers watching this video calling you a racist or Islamophobe.
No, to clarify.
You knew that word, Andrew. You knew you were saying pirate. You knew, in your mind,
Well,
you
you're
knew
asking
pirate.
me to think in a stereotypical mind, what do I think comes...
In your,
what's the
you're
first
afraid to say it, though.
You're asking me what's the first stereotype that comes to mind when I think about Somalia.
I said, what are they known for?
They are known by Americans who don't know Somalis.
What are they known across the West for?
Well, the West is very much indoctrinated by Hollywood. I'm just saying, I want to wait to answer that before I actually have engaged with the community on a level to where I can actually say, like, they're known for this type of thing.
Well, when they're committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
But that wasn't the question. You asked me, hey, what are Somalis known for?
Did.
And of course, I'm
sure did.
Thinking of the movie because it's a Tom Hanks Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah, but it's a fact that they're
It also
committing some
degraded
sort of
the quality of
piracy
the news
in Minnesota.
being reported
89% of the fraud is committed by Somalis, and that's a fact. When we talk about building trust in the future of media, we need to be able to say things for what they are. If Tim Walz goes on TV and calls people like me a white supremacist, it's my responsibility to call Tim Walz. He's enabled this to happen because he's afraid to be called a racist or an Islamophobe. Meanwhile, our generation can't even buy a home. Meanwhile, people are stealing millions of dollars. And he's afraid to say that because he's too afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe.
I think the one main issue that I feel like unites the left and the right, at least in a certain income bracket in the U.S., would be affordability.
Yes, 100%.
I think it's probably the main issue that we're talking about.
Mhm.
Deep down, I think that the main difference here is
Nothing, his
diagnosing
audio got all
how we can get
distorted.
to that point. You know, because when you're talking about your issue with fraud, you mentioned healthcare being expensive.
Yeah.
So we're all talking about the same thing here. It's just, I think the main difference is how are we going to get there?
And then when we have someone like Elon Musk, the smartest man in the world, who offers his help to get rid of fraud here in the United States, that could potentially cut down prices for healthcare, that could potentially help cut down the prices for homes, that could potentially give people better wages, and then they go and attack him.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems is also the private sector controls so many of these things, like medicine and also real estate. Like, it's not like home prices are going to get knocked down because the government has more money.
It might be able to help people not have to pay so much in taxes.
Yeah.
It might help people to be able to take their dollar to buy the next thing. $120 billion in 2024 going towards fraudulent activity here in the United States. And then we go and attack that person who's trying to combat that.
Well, I guess one of the fundamental questions, too, that I mentioned early on in the interview is, like, do you trust the government to handle a surplus in tax revenue if fraud is eliminated?
Say that question.
Like, let's say, like, fraud is totally eliminated and the government has, like, an extra stipend of money that they have that they could technically redistribute to things like making medicine cheaper and helping us pay rent. You think that the government would actually do that? Like, do you think they would genuinely invest in social programs that help change the affordability crisis?
I think so. And that kind of goes back to having like faith that we hope our politicians are going to do better and work for us and us not be working for them. Trump's the only president of our lifetime who's actually not even collecting a salary, other than what people will say he's feeding his ego.
Fucking
He's
Jesus
actually not
Christ,
even
John,
taking a
pause
salary.
it.
He's lost.
Fuck me.
Press shift enter. Press
Oh
shift
my
enter.
God. No,
Don't
I'm not
start.
done with my turn. I'm not done
Well
with my
then,
turn.
okay, then you gotta finish it.
No,
before you
it
start.
needs no. We're doing work. We need to be fucking focusing, and this needs to be paused. That was
this was supposed to be
unfathomably
over 2
fucking
games
stupid.
ago.
Look, if this guy wasn't so goddamn stupid, I wouldn't have to stop here, right? But
Oh,
let's
so
just
we
see
can watch
how
something else.
much has Trump enriched himself
Press shift
during
enter.
his second term as president. Let's just see how much his net worth has gone up now. It goes up every single time that I check, by the way. Build my fish. Give me fish.
Build my fish.
Okay. Donald Trump's net worth increased significantly during his second term, rising by $7.3 billion in 2025, up from $3.9 billion in 2024. Man, lucky Trump isn't taking a fucking presidential salary though, Nick. Man, I'm so glad that you have mentioned that Donald Trump is not taking a salary, making him look like a really good person, instead of mentioning that he's got his family and business associates manipulating the US government and stealing billions. While you're whinging about Somalians stealing 100 million, allegedly. Get a grip, cunt. Go back to fucking Utah, you weird Christian cunt. Fuck off. It's Utah, right?
Yes.
I wanted to be accurate. USDA ending support with Minnesota. USDA? What's the DA? USDA, what's that? Department of what? Agriculture?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, if the USDA is ending support with Minnesota, a judge should block it. The federal government should not be starving out a state from fucking agricultural. Like, the Department of Agriculture. That's absurd. Like, when we're talking fascists, this is some fascist shit. Literally punishing states, like, retributive shit. Didn't the fucking Carolyn Levitt have kill one of ours, we'll kill all of you on her fucking her little board that she was talking in front of after the shooting? Didn't she say that? Isn't that the thing that was on the front of her thing? Hold on. Carolyn Levitt. What are they called? Podium. Podium. One of us. Hold on.
The inherent vice of capitalism.
Okay, I actually need to find this to make sure that I wasn't... They what? What? Trump posted a unified Reich post in 2024? What the fuck? Unreal. Fucking crazy. Reassign. Here.
Shift enter.
Okay. I need to reassign.
You better start planting trees.
I refuse.
Oh, it's on now.
Well, you're already going to, so I started polluting.
I can't believe you've done this. You're trying to flood me to win, huh?
Can I do that?
It would certainly
is that a tactic?
Me a lot.
Is that a tactic I could use?
No, because like if I felt like we were going to get to the flood zone, I already have computers inspiration because I got what's the homo who kills himself's name? Turing. I got Alan Turing, so I have the inspo for computers already, and that's all you need for flood barriers. They take a lot of production though, so if I saw if stage 1 climate change hit and I still had a ways to go, I might start building them, I would have built I would build flood barriers in time. We don't even have stage 1. Shift enter.
I'm actually playing my turns now.
Lost money. He's been attacked. He's been nearly shot and killed twice. He's had, I think, was it 2 or 3 assassination attempts? I want to say 3. The guy in Pennsylvania, the guy at his golf course, and there's another one. And people want to keep demonizing Trump like he's some sort of devil. He's not even taking a salary. He wants to put tariffs on other countries with the goal of hoping that we can have more money. And actually with that tariff income,
this guy
he's even giving military a bonus for Christmas. and people are saying tariffs are bad, why should we be paying more money than Indonesia for sending stuff into our country?
It's a good question.
So,
but it's also like if Trump's cutting all these different social programs and stuff, who's to say that if he had more money, he would reinvest in the people?
Prosperity is the reason.
When people say he's cutting out funding for food stamps, he's telling people, all right, you're on it for this amount of time, but you need to be showing that you're trying to get off it. Trump is actually incentivizing people to go make a better life for themselves. He's even giving children, he's showing kids how to invest money at a younger age through the stock accounts he's created for them. Michael Dell, the owner of Dell, he gave each child like I think $250 so they can see how to invest their money. Right now you're seeing more people who actually have the power to make a change in America than ever before get involved in the politics, and not because they want to, but because they've been forced to. But then you see people come after them for it. I don't know what you're going to title this video.
Nick Shirley interview.
Okay, sick. Yeah, but I just think there's so many issues in the United States right now, and we can actually go out and combat them. We can combat the immigration crisis. We can say that illegal migrants should not be here. The word is illegal. If you're going to come after me for exposing fraud, something is morally wrong with your brain, where you've gotten to the point where you think fraud is good.
That perspective is probably more like these people are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
They're not, though. They're here in America. We all have the same opportunity. They're Somalian Americans.
Well, there's pretty significant funding and financial disparities between areas in the U.S.
Well, 81% of Somalians are on welfare.
But welfare doesn't necessarily cover everything. It's not like they give you a ridiculous amount of money.
But they have the same opportunity I do when I wake up in the morning to go create the best life I can possibly create for myself. Everybody has the same opportunity if you're a United States citizen, whether you're black, Mexican, Asian. I mean, look at your crew filming right now. You have a Asian, Japanese man. I don't know who he is.
Native American.
You have a Mexican with a face tat.
Look at that Mexican and all the opportunity he's got. And what about him?
He's a white American with face tattoos, and he's working just with you.
Yeah.
So the fact that people think that they don't have the same opportunity or they can't go create a lifestyle they want, I don't believe in that. I've never worked for anybody in my entire life. I've created everything I have. Who knows what I can do in the next 20 years.
Yeah, same here.
Oh
I'm
my
28.
God.
So maybe you and I will
What's your plans for the future, Andrew?
Man.
Because do you want to make YouTube videos until you're like 60?
Yeah, I want to make YouTube videos until I'm 85.
That'd be sick.
So what do you want to do in the future? What's the long-term plan?
Long-term plan would be, I think what you just saw is actually creating change inside of America, a video that actually created change. And so I'd like to continue making the world a better place, whether it be through cutting off fraud or speaking out against corruption or helping the old lady next to me.
And are you ever worried the Matrix will come for you if you continue to accrue power and influence?
Matrix.
Well, they are. Like, when you say the Matrix, like I think that's like the mainstream media or people, but like, who do you think the Matrix is?
I think it's the C-suites of the corporations that own the major news channels.
Yeah, I mean, they can try, but that's why I think it's so important that we have platforms like X. Say the mainstream media hates you, you can still make a business off of people who support you.
Is there any coverage that you regret at all?
Yeah, there actually is some coverage I think I've like messed up on. Or not that I necessarily messed up on, but maybe not have been totally informed, which is hard because when you're making a YouTube video every single week, you just can't be like the expert on every topic. So there was a time when I went to Ukraine and I made a video and I was missing, I kind of like geographically, I'm from Utah, so all the mountains and stuff, like north, south. And when I was in Ukraine, they asked me like, do you want to go to where the first place where Russia invaded, which was a place called Busha? And I didn't know like whether I was north, south, west. And then somebody interviewed me after, because I had criticized where US tax dollars were going. Somebody interviewed me after asking me, did you go to the east? And I said, well, yeah, I went to Busha. I thought that's where Russia initially invaded. That was one of the main places they invaded before trying to go to Kyiv. So that was like a mistake on my end. And I felt so bad after that. But it was just a mistake that we had made, and I just made it publicly. It didn't make me want to do YouTube less. It was just a learning lesson, which is hard for people to have an actual learning lesson publicly.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd actually like to ask you a question.
What's up?
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, do I think that he is somebody who's going to fundamentally change the structure of the U.S. for the better? I don't think so.
So do you think just by like flooding the country with 20 million people helped us with affordability?
Fucking God.
It's not a human right to receive citizenship here. If If anything, it's an opportunity to get it, and you got to follow the rules for it.
I agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
So, like, I think like sympathy towards people who want to come in here has, in a lot of ways, destroyed the opportunities for our generation.
I think if sympathy overpowers your ability to look at a situation objectively, that would be an example of you kind of being like hypnotized by the wrong sources of information. But I think you can have sympathy for people struggling looking for a better life.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Landlords have been raising the prices systematically since the 1980s. I mean,
yep.
The reason you can't buy a house is not because of an immigrant. I mean, they want us to think that because it's an easier scapegoat.
Well, if you look at the graphs, when you receive all this immigration, the price of homes has gone up.
You are an idiot.
More than normal.
I don't think those two things are connected. If you look
fucking moron. The fact that anybody believes this fucking mouth-breathing dumb cunt is unreal.
You don't have to like frame the interview in any way.
No, you just let them expose themselves as fucking morons. But the problem is, he's not really pushing back on it. So the people who are going to not question this guy because they don't see the logical failings within his speech are not going to see it. And Andrew's not doing enough to push back on it, in my opinion. Like, he's doing a few things. Yeah, it's a funny line to tread, because I agree with you that you don't necessarily need to push back, but there are some bigger things here that I just think you kind of need to pull up on, because they are more persistent talking points. And the more that they go unchallenged, the more reinforced they get within society. And then, oh, well, that must be true because everybody thinks it. I don't know. I think that's a bad thing.
Just based off simple supply and demand.
Those you can.
If you bring in 20 million people, they have to be able. They have to be able to sleep in at least 10 million different locations.
Yeah, but we have 340 million people. I mean, I'm just saying home values rising and rent rising is a result of like greedy developers, landlords doing price gouging, so many factors. Like, I'm from Seattle, a city with not that much immigration from the border. And since 2013, before all of this stuff, like rent had doubled because of Amazon moving their corporate campus downtown.
And H-1B visas and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying Amazon as a tech company themselves bulldozed my home neighborhood, built apartments for their workers who are legal, and most of them are from the US, but from surrounding suburbs. And none of us could afford to live, so we had to all move to other low-income areas around, or just build our own way and move into an RV like I did. So I don't think there's a correlation between home values rising and migrants coming.
I think that would be very stupid to not be able to come to the conclusion that supply and demand is really
all poor.
Prices.
Landlords raise prices when rich people move in because they go, oh, we got some big bucks in town, like in Aspen or somewhere. We go,
but just a normal sized home that used to cost $200,000 now costs $300,000.
So you're saying real estate developers see like a bunch of migrants rolling in town, they go, let's jack these prices up. These Venezuelans are rolling in cash.
And then the billionaires are able to come and buy the houses, and it causes the rent to go up, and they're able to charge certain prices. And a migrant can then move in with 8 other migrants, and they can afford rent, versus the one person who has a family with 2 children can't go and get that house because
rent is going up because the richest people in the country don't care about people like you and I. And they're interested in making as much profit as they can and keeping us as poor as possible for as long as they possibly can, until regular people can figure out how to get control and get a foothold in the government. I think that they want us to blame migrants because it's easier for them, because they don't threaten their power either. So if they can keep us bickering about whether or not this migrant group got here the right way, then nothing will ever change, and we're just going to be here forever.
I would beg to differ, but I do think there is corruption within the billionaire class here inside the United States, just on a
Mormon child
matter-of-fact basis.
Shut the
issue
fuck
of supply and demand instantly
and go
comes
back
into place
to
when you bring in 20
Utah
million
and
people.
fuck
If anything,
off.
wouldn't they lower the rent?
No, because then they have more competition,
harming
and they can
people.
raise the prices.
I just don't think that immigrants are increasing the density of New York City.
When you bring in 10 million people,
like,
there needs to be 10 million locations.
Psychological damage is being caused to people listening to this fucking guy talk.
That's a lot of building to take place. They're going to be able to raise. It's just a supply and demand issue.
Yeah, I just think we fundamentally disagree on that, knowing how just greedy developers are in general, you know.
If people aren't able to afford it, then they have to get Section 8, and then they get stuck in that system where if you make more than $40,000, you're going to lose your Section 8. And then if you go and do better, like there's the lower class is trapped here inside the United States because of
the middle class has been erased by corporatization.
Yeah, and so there's
the small business sector has been gutted since Reagan.
Yeah, there's a huge issue with affordability in housing, and I think we'd be in a better place if we didn't just let in 10 million people through our borders.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. I hope that you're right, because that's what Trump is doing. You know, if the border's closed and in 15 years everybody my age is just living happily in a 3-bedroom family home.
Prices will continue to go up because they go up over time, but at the rate that they were going up was unacceptable, and it screwed over me and your generation. Like, how are people supposed to be able to buy homes?
We can't.
Exactly.
But you think closing the border will make it so we can buy a home?
Well, the effects are already in place. The inflation already went up.
So there's no reason
of the
to do
houses
it?
and the prices have
I
gone
love
up.
that he's
and the
already
wasteful spending has increased as well.
himself up
And who's
to
profiting?
make excuses
The
when it
billionaires
fails.
and the politicians.
Well, I think they have a vested interest in making sure
And the
nothing
NGOs.
changes.
I don't think so. I think there's bad billionaires, and I think there's good billionaires in this world. And I think a lot of billionaires are trying to make a lot of change here in this world. And I think they create a lot of opportunity. You talk about Amazon. Well, Amazon also employs hundreds of thousands of people here inside the United States.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating
He's going to say Elon
net
Musk.
positive societal progress.
Trump? Our president?
Oh my God.
I think he's a good one. I think Elon Musk. I think what he's doing is creating innovation. He provides lots of jobs to people. I think that's a good one. And then the third one, I'd have to think about that. Like, I think David Sachs, he's looking for innovation inside of AI and crypto. I think that's a good thing to be happening. I think all the guys on the All In podcast, I had a conversation with them on their podcast. I think they're looking out for the best of America. And I think a lot of the people I think a lot of the billionaires are actually trying to make a difference in this world with their money they have, because you don't need
Not a
$1
good
billion,
difference,
and they know that
ignorant
they are able
slut.
to use their resources
Well, then
to create change.
why do they virtually get, taxed almost nothing, while the basically bottom 99% have to give solid 20-30% of our income to the state?
Yeah, it's unfair for us. And but that's also how businesses are set up. So if you're running a business, Elon Musk, they had to actually add on an extra number inside the IRS so he could pay taxes.
Yeah.
So people are mad at him for making money.
Yeah. I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything
He's
you're
not
saying
making
is true,
money.
so you know.
He's
I hope so too.
extracting.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
In Minneapolis, but there's innovation happening elsewhere, right?
Yes, but there's so many restraints happening. Like, when have you seen an American city? What American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin. Name another one.
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering.
New York.
Yeah.
Nashville.
Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
Denver.
Why are you smirking? It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering
Hold on.
either. Yeah,
I'm
so
pretty
I
sure
think what you're
Austin
saying
is a
the right.
fucking Democrat-run city, you
Yeah, but it's
dickhead.
a red state, so so that's all.
Oh,
they'll
they
say.
claim
Yeah,
the
but it's a
state,
wet
not the
s-
city?
It's a red
Amazing.
state. They'll claim it however they can get a point. On the fucking,
Any cope just to win, huh?
Yeah. That's how they work.
Amazing. Why is your holy site on fire?
Got raided or something.
Hmm.
is looking to have innovation, looking to succeed, and you're seeing left locations like Democrat-ran cities not prospering. In fact, they're going backwards.
Those are also the most expensive cities, and they generate the large majority of the tax revenue for the entire country. The San Francisco Bay Area, which is a blue city, probably generates more tax revenue that's used for programs in the entire American South, excluding Atlanta.
That probably tells you why there's so much corruption, why there's so much bad, because you use the word programs.
Not programs, all tax revenue, so highways, basically every single thing that we need taxable subsidies for. So these still are economic powerhouses. Like even money made in a blue state still cycles back on a federal level to benefit, everything that we use tax money for. The post office, fire stations, cops and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like,
why is California trying to essentially push out the billionaires by imposing another 5% tax on these people? When billionaires are literally the ones who create opportunities and they create jobs for people. Yet the people who you support, because you say you're left-leaning, are the ones pushing them out.
Well, billionaires are choosing to leave because they don't want to pay an extra 5%, which should kind of tell you what billionaires are about, right?
Yeah, because they're not able to then pay their employees as much.
I think they'd be able to pay.
$1 billion is not a difference of $2 billion to a billionaire. You can't.
I don't know. The one near me.
If you have $1 billion, that you can buy a $10 million house, you can buy a $20 million house. There's no difference. The thing is they're going to face different restrictions inside of a Democrat-ran state than they are in a Republican state. That's why they all moved to Texas.
Yeah.
That's why. Now Elon Musk, he moved to Texas.
Yeah, they're moving to Texas to save money because they don't want their money to be taken and go to the poor.
No. And what happens in California? $24 billion went missing, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you that Gavin Newsom and the NGO industrial complex is embezzling the funds. But those, to me, I know this is probably going to sound crazy, I view them as not necessarily having the best interests of the people in mind.
Yeah, and those are the people you support.
I don't vote for California Democrats.
This guy is
You're
such
supporting
a
the
fucking
left.
loser.
And right now you have the opportunity to support people who are actually trying to create innovation, change the country.
You
have the opportunity to. So does everyone watching this video.
That's a much better idea,
If you think that deporting an illegal migrant is wrong, the word is illegal. If you think cracking down on fraud is bad, the word is fraud. If you think cracking down on the word corruption is wrong, the word's corruption. If you think a girl should be able to play, or a boy should be able to play in a female sport, it's a girl or it's a boy playing against girls.
Bro's
what society
himself.
benefits have come from the left?
We haven't had a sizable leftist political party in America.
You had Joe Biden.
Try the weekend, you dickhead.
Defending elite interests.
And you had Obama.
Centrist liberal
come from the left.
So who are
I don't work 7 days a week because of the left.
You're telling me that if you can point me in the right direction of a guy, but I don't see...
Stuff's happening right now. People can't afford houses right now.
He probably thinks that's a bad thing.
People moving
Civil
out of
rights,
California.
also a bad thing.
We're talking about programs.
Giving black people the right to feel like a human? Pfft, pish posh. Not in Utah.
I mean, you know what the Mormons believe.
Unfucking real. I fucking hate this guy.
I
support.
That's the reason why it's so. California's one of the most expensive states in America.
I support voting on a local level, especially. I think that's probably the most important thing you can do. So I support voting on a local level for sure.
And if we want to create change nationally, if you have to support somebody, you have to choose.
Now we have to choose.
So if you have to choose between the Democrats and Republicans.
Well, you just said yourself that the corporate media machine is on the verge of collapse. What makes you think the two-party electoral system is going to last any longer?
Quite frankly, it'll be impossible for an independent group at this point in time. I think in 50 years when the boomers are gone, mainstream media will die. But as of right now, they're still going to thrive.
Wow,
and right now, in this moment of time, we have to choose who's going to create the most innovation and change and make America a more prosperous country.
What the fuck?
But Trump can't even release the Epstein files.
He has released them, and he did react, and that was that's his Achilles heel, his Epstein file thing. We can't do anything about that, but what we can do is talk about fraud. We can talk about homelessness. We can talk about all of our money going to, it's like we can talk about going back to fraud. About 7% of our taxes
Your
going
guy
to
is
fraud.
a
We can talk about
pedophile,
how $24
protector
billion
of
went missing for
pedophiles,
homelessness in
child
California,
rapist.
and how they're incentivized to keep people homeless
Eternally
so they can
cope.
continue receiving money from
Donald
the state.
Trump raped a 16-year-old, I'm pretty sure.
So we can actually
I'm pretty sure
do
that
stuff
was in the
creates
files
change.
there.
We can't tell Trump to go release the Epstein files, and it's
paid to
just because you
suppress
support
it,
Trump
I
doesn't mean
believe.
you support everything he
Can't
does.
remember. Not going to be
He's the man in
specific.
office right now, and you
Yeah,
do need
all
to
alleged.
think who's going to be able to create the change.
Your guy.
And
Your
how
guy,
are
bro.
we supposed to be able to do it?
Pedophile.
Well, he's in office, so I'm
Pedophile
saying now is the chance to prove to
best
people
mates
like
with
me and like
Epstein.
other people that positive change can happen. And if he does, it's Team Trump
I would
forever.
say he's trying to,
Yeah.
but you're seeing what happens when he says he wants to go deport illegal migrants. Leftist judge block his orders, or when he wants to
Leftist
deploy the
judge?
National Guard
What
to
is that,
Chicago
mate?
to make it a safer place. Democrats weaponize it. Like, do you agree that Chicago's a safe place? Would you agree that the west side or south side of Chicago is a safe place?
I think that the west
Now
side
you're getting more and more
the south
specific.
side
Isn't
are
this
not
a
safe
goalpost
places. However, I'm
move?
not sure how deploying the National Guard to that particular ICE facility out west is going to change the situations in O Block or somewhere like that.
Okay, so take a look at Memphis, for instance. They allowed the National Guard to go in there. Or if you take a look at Washington, D.C., they allowed the National Guard to go in there, and crime significantly went down. In 2025, murders are the lowest they've been in years.
Well, they've been declining
Well,
steadily since '94.
Imagine that.
One thing I
If
want to
you
push back on
move
too is the
an
conservative
army
narrative
into
that
a
America
city,
was at its most dangerous point
crime
before Trump
goes
started
down
cracking
because
If you
they've
look
been
at a
given
graph,
authority to
homicides have been trending
execute
downward
American
since the mid to
citizens.
late 90s.
Pretty
For a
awesome.
long time. We're actually in the safest time. Every single year gets more safe than the last. And of course, there's certain
Thank you,
cities like St.
Andrew.
Louis,
This is what
Baltimore,
I've been
Memphis that will always have
saying
some degree of
time and
violence,
time
but
again.
Things are not that bad.
Violence
in
has
the
been
US as
dropping
far as
since
gun
the
violence goes.
80s.
They're really getting a lot better.
It is
so
a
if things continue, I think that we'll
plateau
gradually
at a
be able to
trough
root out the problem.
in
If you look
violence
at the graph,
right
it's
now.
an exponential drop.
It's
in
going up and
violence
down like
in,
this
in-
because it's right
in
at the
violence
bottom.
in the United States.
I wouldn't say exponential. I mean, I think that
it's a
if
pretty
you look
large
at the
dip.
video we did about Baltimore, that they were able to cut homicides in half, and Trump didn't send anybody there. They did it all, inside the community.
Yeah, it's amazing. Cheers for Baltimore for doing that. Maybe if places in Chicago took that same initiative, it would happen, but they're not. So therefore, we have to trust the people in office who have the power to actually go make a change and to send a National Guard and to actually use them to make that place a safer place.
So what would they do in a place like South Chicago where you have like 50 blocks that are in food deserts with no health care?
If you had a National Guard man patrolling the streets, do you think young gangsters would feel emboldened to go and steal from the gas station?
Yeah.
Like, we have the military, we have them, we have law enforcement, we have laws. People haven't always been walking around in shiesties and shooting people up.
They've always been
There's
shooting
been
people. The shiesties came from Pooh Shiesty, who, by the way, is free now, and he's back in Memphis, so the homicides might be going up.
They're actually going down because the National Guard was there in Memphis.
Well, I heard his song, and he said the war's back on, whatever, but that's probably not reflective of the data.
So, like, everything we're talking about, like, they're trying to make a difference here in the United States.
Someone give this kid a fucking wedgie and
should also be trying
flush him in
to
the
create
toilet.
change with our platforms and with our journalism.
Shut up,
I
you
just
fucking
did is
nerd.
I exposed fraud, and within I think it was
Give
the
this man a wedgie.
next day, they freeze funding for childcare in Minnesota until a business can prove they're legit. And all they have to do is prove they're legit. But no business has been able to send them proof of legitimacy inside of Minnesota. What does that tell you?
Bro is a
you
vault
mentioned
person.
The ABC Learning Center in particular.
Yes.
And I mentioned that they
Bro
did.
is
I'm not
from
sure
a
if this
vault
is real or
learning
not, but
about
they
the
did
real
release
world for
footage
the first
of
time.
kids entering
Trying
and
to
exiting the building during operating hours on the same day that you
with
guys
people
were
who've
there.
been
And their capacity
shooting
is
each
for
other
40
for 300
children.
years.
In that video, there was 12 children, and that place receives $1 million.
But you do admit there was kids.
Yes, and I don't doubt that there are kids inside of some of these daycares. It'd be very
you're pivoting
stupid of
now.
a business to
That's
receive
good.
millions of dollars
Goalpost move,
and
you
not to
dickhead.
show face with a few kids. It'd be very stupid.
Do you see also how some people could say that you pull up with a couple dudes and cameras and they would get suspicious and not want to let you guys inside?
I can understand that, but they should be able to say, and when I ask the question, how do I enroll my son, little Joe, into daycare?
Well, there's probably not
If
that
they don't
many
have anything
Somali
to
kids
hide-
named Joey in Minneapolis.
Okay, so then why is it for Joey? Why is it only for Somalians inside these daycares? Where's the white little kids inside these daycares?
Maybe they don't go to like federally funded daycares. They get probably taken by their white parents to. I
So
guess,
who's
white daycares.
being robbed?
I suppose in this premise, the taxpayer.
Yes, the hardworking taxpayer, while Somalians are taking and committing 89% of the fraud in Minnesota.
Have you ever personally been defrauded?
I have.
What happened?
I gave a man money thinking that he was going to give me back on a loan, and he never did.
Did you try to pursue any judicial means to get accountability for that?
In the process right now.
Wow, that would be a crazy full circle moment. Don't you see this as potentially being a story that really evolves into a probe of the Democratic establishment in Minnesota and how they're kind of sloppily just allocating all these different
because this
federal
guy
and
is a
state
moron.
funds, as opposed to specifically
An
highlighting the
actual
Somali
journalist
community?
would
Or do you
realize
see
that
it
there's
as
no
both?
story here.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians.
Where
You keep saying this, but I've seen zero
You can pull it
evidence.
up on the screen. You'll find it.
I just want to know where it's from.
That is ChatGPT. That is
For
not
sure,
a source.
just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact-
ChatGPT is not a
Here,
source.
right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it.
Chat
And when I go to the
GPT is
daycares,
not a
there's not a
source.
single white person running any of these daycares. Not a single white woman opened up the door. A lot of them could barely even speak English. Yeah.
What's his
then
Twitter?
you also
I'm just
have
going
another
to
issue
pause it
with
for a second.
is
I'm going to
these
tweet
people
at
are
him.
Muslim.
ChatGPT
Muslims
is
are
not a
have-
source.
I'm gonna play
Where
the
is he?
street.
There he is. Post Chat GPT is not a source. Thanks. Just, probably won't say it, but yeah, gotta let him know. Absolute fucking loser. Okay.
I need a little melee unit.
They have 4 wives.
Little club.
And inside of these daycares, who's all working inside the daycare? Woman.
As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
How many wives would you like to have? As many as God will give you.
I grew up with 2 mothers and I absolutely loved it.
The general population, 99% of the population in Utah, do not. That's why also going back to the point of being called, why we don't call ourselves Mormons, because you can misconceptualize that with groups that left the original Church of Jesus Christ.
Well, I would argue that less than 1% of Muslims in America have more than a single wife.
I don't know. Their religion allows them to have it. Maybe if they are, good for them. But that is a thing that they are able to have 4 wives. It's in their religion, and it's not against the law.
I'm just saying, when's the last time you seen a Muslim guy with just 4 wives?
Well, they treat their woman differently. You'll never see a man. You'll never see a Muslim man praying side by side with his wife. They're treated differently.
So you feel like there's societal and cultural differences that make people from Islamic societies incompatible with the U.S.?
I think if you ask a Muslim man, if we were to go to war with a country in the Middle East, ask them who they would support. That will tell you everything you need to know.
Hey, this
I'm
happened.
on it. Yeah,
Hey,
and with the
this happened.
daycare fraud,
Bro.
there's legit videos. You can find them.
What?
These
Bro
daycare
thinks
owners,
no
they go in
Muslims
giving
fought
that,
in the war on terror
giving
for the
the
United
woman
States, I
cash,
guess.
and that's why
fucking
you also
awesome.
have 81% living on welfare, because a lot of the women don't have to claim the money that they just received from working from these daycares.
Okay,
It's a
can
whole
I-
entire
can I ask
corporation. You have
another
daycares,
question?
you have home health cares, you have
What
adult
is
daycares.
with Christian conservatives specifically never being able to pluralize the word woman? They only ever say woman. It's never women. It's never anything else. If it's pluralized and they're talking like it's pluralized and they're talking about multiple women, they still say women. Why? Why does this happen? It is the
Name a
most
woman.
frustrating thing that I've come across grammatically that Americans do. Why? Why do you say women when you're referring to, like, woman when you're referring to women? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. Please, someone fucking explain it. It doesn't make sense.
This is Chewbacca.
Okay.
You have transportation companies, you have translators that take these people to the hospital, and they're all working for that same group. and
Not
all receiving
translators
millions of
to help
dollars.
people who don't speak English well understand
So why
what's
would you
going on
be
so they don't
actually
get
doing paperwork
manipulated and
correctly
abused.
Or giving
Oh my God.
these women paperwork If you know,
these women,
if you don't pay them,
you got to give these women paperwork.
You can just give them cash.
Yeah.
And then they can go and claim welfare and get food
Give
stamps.
women cash.
And then claim housing
Woman
and get
like
free
cash.
housing. Why would you
woman
do that?
good with cash. Woman go buy
Obviously
thing with
it's fraud,
cash.
but
Ooga
it's
booga.
screwing over Americans.
Well, it's time to stop getting screwed.
I 100% agree. So we have the opportunity to make that change, and we have to do it, or else
we're going to keep getting screwed.
We're going to keep getting screwed.
And, you know, I think that's the Nick, Shirley, Andrew Callahan message is whoever you are, stop screwing us.
Yes.
All right, bro. Appreciate your time.
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority.
Looking forward to doing my first road gig since that comedy festival I did. I don't know if you guys heard about that. I did a comedy festival that people had a lot of opinions on.
All right, so Bill Burr is still coping over the Riyadh Comedy Festival controversy. This man is going through it. It sounds like he's on the verge of having a breakdown, and it's been almost 4 months since he did the festival, but he just keeps wanting to respond to the backlash, which
That's
only
awesome.
makes things worse. You know, I'd say the way he's handled all the backlash is probably more offensive to his fans than the actual controversy, because so far in response, he's just insulted his fans and called them dumb racists for criticizing
That's pretty
him.
great.
Then he seriously acted like he should be commended for performing in Saudi Arabia, like he was doing philanthropic work over there by getting paid $1.5 million from the royal family to do a stand-up set. Also, he had the audacity to call people that were criticizing him sanctimonious, which is unbelievably ironic coming from Bill Burr. Like, he says people are being sanctimonious, then right after acts like he was doing a great service by going over to Saudi Arabia. And, I mean, he's got to be one of the most self-righteous comedians, which is the reason he's gotten so much criticism, because he spent the past few years going on serious rants about all these social issues, like wealth
is
and
very
inequality,
true.
the ruling class, healthcare, and immigration, which people applauded him for, but if you're gonna make that your thing,
Stop
and
breathing
go for
in the
applause
fucking
over
mic,
laughs,
bro.
I don't know how you can then accuse everyone else of being too sanctimonious for being disappointed in you. You know, of course, once he does something controversial and people are upset about it, then it's like they don't actually care about this stuff. They're all just trying to virtue signal. But everything from Burr just seems like projection now, you know, because obviously a lot of his fans feel that way about him. Like, when he's talking about these issues, now it just seems performative. Like, him doing that festival shattered a lot of people's perception of him. And instead of him being like, I'm sorry I let you guys down, but the money was just too good, he decides to go off on his fans for daring to call him out because, you know, Bill is so morally superior, he's above criticism. Like, people should be fine with him taking money from an authoritarian regime that uses slave labor because he's willing to call out how evil billionaires are in America. And he still rants about this stuff on his podcast. He has no self-awareness. Like, a few weeks ago, right at the beginning of his podcast, he started talking about how heartless CEOs are for making people work during the holidays. And then he also turned into something about immigration. And the top comment says, I'm here for the disingenuous blue-collar cosplay. And of course, these podcasts get like 4 times the amount of dislikes than likes. And most of the comments are still negative, and he's lost like half his audience.
Holy shit, it's the last goddamn Monday of the year. And I would say the best Monday of the year. The Monday between Christmas and New Year's. Because most likely you have it off. Well, at least you did back in the day. Not these fucking heartless bastards now. They send you right back to work. You know? They send you right back to work. They make people put tips on credit cards. They take a portion of your tips. They fucking make money off of that too. They don't give you any benefits. And we all know who the problem is. The fucking immigrants. If we could just get these fucking immigrants in a van and stuck in a jail with alligators around them, then all of a sudden these billionaires, you know, they'll start loosening up the purse strings and they'll start trickling down again.
So these rants just don't hit like they used to for people. And Bill acts like it's all just trolls, haters, and bots that care about the controversy, but he's losing actual fans over this and how he responded to it. People were walking out of his appearance on Conan O'Brien's podcast because of how out of touch he sounded. Like, he kept talking about how amazing Saudi Arabia is and the culture there and the people, then would make fun of the people criticizing him for just being dumb, racist Americans. So now that he's a Saudi shill, it just seems like he's a parody of himself. I mean, he cannot read a room, and he's basically becoming a lolcow at this point. Like, every time he addresses the controversy, people can't believe how out of touch he sounds, which is a complete 180 from how people thought of him earlier last year. It's like he's trying to lose fans, because anyone could tell you this is not the way to handle things. But I just don't think he can help himself. You know, he always thinks he's in the right, and in his mind, taking money from the Saudi royal family was a progressive thing. And his fans that are upset about it are just misinformed, and one day he's going to set the record straight. He said he's going to wait for things to die down, then do a full podcast addressing it. So I guess he's waiting till nobody's listening anymore to address it, probably because he knows it will just cause more backlash. I mean, it's like he wants to talk about it and respond to people really badly. Like, he randomly brings it up during this podcast and keeps doing this manic laugh, but you can tell he's trying to hold himself back because he knows talking about it more will only make things worse.
Since that comedy festival I did, I don't know if you guys heard about that. I did a comedy festival that people had a lot of opinions on. Jesus Christ. Someday. I am going to do, when enough time's gone by, when people clearly don't give a fuck, I am going to do on this podcast a nice deep dive into the absolute absurdity of that whole fucking thing. Anyway, let's do.
Wow, grip.
I mean, here we are all these months later. You know, I got to be honest with you. The outrage is still where it was. People are still so concerned.
So it's just getting sad. I mean, it's surreal to see what's going on with him. You know, he acts like, man, this is all just fake outrage and moral grandstanding. But I guess he completely forgot that he used to complain about celebrities taking blood money from dictators in the Middle East. So it's crazy he's all surprised that people are upset when he does it, and he thinks they're being sanctimonious. You know, like, he's claiming they don't actually care, but what he's proving is he didn't actually care, and he's gaslighting people into thinking now that he's doing it, it's not a big deal. So he just looks like such a hypocrite here, which if he just admitted it and moved on, I think people would have been more understanding, but instead he's trying to gaslight people into thinking they're crazy for caring this much.
Beyonce and Mariah Carey actually did private New Year's gigs for $1 million. Did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you fucking believe that? How much fucking money do you need to make, you know? You're gonna take a gig where you're gonna go dance like a goddamn fucking clown for a mass murderer's kids? And then you take that fucking blood money. And what he's done, you couldn't remember that he claimed he was behind the Pan Am bombings that killed fellow Americans? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, so I wonder why his fans would be disappointed in him taking money from the Saudis.
That's funny.
You know, he has no self-awareness, and it's insulting to his fans to snap at them for thinking he's a hypocrite when there's no question he is. But he just can't admit it, probably because he wants to keep getting those Saudi checks. He'll never say anything bad about them. And instead, he'll just go off on his fans like they're the ones that are out of line. But I think after the backlash and his initial crash out, he's been trying to control himself more. Like he said, it's been over a month since he's flipped out. So I'm sure he's been trying to stay away from reading comments or anything about the controversy, even though it's still on his mind because he brought it up during this podcast. Also, in the beginning of this episode, it sounds like he's about to lose his temper, thinking about how racist people are on the internet, and he keeps doing that laugh to try to stay calm.
Let's hope it's going to be a good year. Hi, everybody. Let's hope. Let's hope. Well, Jesus Christ. Let's hope they shut down the fuck. What if they just shut the internet off? Oh, my God. What if racist people couldn't just keep talking to each other on the fucking internet? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Oh, my God. It's fucking unbelievable.
Anyway, with that positive note, hopefully this will be a good fucking year. I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what happens? All you can do is just fucking try to be a good person yourself. I'm still in a good mood. I am fucking a month and 3 days. I have not lost my temper. I've gotten upset. I've been flustered, but I've stayed out of anger, which has been amazing for me, and kind of blocked out like Mondays for me. Mondays is my mental health day. I go to therapy. I do my yoga. You know, I've been like meditating. Meditating is frustrating for me because I used to be able to do it.
So even meditating is frustrating for him. Then also he starts to lose his temper during an ad read. It seemed like half this episode was ad reads. He did so many of them. And during one of them, he makes a joke. And then he starts getting all worked up about how they're going to make him redo the ad. And he's like, man, somebody in their cubicle who's trying to justify their job will make me redo this shit for no reason. So after him sympathizing with all these working class people who don't get paid enough and have to work too much, he starts going off about how some of their jobs are completely useless and they're just there to annoy you. It's hilarious.
Pierre was right when he said
Jesus Christ, that was the tantric read of fucking advertising. Okay, who's next?
Read, but I didn't realize I had that disclaimer to read. Well, we'll see what they say.
You know, is there any way we could get a reread? Is there any way you could read that again?
Is there any way you could just say you're saying this so you can justify your fucking cubicle or your desk? Is there any way you can just do that? Do you really think because I made the tantric sex fucking joke that someone's not going to use, will or won't use the coast fucking thing?
So we'll see how long he can go without completely losing his shit. Like, he seems to want to talk more about that Riyadh festival, which will be a disaster. I mean, that'll just set him off. But let me know what you guys think about it, and make sure you check my Patreon. Recently I've been covering how Tim Dillon's turned on Trump, and he keeps roasting Erica Kirk, which is upsetting MAGA, and they're getting all pissed about it. Also, Theo Vaughn recently accidentally exposed Tucker Carlson when he had him on. And I'm about to post a brand new video on there about how Joe Rogan's friend Kurt Metzger accidentally exposed him for being a Luciferian. So if you enjoyed the channel, make sure you check it out. It's definitely worth it. There'll be a link in the description.
No, it's sending gifts. No. You can... My gold. Fuck you.
Don't have heroes.
I need my gold. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Welcome back, everyone, to another reaction video.
Yeah?
Well,
don't
some of
hold
you
people
may be aware
on a pedestal and you'll be fine. You know? If you raise nobody above anybody else, then you'll never be disappointed when they turn out to be a piece of shit because they're human. Pretty cool.
Come on, YouTube. It's struggling.
Damn.
Passed.
Poundmaker voted for 7.
I guess from a couple of weeks ago.
He's talking about housing because right now it's absolutely out of control expensive.
I'm talking about housing, but I'm actually talking about one of the fundamental contradictions of capitalism.
But this, honestly, this is, he actually makes a very interesting point here that they've obviously discussed in the White House. It has always been a general proposition that incumbents want asset values to remain high. Specifically, I mean, we're talking about housing, because it is the #1 driver of intergenerational wealth in this country. Housing has been. Housing inflation has been insane over the course of the past, 20, 25 years. Just outpaced all wage gains, et cetera, et cetera. I found it. Thank you. But thank you. It has outpaced all of these things. And the dilemma for an incumbent is that you want people to have accruing wealth, but the problem is you're also shutting out certain people. And here Trump seems to stumble on this. Now, these doctors, I think, are probably ready to whisk him away and give him another injection of whatever he needs.
It's like Clockwork Orange or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Just say rising tides lift all boats, Trump.
On housing, you talked in your address last night about housing. Yeah. Are you still considering a national emergency over housing?
I'm looking at it.
What would that look like?
You know, there's two thoughts on housing. You have a lot of people have
housing that because we have
Pause it. Just notice
strong-
how desperately he's covering up that mark on his hand.
Can we watch this?
Particularly all those doctors there who would know what that is.
Yeah.
I remember him saying that.
Yeah.
I did save some things.
In the 1760s, powerful men in the American colonies were in danger.
Is it
The working
doing-
class.
It's doing the thing where it didn't save anything to the list that I fucking put on it.
It must be from your end. I'm gonna check if it saved it for me. It saved my ones. Sounds like a you problem.
Why is it doing this?
So I saved from the Russian war.
I'm very annoyed.
No, the last thing you saved was Bill Burr. Everything else I've put there is me.
I saved a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that is annoying.
I like spent. Oh, I was even saving it on my phone as well.
Yeah.
All the girls in the world.
I didn't build a national park. Ah, I must have gotten a random boost. Nice. Nice. Started a war in a dark age. That's a bad idea.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck you. I hope you die.
Man, power plants really boost my production.
No volume on video?
Oh, there was a video playing?
There's no volume?
Nah. I didn't even realize there was a video playing.
The fuck?
Yeah, you just have to reset it.
It's playing in my monitor, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Iran, over 500 protesters and 48 security officials have died in demonstrations that have roiled Iran for 2 weeks. That's according to the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency. Iranian authorities have also arrested over 10,000 people. Videos circulating online show the graphic deaths of protesters and corpses lined up in body bags outside hospitals. Iranian officials have shut off the internet and limited phone calls inside the country. Over the weekend, President Trump repeatedly threatened to attack Iran. U.S. security officials are reportedly weighing cyber attacks and direct strikes. This is President Trump speaking to reporters Friday.
I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts.
In response, Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, blamed the U.S. and Israel for the protests, insisted the situation inside Iran is under control.
Unreal. So this has been particularly annoying for me because we've done so much coverage and I'm so aware of how Iran is inside. Like, I've been seeing people from, like, the typical ones that you would expect, the pro-Palestine people, right? Being like, Mossad agents. And I'm like, you don't even realize that you are being used and manipulated by the Islamic Republic to shit on the people of Iran to reinforce its fascist theocratic rule. Shut the fuck up. Even if Israel does have people in the protests, people don't die because bigger state players will them to do so. It just doesn't happen. This idea of a color revolution, like convincing a population to die for the American interests or Israeli interests, is fundamentally fucking dumb. Can we please stop? The people who push this are agents. They are surrogates for Russia, they're surrogates for China, they're surrogates for Iran. Just like the people that back America's invasion of Venezuela and kidnapping of Maduro are not legitimate people, they're agents or they're bots. Same shit. Please stop. Please, for the love of God, stop it. You are not helping anybody by insisting that Israel is involved in everything that happens in Iran. You are downplaying how oppressive the state is, and you are also saying that the Iranian people have no ability to have the agency to do this themselves. Please shut the fuck up. And it's like, I went, and I don't think I was too aggressive, but like the girl that I saw posting this, I had to say something because I looked at her profile, Palestine, and I'm like, boy, are you about to get lectured? Because like, must be West Bank, right? That was my assumption. And I'm sitting here. I'm like, how can you sit here and tell me you support the women of Iran while you are utilizing rhetoric pushed on you by the Islamic Republic in order to suppress these women in Iran that you supposedly support? And then somebody was like, oh, but Iran supports Hamas. No, they fucking don't. Israel installed Hamas, and Muslim Brotherhood doesn't really take funding from Iran. So, like, none of that actually fits together, and the more that they explained where their mentality comes from, I'm like, okay, I've heard all this before. I know what you're talking about. I know where you're coming from. And it's like, there's so many big international players in this area right now because so much shit is happening that this narrative of color revolution is so harmful. So harmful. And isn't it funny that the people who usually cry color revolution are the ones not talking about Iran right now? It's almost like their funding dried up. They're a bit busy, I guess. It's just so frustrating because it's like the main thing that really gets me about this kind of thing is this attitude that people of other countries, it's the same attitude that the pseudo-archaeologists have about the master race creating civilization, right? That these people couldn't have possibly been intelligent enough to do this. It had to be an outside source. That's the vibe I get from this criticism. Awful. Okay, you're good.
The United States and Israel have officially stated that they have interference and a role in these riots. And they are trying to turn these demonstrations and protests, which are peaceful, into violence and riots.
Speaking to reporters Sunday, President Trump claimed Iranian leaders called him to negotiate, but the U.S. may take action before a meeting. We'll have more on this story after headlines. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expressed his support for the Iranian protesters in a speech to the Israeli cabinet Sunday.
Israel is closely monitoring developments in Iran. The demonstrations for freedom have spread across the country. The people of Israel and the entire world are in awe of the immense courage of Iranian citizens. Israel supports their struggle for freedom and strongly condemns the mass killings of innocent civilians.
Meanwhile, in Gaza, Israeli forces killed at least 3 Palestinians Sunday. 1 person was killed in the Tufa neighborhood in Gaza City, while 2 others were killed in southern Gaza near Khan Yunis. Since the U.S. brokered truce, over 440 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces. Here's Mohammed Abu Asi, whose nephew was killed in Israeli strikes.
Every day houses are destroyed. Every day there's shooting and it's random. Till now the war is ongoing. Don't listen to those saying that the war is over. The war has stopped for the Israelis only, but for us it's ongoing.
Al Jazeera is reporting a Palestinian baby, Mohammed Abu Harbid, froze to death as torrential rains and freezing winds worsen the dire humanitarian situation faced by displaced families across the Gaza Strip. Since November, 4 Palestinian children have frozen to death. This comes as the Israeli military is reportedly planning to restart intensive military operations in Gaza in March, targeting Gaza City. According to the Times of Israel, the operation would push the Yellow Line ceasefire demarcation west toward the coast of the Gaza Strip.
Fuck, I bit myself.
Here in the United States, tens of thousands of people took to the streets over the weekend as protests against ICE spread nationwide following the fatal ICE shooting of Renee Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3, killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis last week. Thousands of protests led by the ICE Out for Good campaign took place in towns and major U.S. cities, including New York, Portland, and the Los Angeles area, where activists also held a vigil for Keith Porter Jr., an African-American 43-year-old father of 2 who was fatally shot by an off-duty ICE agent on New Year's Eve. His family is demanding transparency in the investigation into his killing. Here are voices from the anti-ICE protests this weekend in Boston.
It infuriates me. It breaks my heart to see another woman, killed, and to see so many families torn apart. And I can't be quiet about that. So
neither can I.
Yeah, of course.
The line was George Floyd, and Renee Good's murder is just showing how far we have crossed that line, and I think that these men need to be held accountable.
This comes as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has vowed to deploy hundreds more federal agents in Minneapolis in response to the protests. Meanwhile, more video footage has emerged depicting the minutes before Renee Good was fatally shot. And what appears to be cell phone footage recorded by an ICE agent. Good is seen sitting in her car as the agent circles around her vehicle in the middle of the road. Good tells the agent, quote, "That's fine, I'm not mad at you," right before she was shot dead. Good's wife is also seen recording the encounter on her cell phone. One agent is heard saying, quote, "effing bitch." Renee Good's wife, Becca Good, released her first statement following the fatal shooting. She described her partner as kind, saying, quote, "Renee was a Christian who knew that all religions teach the same essential truth. We're here to love each other, care for each other, and keep each other safe and whole," unquote. About their encounter with ICE, she said, quote, "We had whistles, they had guns," unquote.
Wow.
At the Golden Globe Awards last night, a number of attendees wore pins with the messages, "Be good" and "Ice out." We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. Venezuela's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, has requested help from the U.S. military to retrieve an oil tanker that departed Venezuela without permission. That's according to the New York Times, which reported what is the first known military collaboration between Venezuela and the U.S. since the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. On Friday, President Trump signed an executive order declaring a national emergency to ensure revenue from Venezuelan oil held by the U.S. Treasury is protected from being seized in lawsuits or creditor claims. The move would prevent the use of Venezuelan oil revenue from being used in judicial proceedings ahead of Maduro's anticipated trial on narco-terrorism charges. This comes as President Trump posted on Truth Social a fake image of a Wikipedia page labeling him as the acting president of Venezuela. On Friday, President Trump met with oil executives at the White House, including ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, and Chevron, urging them to invest $100 billion in Venezuela's oil production. This is President Trump speaking to Chevron's Vice Chair, Mark Nelson.
I remember 6 months ago, I told you to stay, just stay. Things are going to happen. You'll be very happy. I didn't know they were going to happen this fast or this conclusively. One thing I think everyone has to know is that if we didn't do this, China or Russia would have done it.
What?
The Nobel Institute has rejected an offer by right-wing Venezuelan opposition figure Maria Corina Machado to share her Nobel Peace Prize with President Trump. Once a Nobel Prize is announced, it cannot be revoked, shared, or transferred to others, the Institute said. In response, the White House said in a statement, Trump, quote, "deserves the Nobel Peace Prize many times over," unquote. Trump said in an interview with Fox News last week that it, quote, "would be a great honor to receive the prize from Machado," who said in a separate Fox interview that presenting the prize to Trump would be an act of gratitude from the Venezuelan people for the ouster of Nicolas Maduro. The Washington Post reported President Trump was not willing to support Machado because she accepted the Peace Prize. The source said, quote, "if she had turned it down and said, I can't accept it because it's Donald Trump, she'd be president of Venezuela today," unquote. Machado is scheduled to meet with President Trump in Washington, D.C. this week. Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel has rejected threats by President Trump, who on Sunday said the island would no longer receive oil or aid from Venezuela and that it should strike a deal with Washington. Trump wrote on Truth Social, quote, "there will be no more oil or money going to Cuba, zero. I strongly suggest they make a deal before it's too late," unquote. Diaz-Canel responded saying, quote, "Cuba's a free, independent, and sovereign nation. Nobody dictates what we do. Cuba does not attack. It has been attacked by the U.S. for 66 years, and it does not threaten. It prepares, ready to defend the homeland to the last drop of blood," unquote. Denmark's Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, said Her country is at a fateful moment over President Trump's repeated threats to take over Greenland, the autonomous territory controlled by Denmark. Speaking at a political rally, she said, quote, "What is at stake is bigger than what the eye can see, because if what we experience from the Americans is that they're actually turning their backs on the Western alliance, that they are turning their backs on our NATO cooperation by threatening an ally, which we have not experienced before, then everything will stop," she said. Her comments came in response to President Trump's latest remarks threatening force against Greenland.
Right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
Just be saying shit.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
The Justice Department has launched a criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. He said the DOJ had issued subpoenas related to his congressional testimony about the central bank's $2.5 billion renovation of its Washington, D.C. headquarters last year. Powell, who was appointed by President Trump back in 2017, accused the administration of threatening criminal prosecution to pressure him to lower interest rates. This is Chairman Powell.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
And the Smithsonian's Portrait Gallery has removed text referring to President Trump's 2 impeachments when replacing his photo portrait as part of the museum's American Presidents exhibition. The text that was taken down read that President Trump was, quote, impeached twice on charges of abuse of power and incitement of insurrection after supporters attacked the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. He was acquitted by the Senate in both trials, unquote. Last year, President Trump ordered Smithsonian officials to review all exhibits before the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, July 4th. Before the review, President Trump had fired the head archivist of the National Archives and tried to fire the National Portrait Gallery's director, Kim Saget, but the board resisted. She later resigned. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, Democracy Now!
Oh man, I'd love to, but I train during the day and then I watch Joe Rogan at night. All day, all night, all day.
All night.
All night.
All night.
Okay. So I can't make it. Well, weddings happen all the time. What? We're live. Oh, hey. Hey. Hey, what the hell? What the hell are you doing there? Hey, what the hell are you doing there? Welcome to my channel. Thank you for... Oh my god.
Oh my god, thank you for clicking. Thank you, sir.
Or madame. Let's see here. What the hell are we looking at today? Oh, it's a Joe.
Oh, it's my sweet, sweet baby boy, Joe.
What the hell is he doing?
I don't even get how you launder it and hide it. I mean, that's like...
It just shows you how crazy scams are in this country. I mean, we're learning that out about the Somali daycare
Oh, yeah, the
thing.
Minnesota thing, yeah.
But that's just one part of it. The Somali daycares in Minnesota is the tip of the iceberg. California is way bigger. The politicians were getting so much money from these people.
Right.
Just from the Somali community that owned daycare centers, the Minnesota politicians were getting $35 million last year.
Is Tim Walton to blame for
Probably.
that? I don't know.
Well, he just stepped down from his re-election. That's not good.
Oh my God.
That's not good.
Do you know
When you
how
were
many-
almost the vice president of the United States.
You know how many people came at
Whitney,
me?
let
People
you
that I'm like,
talk. Jesus.
thought I was friends with, like acquaintances.
When all the Somali daycare center came out, he started blaming white men for all the crime.
Sure.
He did.
What about white men? Well, he's white men with all the crime.
Oh
He's
my
trying
God.
that playbook.
He's like, what about me?
Playbook.
What about me? I'm the criminal. I don't
Hey,
like
calm down, Whitney.
He's telling on himself
No
right
more.
then and there.
I mean, he was basically trying to say that it's racist.
Right.
But it's not. Facts aren't racist. It's just clever. Just what they did. This.
And is it true that the guy that uncovered it was kind of like some guy? Like it was
This
like a
Nick Shirley kid?
Yeah, this like internet.
Young kid. Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
But I mean, there's the
Thank
other
you,
question.
Whitney.
Like, did someone direct him towards this? Is this like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
is this
yeah.
like, did the Republicans set this up to try
Right.
to expose it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay, so you get it. You get what's going on here. Joe, this is Joe. Hello. Yeah, my name is Joe, he says. And he's talking to Whitney Cummings here, and they're talking about this Minnesota fraud stuff. And here's the funniest part of the most interesting part of this. How long? 3.5 hours. Yikes. Here's the funniest part of this whole interview. Here we go.
Is it him just being an independent journalist? He seems like a very smart kid. I've seen him. He was on Patrick Bet-David's show.
Oh my God.
He's a virgin.
Why do we know that?
Because he
talks about it.
He talked about it. He said he's a virgin. He said they can't get him on anything.
That is the funniest part. You know, they're both comedians, and that's the funniest part of this whole interview. It's 3.5 hours long. You know, Whitney Houston, Joe's guest, Whitney Houston. Here she does try some jokes. She's like, oh, what about Ozempic? What about that? And most of it, I'm like, all right, it's fine. But this part actually made me laugh where Joe's like, this kid, he did this investigation, man. It's on YouTube. Also, he's a virgin. And Whitney Cummings is like, what? Yeah. How do you know that? Joe's like, I don't know. He said, what do you care? Let's see what the Joe commenters are saying here. They're a little mean. Apparently, they don't like Whitney Cummings. Okay. Anyone else just keep skipping and praying to find something interesting? Hey, shut up, man. Oh, this is funny. There is a guy who goes into the comments like every Joe episode and puts topic timestamps. It's kind of interesting. This guy says timestamps guy didn't bother. And what is that at the end? A laughing, crying emoji. Hey, that face is out here like, holy shit. Okay, finally a nice one for the Whitney Cummings hating Joe audience. So, what does this say? If she ever made silent movies, I'd definitely be a fan. Hey, that's not positive. Shut up, man. I thought that was positive. It's not.
100%
it turns out. Okay, this has gotten a little out of control. You know, like I was looking at these YouTube channels. There's like, it seems like there's more views on videos that are like, Joe's stupid. Joe's stupid, the show's boring, and I don't like Whitney Cummings. You know, I found
can't get him on anything.
20 million,
neither
100
can he.
million thousand videos saying that.
The years turning the most hostile audiences into their biggest fans completely melt down the moment the pushback comes from outside their bubbles. Just delete it and pretend it never happened.
Yeah. I listened to all 3.5 hours of this, and I mostly already forgot it. But there is some stuff I agree with Joe on, okay? People are giving Joe a real hard time. They're being very mean. I do agree with Joe. He goes on for a while on this that, yes, it's true that it is cool that Mike Tyson's trainer had a library of boxing videos, and it helped Mike Tyson. That's the kind of stuff I like on Joe. It's like, yeah, that's cool. But then he gets into every show he gets into this territory where he's like, oh, that Minnesota kid. Man, he certainly uncovered some crap. And as a huge Joe fan, as a bit of a Joe head myself, I noticed all the other Joes, people call them other Joes, you know, podcasters who are like, oh, Joe Rogan, I'll do that. They've been talking about this too.
Ooh. What do you think about journalism? Before you go, we gotta get you out of
I don't know, Theo.
They just had the had this stuff in Minnesota recently where this young guy Nick Shirley, I'm sure you're familiar with him now, and like you were saying earlier, everybody knows his name. Now he's been I would say kind of vigilante journalism for a while.
Kind of gonzo.
Like he kind of invested in some of these Somali.
What?
My spy got returned because you took the city.
Oh.
I was stealing a tech boost, you fuck. So I was like, ooh, a spy. But it's not what I thought. Oh, well. You might have a little trouble when you get to me, by the way.
Daycare center?
Well,
I've been working.
I could have just not nuked, but sniped every capital and ended it instantly, but I'm giving you time by taking every city but yours.
No, I know.
Right.
What were your thoughts on some of that? And then what do you think about vigilante journalism?
I mean, I think it's great. And again, that's not
Dave.
Vouch for this kid or something.
Andrew Callahan's been doing it for a long time. I was like,
I think those guys are really important. And one of the things that I found so fascinating about this was just that, look, there's been reporting on the fraud in Minnesota before this, and there's even been they claim some indictments and stuff like that. But dude, just the fact that this guy is driving the media narrative now, And then you see CNN and CBS and them, they got to now respond to him.
Oh my God.
It used to be.
He's been enabling this fraud to happen. And so I go and make this video, and I showed the fraud happening, and you would think people would be like, oh, amazing. This kid just showed that fraud's happening. Yes. Instead, Tim Walz goes on TV. He calls me a white supremacist, calls me far right, and he also calls me a delusional conspiracy theorist.
What the heck?
Are you any of those things?
No.
It's another
and so
Joe.
Tim Walz, after calling me all that.
This is one of the many Joes. Chris Williamson. He's another Joe. He's one of the many Joes. So the Joe universe, Joe and his loyal army of Joes, they're really into this story. They're like, man, that kid, that awesome kid went out there and he did, I don't know, he did something.
Hey, John.
It's sort of funny though, because I'm like, did they watch the video?
So, you know the Venetian arsenal that I built? It turns out that it's not just the arsenal that I built it next to, it's all of them. So I just produced 2 battleships out of 1, which is neat. So that's a fucking great wonder to build. But it's naval, so hit and miss.
That's nice, honey.
Mm-hmm.
You could go watch that video. Has like 3.5 or 4 million views, and it's basically like this sleepy kid going around, and he's like, "Can I see the kids in there? Are there kids in there?" And people are like, "Go away." And that's like the whole video. But let's look at this kid. Let's take a look at this kid, who Joe and the other Joes, the many Joes, are all worked up in their little muscle suits about. Let's take a look.
So I'll leave it at that. And then where did the bus bring them? Right there to Cedar Riverside. That was the hub of Somali.
I can't see
their foothold in Minneapolis. And then Omar Jamal stood in a corner in downtown Minneapolis, got to be 15, 20 years ago. And he said, we're planting our flag right here.
Oh.
This is going to be Somali World Headquarters outside of Somalia, Minneapolis.
Okay.
And don't you know the state flag of Minnesota has changed from this beautiful historic flag to the flag that is almost exactly the same as the flag of Somalia.
Well, Tim Walz said your old flag was racist.
God.
It was a farmer with a plow horse.
They really did it.
Definitely the sleepiest journalist. Sleepiest on the ground journalist.
I say, well, what is the end result of this? The end result of this is that this becomes Somalia.
Okay. I mean, they already planted their flag here, essentially.
They literally had planted their flag at the Capitol. It's a flag of Somalia, literally.
So there's a flag problem. Whoa, hey, sleepy boy, hold on. Hey, I got a question for that guy. So there's a flag-based problem, primarily.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these daycares, these child care.
Oh my God. These guys are obsessed with Somalia.
What has happened is that the Somali community is a very closed community.
Somalia.
As a block. Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Who's supposed to do drop Somalians?
Jumped last Saturday by 3 Somali men.
Oh wow! Oh my God! I'm hearing a lot about Somalia. But the whole Rogan verse talking about this, and they're really focused on Somalia. And there's a couple funny things about this video, like right off the bat, if you watch it. The first thing is, he never really names this guy. Like, who is this guy? This is your main character in this documentary. He's like, this guy is David. Okay. Hello, David. David, AKA
Deshaun Parker.
Okay, then he does another video. You gotta follow up to this. You gotta keep this fire burning. So he does another video with this same guy. Here we go.
How bad is this fraud?
This
I don't know.
is the worst fraud in human history.
How have Somalians gotten into the system to fraud?
Somalia!
I'm here in Minneapolis right now, and I'm meeting with a man who's been doing his own research for years as he's been speculating this fraud, as he's seen it blatantly inside of his neighborhoods and the areas that he calls home. This is...
Okay, who is that man? This is an interview with a man. Okay? Now we'll be doing an interview, and
this is a human man.
Who is that guy?
Interview with a man who has done everything possible to expose the fraud, and now let's get into the interview.
Okay.
There's a lot of fraud happening here in Minnesota.
Okay.
You've been living here for years now,
And your name
is this fraud?
Okay.
So I was born in Minneapolis.
And your name is what?
A long time ago. I've lived my whole life here.
And no introduction there. It's a little weird. I'm here with.
This is a human man.
That was something like right off the bat when I was like, yeah, people are really talking about these videos. Let me go check this out. And they're like, I'm here with a man. I'm here today with a human man. His name is David. No need to know the rest. And, you know, some papers like the Star Tribune, which is like a local Minneapolis. Prince's place. Wonder if this guy knows Prince. Get down to the real stuff. Did this guy know Prince? Did he meet Prince? We're here today investigating. Did you know Prince before he died? Then some guy's like, yeah, I saw him. He got coffee at a place. I think he had a wig on or something. Okay. It's confirmed the people of Minneapolis, the older ones, had seen Prince. I'm here reporting live. Okay. But I thought that was kind of funny. It's like, okay, it's just an unnamed, is the main character of your documentary. He's an unnamed guy. But the Star Tribune and I think the Intercept or some other places, they like looked up, who is this guy? And you could go read it. He's basically like, you know, according to these reports, he's got some like Republican Party connections. He's for a long time been posting some, let's just say, odd stuff, you know. But even then, you know, it's like, oh, he posted some odd stuff. There was an Instagram that he took down that had some questionable material on it. I mean, even in this interview, he's like, they're replacing the flag. They are taking over. Yeah, it's like, okay, I think we kind of get the perspective this is coming from. But that's still kind of odd to be like, here's the main character of my documentary. No name required. But the other interesting thing about this, and I found this like within an hour,
why does the
20 minutes,
state have
you
so
know,
many
with the same level
ranges?
of technology slash mental capability that Joe, Theo, whoever, all these other morons, me as a moron myself, a dedicated moron, I was able to find this. This kind of fraud in Minnesota has been going on for a long time. It's been like under investigation, all this crap. And you can find this like on the, what the hell is this? The Attorney's Office, District of Minnesota, the DOJ website. And this has been brought up to this slightly sleepy little kid too. This has been brought up. He doesn't really know what to do with this one. Is they're sending a lady to jail for this kind of fraud? It even in the like court documents, it's like she's the mastermind of this like child care fraud in Minnesota.
And you had to settle it.
Not Somalia.
Somalia.
You can look it up. Her name's Amy Bach. Just a random Minnesota white lady. What I could not find in the documents is whether or not she'd seen Prince. So I will be contacting. You finish the joke. Who cares? So, you know, that presents a pretty massive problem for their little story because this guy, unnamed man, don't look him up. That's his full name. Unnamed human man. Do not look him up. You know, their whole story is these people, they're a uniquely violent people with a culture of crime. By the way, that story doesn't really make sense because one of the ringleaders who it's been proven in court is one of the ringleaders and is going to jail for hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud, not Somalian.
Somalia!
So already, and again, this took me like 20 minutes, you know, and Joe and all the other Joes are spreading this around. Look at this kid's amazing.
President Trump is turning up the pressure on the Pentagon and America's biggest defense contractors. Take a look at shares of defense stocks. Currently, one of the top leaders on the day. You're up anywhere from 2 to 4 to, well, maybe even 15%. And he's calling for more U.S. defense spending to make that dream a reality, targeting $1.5 trillion by 2027.
Somalia!
Oh, wait, this is Fox News. This is news. What are people saying in the comments of this video, by the way? I do not agree with this huge defense budget. That's a very straightforward, I do not agree. Yet most senior citizens can't afford to live, okay? You can't even fix healthcare. Whoa, $1 trillion isn't enough to protect this country? Hey, wait a second. I see something I don't like here. The thinking emoji face? You can't just throw that around. Are you sick? Okay, this is funny. This little kid who went down to Minnesota, it's It's funny if you look into it for like which Joe and Theo and all these guys do not have the time to do.
They just do not have the time, man.
But it's like immediately hilarious because this kid The investigative reporter kid what is his name? Nick. He also like went to meet with Trump. He did some like press conference. Trump was like, "A very good job from the little boy."
The little handsome boy. What's your name? Whatever it is, good for you.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist.
So he's like, oh, thank God, he's finding all this fraud with these evil people from an evil country.
Somalia!
You know, and that kid's really helping out because there's all this money from the government or whatever, wasting the tax money, blah, blah, blah. We just watched a clip where it's like, oh, he's gonna spend an additional bazillion, trillion, million, you know, on these defense contractors. And even Fox News is like, well, look at those stock prices going way up. Here's an interesting story. What the hell does this goddamn stupid thing say? Oh, it's from CBS Austin. I've been there. Pentagon faces scrutiny over billions in confirmed fraud. 7 consecutive failed audits. Okay. Oh, but he met with Trump, though. But he's catching the fraud. Okay. So, yeah, it's adorable, and I love that little handsome boy of all media, you know, going or wandering around or whatever he's doing, hanging out with his bro, unnamed human man number 1. This took me, what, like 30, 40 minutes to put this together? And it's just like, oh, fraud's everywhere. I mean, this is just like nonstop fraud. Fraud here, fraud there, fraud everywhere. And this is one of the like biggest obvious ones, you know? So it's like, okay, you look at the stuff that Joe and all the other Joes are looking at, and it's like, okay, we're focusing on one area of fraud in an ocean of giant, massive fraud, you know, even being done by the president that you went to meet with. And congratulations to this little boy. And we're looking at these people and we're saying, oh, these people are uniquely fraudsters and violent. I mean, the whole thing doesn't make sense because, like, obviously also, like, there's like 100,000 people of Somali origin living in Minnesota. Way more of them are going to be victimized by this fraud than part of it. Like, obviously. And it's also like they never give like a prescription for this, like, hey, maybe it should just all be public, cut out the private middleman, you know, because that's where you see fraud everywhere. I mean, nice charter school fraud, people have been talking about this.
Hey, leave my fishing
Was that all Somalians? Somalia! That's been a thing for over a decade.
They've done nothing wrong.
I mean,
they are
like,
pure souls.
You know, let's spend hours and hours talking about all the fraud that goes with these private, you know, this privatized crap. It's also like people have pointed this out over and over again. There's this guy, Rick Scott,
Florida,
from the great state of
Pendejo.
Yes. There's a really interesting case. Even if you just read like the court files of that guy's case, it's kind of like, because it was like a massive Medicare fraud thing, you know, from the same source, like privatizing stuff. But they did that with like medical care. And people always bring up Rick Scott in this case because it kind of makes their little story fall apart. Because he was in like a historic, you know, medical care fraud. Like it was historic. People were like, what the hell? People went like this, what the hell? It was one of the biggest fraud cases in history. And the guy was still like in the government in Florida. But it's interesting, like nobody goes, hey, we have a real problem with creepy looking bald white guys. We need to kick their little butts out of the country, you know? So then you kind of start to see what this is. It's like, okay, there's fraud all over the place. This is sort of like in the air we breathe, all fraud all the time. But they're like, oh no, look, actually, there's these people, mostly poor people, who are actually mostly victimized by this. And kick their butts out of here. Don't look at all the other stuff. Kick their butts out of here, man. There's the solution. Not changing all the privatization of this crap, blah, 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 blah. No, there are a group of people who are uniquely fraudsters. Bald, white guy, Somalians. Somalia! Kick their butts out. And, you know, normal people would say, oh, that's a stupid red herring nonsense piece of political crap. Unless you're the Joes of all media, then you spread this crap all around. Look at this.
Okay, so what's been the rest of the fallout sort of structurally of what's gone on in Minnesota?
Right.
Childcare stuff's been halted until you prove and then you can get it back.
Right.
Yes. Huh? That's been a fallout. Just the other day, the protesters stormed ICE, and ICE actually killed a protester.
I saw there was that lady in the car.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that was very sad to see.
I wanted to talk about this, dude, because I think
don't call it. Dude,
one of the concerns that everybody has is we've already got some pretty sort of tight tensions around this sort of stuff at the moment. The UK maybe even more so than here.
Right.
How much do you think your video contributed to the tension of what happened in Minneapolis the other day?
It's an unfair question. Go ahead.
Well, they surged the city with federal agents.
Right. It's a little boy.
They launched these investigations, which is a good thing. Do we want crime to be happening? Do we want illegal migrants running rampant in our cities? Do we want millions of dollars being funneled across to other places? These are all good things. But now the left is saying that you're a bad person for trying to crack down and uphold the law.
Okay.
And so for that lady to be out there and impeding law enforcement and then attempt to...
Is this a religious victory, is it?
The darkness, and light into our
I've never seen a religious victory.
Thanks to you, we found...
The noticer has succeeded. Man, look at me go right at the end. Graphs. Buildings constructed.
To run him over. Like, the video is pretty evident that she was going to... Her target was to run him over. And he shot her. Super tragic. I was super sad when I saw that video.
Yeah.
Oh.
You wanted to end it. Aren't we doing another one?
Well, I hit just one more turn because I figured I'd also kill you.
Whatever. We can if you want.
Well, I already left.
Fair.
So, definitely not ever doing standard speed again for stream.
Yeah. I think so.
So, my idea that I had... Okay. What's the one that's like
that did not need to happen.
Why on
she
this
didn't
podcast,
need to put law
man?
enforcement in risk.
Right.
She could have supported.
Okay.
And it's just gotten to a point where people need to really come to their senses and think, okay,
I'm watching
this is
a
law
little kid.
enforcement.
Wow, whoa. I'm watching a weird video made by a little kid. Need to come to their senses on that. Or they need to watch a video. Why aren't they naming the guy who's the main character of this documentary? People need to come to their senses. Oh, what were you saying? Sorry.
If they're going to tell us to do something, you should probably do it.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Go ahead,
then you're
Joe.
seeing these politicians come out and say,
so yeah, look, I don't know, man, but if I were one of these another Joes, if I were one of the many Joes and I'm interviewing this kid, I mean, wouldn't you at some point be like, why am I interviewing this sleepy little kid?
Why am I interviewing this little sleepy boy?
Because even in this interview, you could see like, okay, the story here doesn't totally make a lot of sense. You know, because he's been telling the story, as we seen from the clips, you know, with David no last name, you know, oh man, these people, they come in here and they do all this crime. By the way, there's like crime and fraud top to bottom. Our whole medical system is basically a giant fraud, yada, yada, yada. So you can't really say these people are unique fraudsters. And one of the ringleaders of this thing who's going to jail and it's all proven in court is not Somalian. She's a white lady. So, okay, our story doesn't really make a lot of sense. Even there, you would have to be like, okay, why am I interviewing this kid? I'm an adult man. I'm a human man. You look in the mirror and you say,
this is a human man.
Why am I interviewing this kid?
Don't know.
This weird kid. This weird kid who like went to daycares in Minnesota and said, let me see those kids.
You, I guess.
Why am I doing this? Then this same little sleepy kid who you're interviewing is like, yeah, you know, the stupid video that I did probably had something to do with, you know, these goofuses, you know, running around Minnesota. And then this huge, you know, terrible, tragic story with this lady happens. You know, and then this little kid who, again, you're interviewing a little kid. Someone with the mind of a little kid, at least. You know, goes on to tell the, for some reason, totally politicized story of this lady, you know, in Minnesota, that they're now, you know, massive
Put your difficulty on king as well, because I just want to see when we spawn in if we have the same gold or not.
Okay.
Protest about, which there should be. You know, at what point do you say, you know what? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Okay, yes, he did get 3.5 million views, but is that all that matters here? Am I just a pure click goblin at this point?
Yes.
Why do you think it is that the mainstream press had such a problem with it? Is it just good optics to seem like you're sort of fighting for the underdog brown person, or is there something deeper going on?
I think it's because they're trying to delegitimize me. Because I pose a threat to everything that they are. I pose a threat to their viewership, to their dollars, to their fan base. Right. And so why would they want me to get credit for a story that they should have been reporting on? They have thousands of employees.
Well, they were.
There's certainly
Go ahead, other Joe.
A rivalry between independent and legacy media in that way. I would say, at least...
Okay. You got to have an answer for that.
Again, the immediate benefit that these people get, in the same way as the immediate benefit that Tim Waltz perhaps got, is the optics. That if you're not seen to be pushing back against this, you're seen to be implicitly agreeing with and endorsing the worst possible explanation of why you could have done it. That you don't like brown people. That you're the secret agent for Donald Trump.
Not exactly the answer I was looking for, other Joe. That's not exactly the answer I was looking for from my other Joe. The real answer would be, yes, that is true. Very good. Very good, kid. You know, that is good. That the legacy media that has lied about a bunch of crap over and over and over and over and keeps doing it. You know, and then you got like Barry Weiss, who he probably likes, you know, out there dancing around blatantly censoring, whatever. And all the rest of the old...
Who are you picking?
I don't know.
Germany or Japan? There's also Tokugawa, who's Japan as well. But he's not as good. It's funny because there was only 9 civs when the game launched.
Really?
Yeah.
That is remarkably low.
It's crazy.
I will do Germany again. Was Germany one of them? And was it World War II Germany?
Yes, Germany. No, it's the guy you are.
Okay.
Germany and Japan were one of them. Let's see. What do I want to do? They were doing just a simple burger meme about video games. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
But yes, I think German good option for now. I don't mind the play style, and considering that I got like waged war on by like 5 different people at the start, came pretty good. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
So I'll stick with Germany. My drink completely melted and now it's warm.
I think I'm gonna go Abe Lincoln.
Abraham. Okay. Wait. Apaches versus what's it? No, it's fucking tanks. They don't get the Luftwaffe, do they? That could have been fun.
Who do we want the boss to be?
Make it the Maya.
Lady Six guy.
Yeah, I kind of want to see how the AI plays though.
The old media that's just all a bunch of crap. Yes, it's true people are less and less interested in that. Yes, their views are going down. That doesn't mean you can't still do bad reporting as a little kid, which you did. Yeah, with some of these shows, you got to be like, when do you examine this and say, okay, maybe this is an irresponsible click-getting situation. You know, I'm talking to a little kid who seems to be falling asleep here, who in an absolute ocean of fraud, he's like, you know, all over his channel singling out a small group of people who may or may not, or their parents were born in another country. They're a unique culture of fraud and deception and trickery and magic and shadow work. And like that story instantly falls apart. You know, and the solution to all this is probably the same with like healthcare, just like cutting out all the private fraudsters. You know, that would be of every group of people from any whose parents or grandparents or whatever are from any country. Maybe you cut out what makes all this fraud happen. No, we're not even talking about that. Okay, what exactly am I doing on this channel with this sleepy little kid? I don't know, and no one knows, but we're gonna keep talking about it forever. Thank you. I'm reporting live from Somalia. I'm one of the many Joes.
We're not racist. Everyone's equal.
Right.
But diversity. But then it turns into diversity.
Communism.
Diversity, but not diversity
Joe,
of thought.
Right.
I may not be an expert in politics, but I'm an expert on hypocrisy. When you grow up around alcoholics who say, I love you, and then their behavior's incongruous, you look for patterns of hypocrisy. That's just what we're wired to do. So it just started to just be like, hold on.
Blanket progressive ideas. You've attached yourself to an ideology, and that ideology you'll defend because it's your identity. It's you. It's who you are.
Okay, there we go, man. Wow, people really, man, the Joe audience really is giving.
Hang on, we gotta wait for Sean Bean to talk.
To man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. Abraham Lincoln, you rose to the challenge.
I just want you to know.
As your country toiled.
Hey, it started me in without me hitting confirm to go. I just want you to know the climate is fucked.
What do you mean?
Oh, we're gonna fucking pollute the shit out of the climate.
Okay.
He's giving a very hard time.
By the way, see this right here?
No.
I have tobacco down here. It requires irrigation, and I believe I build a plantation on that. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to just settle my city on top of the tobacco.
It's not a bad idea.
And it gives me the luxury, and I can immediately trade that luxury if I want to.
I'm having a hard time.
Settling on top of
You're having a hard time.
Stuff is good
I'm
too,
sorry,
sometimes.
man. Where are you? Somalia. Oh, they're really giving this Whitney Cummings a hard time. She is not an interesting guest. Sorry, Whit. I'm so sorry. But I do like that. Joe's like, man, all these people, they say the same crap, man. They're all repeating the same crap. Also, Zoran Mondani is a communist and everything. Everyone's fleeing New York because of his blatant communism.
Man, people need to stop just repeating the same crap. We need diversity of thought, bro.
We need diversity of thought. Also, by the way, I couldn't take 30 minutes to look into this kid that I'm promoting on my bazillion view channel to find out that this is a total scapegoating red herring piece of crap.
What was the layout, the offset layout for the German one? Was it 3 or 4? Offset by 4.
You want me to send
one?
It to you?
Yeah. Because I've got a perfect river that I can do 2 cities like that.
There you go.
Great. Okay. Not quite That one, it was the double city, not the triple. It was a single river double city.
I don't know. That's the one that's in the guide.
Mm.
You can Google image search. Like Civ 6 Germany building.
Double city, single river.
Crap, to distract from the nonstop fraud, to pin it on, the shadowy outsider, and obviously to distract from way worse stuff that they're funneling money into that we all know about. Oh, but exactly, Joe and Whitney, the problem is the great communism in New York. Thank God we have an outsider view from Joe and Whit.
Hello? Ding dong, anybody home? Joe and Whitney. Okay, that's enough.
I am having trouble doing the show.
Exactly. Well, there we go, guys. It's already being considered by the critics
as a fire another one.
An absolute toilet of another one that you can
cut your meat
to. Okay, you can't just use drops as a crutch, But guys, it is.
Yes, explore my little island, man. Oh, good.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman.
Yep.
Release footage shows Renee Good, the third.
My shit still ain't catch up.
No, I fucked up, but that's fine.
Bro, they put that Moldovan interview behind members only. Why isn't my shit... Why is my shit still showing Iron Brown over there?
No clue.
"37-year-old mother of three shot dead by an ICE agent in Minneapolis last week calmly told the agent, quote, "I'm not mad at you," right before he shot her. In footage ICE claims was recorded by ICE agent Jonathan Ross on his cell phone, Good is seen sitting in her car as Ross circles around her vehicle in the middle of the road. Good's wife, Becca, also speaks to Ross in the roughly 40-second encounter. The video begins shortly before Ross fired his gun while also recording on his phone and continues for a few minutes afterwards.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. It's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the
Go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
After ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot Renee
he
Good,
did call her a
male voice,
bitch after he
possibly
killed her.
Ross,
That's
is
cool.
heard in the video saying effing bitch. The Minnesota Star Tribune reports Ross is
Well,
a
it really
firearms
sounds like his
instructor, appears to have
fragile
defended white
masculinity is what
supremacists
killed her
online.
here.
He was deployed to Iraq in 2004 and 5 before joining Border Patrol and then ICE. His family and friends reportedly describe him as a hardcore conservative Christian and MAGA supporter. This comes as Renee Good's wife, Becca, released her first statement following the fatal shooting.
You
saying,
mean one of
quote,
Trump's
"Renee was
Nazis is a
Christian
Trump
who knew that all
supporter?
religions
Crazy.
teach the same essential truth. We're here to love each other, care for each other, and keep each other safe and whole."
Sorry, I was planning out my city.
Agent, she said, quote, "We had whistles, they had guns," unquote. Meanwhile, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has doubled down on allegations Good was engaged in domestic terrorism. She spoke here on CNN.
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public.
As protests continue in Minneapolis.
I'm going to refresh my page just real quick. Now it's just a gray box.
Weird. So, just looking at my tax here, I'm going to get minimum 18 production from 2 zones on this river.
Oh, you're using your tax? I'm so proud of you, honey.
Because I didn't know that they showed you the production and shit afterwards as well.
Yes. That's the point of using them. Also, if you use your lenses and click the builder lenses, it'll tell you what the colors mean when you're in builder mode.
Okay.
I think it's really bad at telling me what tiles I can repair. It's so weird. It's just a gray blob on my screen. It's still RM brown on this one, too.
I don't know. It's RM brown, but I could hear another video.
Okay, so that doesn't help me, Jack. That means something is wrong. You said it was fine.
Well, I wasn't looking, to be honest. It sounded fine, and that's what I thought you meant. Do you want me to take it off?
No, I got it. Now it should be good.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
I just have to reshare every time, because if I swap tabs, it's breaking now.
Okay. I think I figured out.
Newly released footage shows.
Okay. I think it makes sense now. I might be able to stick a dam here. No, I don't think they're floodplains. No, they're not. Damn. Might be a little bit lacking, but that's all right.
Oh, shit.
I might be able to get a third if I put another city. Hold on. No, it'll be too close. That's a shame. Because what? This is within 1, 2.
Yeah, you also want to try to be at least 6 tiles apart. But
well,
if you
that's
do
not
12
going to
tiles,
happen.
If you do 12 tiles apart between your cities, then at maximum growth, the cities would have their maximum thing. But that's like really impractical, and it leaves so many spaces in your cities.
Yeah, so I think
it's better to do...
If you are restricted from your city growing out in a perfect outward expansion, do you just branch out wherever the fuck you can? Is that how it works? So, like, if you...
It can only expand 6 tiles from your city center. But to even get to the point where your city is at maximum growth, where every 6 tiles in every direction are taken from the city, is really insane. You need, like, an insanely high population to get that high.
Yeah, okay. Because I usually go 4.
Yeah, I do between 4 and 6. Because I'd rather start branching the cities together sooner than later. Anyway, next turn.
Shows Renee Good, the 37-year-old mother of 3, shot dead by an ICE agent in Minneapolis last week, calmly told the agent, quote, "I'm not mad at you," right before he shot her. In footage ICE claims was recorded by ICE agent Jonathan Ross on his cell phone, Good is seen sitting in her car as Ross circles around her vehicle in the middle of the road. Good's wife, Becca, also speaks to Ross in the roughly 40-second encounter. The video begins shortly before Ross fired his gun, while also recording on his phone, and continues for a few minutes afterwards.
Now you.
Show your face. I'm not mad at you. It's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen. to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Get out of the
I'm just thinking about the second
After
city
Ice
center
Agent
placement.
Jonathan Ross shot Renee Good.
Because like
Think about it while the game loads.
It doesn't. Have
I got
enough time.
barbarians. I don't have time for your shit.
I have barbarians too.
Okay, next turn, please. Look at how shiny it is.
Because I feel like I should put it on the tobacco plantation, because I'll still be able to hit the river, and I might be able to put an aqueduct in too, because I won't be touching the river. I think that might be a better placement.
Yeah, because
and then I'll also be able to get a third city.
If you settle on the luxuries, it saves you from having to build a builder to then also have the upgrade to work the luxury
but then
as well.
I also get a coastal city plus the luxury, plus the addition of the aqueduct to the thing here. So potentially a good one.
A male voice, possibly Ross's, is heard in the video saying effing bitch. The Minnesota Star Tribune reports Ross is a firearms instructor who appears to have defended white supremacists online. He was deployed to Iraq in 2004 and 5 before joining Border Patrol and then ICE. His family and friends reportedly describe him as a hardcore conservative Christian and MAGA supporter. This comes as Renee Good's wife, Becca, released her first statement following the fatal shooting, saying, quote, Renee was a Christian who knew that all religions teach the same essential truth. We're here to love each other, care for each other, and keep each other safe and whole. About their encounter with ICE agents, she said, quote, we had whistles, they had guns, unquote. Meanwhile, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has doubled down on allegations Good was engaged in domestic terrorism. She spoke here on CNN.
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public.
As protests continue in Minneapolis over Good's killing, tens of thousands of people took to the streets nationwide, led by the Ice Out for Good campaign from Los Angeles to New York.
Los Angeles.
What happened there completely inexcusable, and what makes it even worse is the administration's reaction to it. From Kristi Noem, President Trump, Vice President Vance, all of them slandering her as a domestic terrorist. And if they can call her a domestic terrorist, then we're all domestic terrorists, you know?
For more, we go to Minneapolis to speak with civil rights attorney and activist Nikema Levy-Armstrong, as hundreds more federal agents are expected to deploy this week to Minneapolis. Nikema, thanks for joining us again on Democracy Now! We spoke to you after the George Floyd police murder 5 years ago, and now here you are back again. If you can respond to what Kristi Noem is saying, she immediately has come to a conclusion about what happened, and they are preventing, saying that they will not cooperate with state and local authorities in Minnesota to investigate what took place. The state and the city of Minneapolis are pushing back. We spoke to Attorney General Keith Ellison, the Minnesota Attorney General. Explain what's happening right now.
Well, number one, we know that DHS Secretary
Are we for real right now?
Kristi Noem is not only lying, she's rushing to judgment. Amy, as you know, anytime there's a police shooting and there are witnesses and we see what happens on video, we're told, pipe down, wait for the evidence all to come forward, the investigation to be complete before drawing any conclusions regarding the outcome. And here, in this instance, we're seeing the exact opposite take place, but this time at the hands of the federal government, who has already labeled the victim falsely as a domestic terrorist.
Are we fucking for real right now?
We heard from so-called President Donald Trump claiming that Renee Good tried to run the ICE agent over with her vehicle, which, again, is false. We heard J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, claiming that federal agents have complete immunity, which is a lie. And so those folks at the highest levels of government are perpetuating falsehoods, narratives that are nonsensical, and working overtime to justify the brutal murder of Renee Good, a mother of 3, which is unconscionable and unacceptable. And so the people of the state of Minnesota, as well, of course, as the city of Minneapolis, have consistently taken to the streets to call for justice for Renee Good. As a matter of fact, the day after Renee Good was killed, the FBI made it clear that they were disinviting the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which is one of our state agencies primarily responsible for investigating the use of deadly force.
Bro, they're spawning Saka horse archers now. What the fuck?
Wait, what is happening?
The barbarians.
Oh.
They spawned 3 horsemen. Now they're spawning Saka horse archers.
Force in the state of Minnesota. They said that they could no longer participate in the investigation, that they would not
I don't know what's
share
going on with
evidence.
you.
And so after that happened, the Bureau of
I
Criminal
have another
Apprehension
camp not
essentially
too far
said, hey,
from me,
there's
too.
nothing we can do. And there was silence on the part of a lot of our elected
I'm chilling.
officials, many of whom are Democratic in terms of running the city of Minneapolis,
I'll
as
beat
well as
him
our
off.
governor, Tim Walz, who
Hi,
is a
Wendy.
Democrat. They were largely silent after that, but we, the people, actually made the decision to go out and educate the public. We held an emergency press conference, and we called upon local elected officials to take matters into their own hands by taking control of the investigation. We said, under the law, you are able to charge and arrest Jonathan Ross for the murder of Renee Good. We've all seen the videos. We know that there are plenty of witnesses.
What is
that
this?
should be sufficient evidence to demonstrate probable cause for the arrest of Jonathan Ross.
I guess on
And
the
I'm
six-armed
saying this in
snowflake, there's no
contrast to what
tribal
happens
villages.
If, let's
Why
say, a
c-
young black man
Why can't I
commits a
settle there?
crime.
This is bullshit.
Imagine a young black
Why
man
is it red?
standing in
If
front
it's
of a
red,
person's
can I not
vehicle
settle there?
and opening
Probably means
fire
there's
and shooting them in the
barbarians.
head. That person would have been arrested immediately.
Or
So there should
Even on-
not be
on
a
my
double
settler?
standard
Too close
for
to
law
another city
enforcement,
if it's red.
particularly when it
fucking
comes
damn it.
to ICE agents who are acting with a reckless disregard for human life, and they are also violating the law, but they are not being held accountable.
I'm wondering, Nikema Levy-Armstrong, if you have a comment on your local home paper, Minnesota Star Tribune, reporting Jonathan Ross, a firearms instructor, appears to have defended white supremacists online, deployed to Iraq in 2004 and 5 before joining Border Patrol and ICE. Friends and family describe him as a hardcore conservative Christian and MAGA supporter. His
That's a
sister
way to
took him on
scout
in a
checking the
Facebook
settler
post,
lens, yeah.
but saying, I love you, Jonathan, you're my brother, but I'm not going to have this fight on Facebook. Your response?
Well, I'm glad that the Star Tribune is doing its part in reporting the truth. As a matter of fact, one of the demands
Okay,
that
I just
we
got a
made when we
Pantheon,
held
did you?
Negative. But I kind of have a perfect three-sided island here to have aqueduct. They're not stacked up, but they'll be aqueduct, commercial hub, Hamza. Like it basically looks like a triskelion, the mountain in the middle. So I've got these little alcoves on each side, and then I'll cut through the mountains with military engineers. I'm already planning.
I think,
No.
I think we're going to go fishing boats since there's going to be a lot of coastal tiles, right? I mean, I already have, like, I can already see a lot of fish. Someone else got a Pantheon before me because religious settlements was gone.
Our press conference was for the release of the name of the ICE agent to come forward, and the Star Tribune
Wow, the Saka
was
horse
actually the
archers
paper
are actually kind of dog shit.
that was the first to release Jonathan Ross's name, and that's how we found out that he is actually a resident of the state of Minnesota. He is also married to a Filipino immigrant. And so there are so many contradictions.
Bro bought himself a wife.
With regard to his background, the fact that he would be married to an immigrant and harbor such hateful views, and the way in which he treated Renee Good,
cognitive dissonance,
demonstrated hate towards women. The fact that you can look at a defenseless woman who's essentially unarmed, has a smile on her face, is kind in the way that she's speaking to him, and for him to be able to see her as a threat, it's unconscionable to me. But again, what we have to realize is that the federal government is essentially unleashing ICE agents, of course, in cities across America, particularly democratically run cities, which I believe is intentional. And with regard to what is happening in Minnesota, the largest deployment of ICE agents in U.S. history, it's not a coincidence that this is happening, and we believe in retaliation.
I've never seen barbarians
running to
like
become
that.
the vice president of the United States and taking on Donald Trump and MAGA, and speaking the truth around the issues that are happening. And in response to that, what's going on? We're seeing retaliation. We're seeing hellhounds being unleashed in the city of Minneapolis, and claiming to have federal authority to do the things that they're doing, dragging people out of their cars, busting down people's doors, kicking in people's doors, showing up at local Target stores and arresting employees. It's outrageous. The churches aren't safe. The schools aren't safe. As a matter of fact, Minneapolis Public Schools shut down schools on Thursday and Friday after an attack by ICE agents where they were seen physically abusing children, apprehending 1 or 2 staff members, as well as pepper spraying children. Getting out of school, high school students at Roosevelt High School.
That's right. Nikema Levy-Armstrong, I want to thank you for being with us, civil rights attorney, founder of the Racial Justice Network, of course.
Pissed. The place I wanted to settle.
For 4 years to be an ICE agent?
Pissed.
Is this what your parents would be proud of?
Pissed.
Does this work for everyone?
Yep. Oh, is this him slipping? You love to
Even
see
ICE
it.
doesn't support ICE. ICE are slipping on ice, and it is making the people happy. So I got a couple of videos to share of different ICE agents slipping on ice in Minnesota.
And
then I'm also going to get to
discharge.
Christy Nome doing the proverbial
Wait, there was an
faceplant
ND?
on CNN.
There's one
Seriously?
where he slips on ice and does an ND.
Oh my god. I don't ever think I've seen a
bullshit
police force
coming out of her
more
mouth with the stuff that she's being shown and her inability to react to it.
It's because it's all mall cops.
Here is the first clip
incredible.
of the ice slipping on ice. This is so fantastic. 2 guys walking along here. it appears
it's his
there's a
flashlight.
flash.
Oh, okay.
Early reporting was claiming it was a muzzle flash. I think it's just a flashlight. So ridiculous.
I only
But
saw it on my phone.
This one is really getting the attention because of everything around it. The audio, the people there. It is so fantastic. Just enjoy this.
My tax money, please! Enough! Enough!
The Ottomans.
Oh, the mushroom hat people.
Sup, are you the guy who tells Maria the princess is in another castle?
Mm-hmm. All right.
Everything
plans
about
back
this
on,
is
John.
amazing. The running towards something very urgent. The complete loss of the control of his legs. The fact that this lady in the back is jumping up in the air in joy. Everybody's laughing. This photographer here taking all the pictures.
Amazing.
He's bowing his head in shame as he runs away. Oh my God. Could not be more incredible. What an amazing video. So here's a close-up of a different angle. As he's midair. I'm just going to quote this without comment. Put those legs up, birthday boy. You know what time it is. It's like a 5-year-old reference to another tweet, but we can move on. Here's another example of people pushing back on just this invasion.
You guys are all broke. Look what you're doing for work. This is what you went to school for? You went to school for 4 years to be an ICE agent? Is this what your parents would be proud of? Huh? You guys are fucking bums.
This is the way. Shame them into quitting. Like, just insult their masculinity because they are the biggest bitches.
I think that goes on for 2 minutes. I'll link to below the video in case you want to see the whole thing. Credit to Fort Fisher for taking these on-the-ground videos. That's, of course, Bavino, the chief leader there, leader of the dipshits, walking out of a Target, again, terrorizing people for absolutely no reason. Now,
did you send it on
something to make you feel good?
Signal?
Somali aunties were giving out samosas to the anti-ICE protesters in Minneapolis. So the one effect this is having, I should say one positive effect it's having, is it's bringing people together. Neighbors coming out, supporting each other, while they all come together to protest this invasion of these Nazi clowns.
This is what we need. This is what we need. Thank you so much. Thank you.
People know their rights, and they are exercising them. Big crowds out, pushing back against this. Here is Corbin Trent on Fox News. Look at the attempt that Fox News does here and the incredible pushback
because of the barbarians.
So what's funny to me is when is violence, when is protest, when is this all acceptable?
But isn't that the same though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody at Columbia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, but they talking about Iran at the ICE protests?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face. I mean, I think it's a very American idea to not want police forces to be able to shoot Americans indiscriminately. And the idea that J.D. Vance says is that they should have absolute immunity.
You can do it.
I thought this guy was a hillbilly. He had a book, Hillbilly Elegy, and I can tell you, hillbilly values, at least from where I'm from in Appalachia, are that the government ought not be able to have absolute immunity when they shoot you in the face. But maybe we came from a different Appalachia.
Okay.
So the Fox News elites are having a very hard time trying to propagandize their way around this. Bringing up Iran, people should be protesting Iran in the U.S. Why? When the U.S. government already does not support Iran. Do people understand the point of protest? Like, the reason why there were protests against Israel in whether it was the U.S., Canada, the U.K., were because their governments were in support or excusing the Israeli government and their actions in Gaza. That is why people were protesting in those other countries. What would be the purpose of protesting the Iranian government in a country that already is against Iran? I mean, some of these arguments are just not even trying.
Solidarity?
Like, at least try to make an argument.
I mean,
but of course, there is no argument to make against what is happening. Now,
I think there's more important things to protest right now.
Doing
Iran?
similar sort of Iran comparison. And what would happen if the shoe was on the other foot?
If there was a 27-year-old Iranian mother that was trying to drive out of an area of protest, and a member of Iran's security forces stuck a gun to the side of her car and shot at her head in point-blank range, oh my God. The world would be up in arms. And Donald Trump, as you will see when we play the clip, would use that as justification for invading Iran.
Joe?
I think it's a fair point, and especially for Americans.
Do you remember that one girl who got her clothes torn off her and then walked down the street and got black bagged and we never saw her again? Man, where was the outrage for that? That was pretty cool. But, you know, these people want to sit here and browbeat you for not protesting for Iran while they've never fucking said a word about it for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck you. How about that? Get fucked. Fucking, I don't hear anybody talking about it. Shut the fuck up. You know who isn't talking about it? Tankies. That's who's not talking about it. I wonder why. Take a wild guess.
I'm in tight with the Ottomans.
Lucky they won't come and fuck you up now.
Don't have the ability to really look outside their own borders. All you have to do is imagine what happened to you happened in a different country and the reaction of the rest of the world. And by the way, the rest of the world is reacting properly to what happened to Renee Nicole Good. We can all see what happened with our own eyes. We don't have to be propagandized by the Trump regime to try and claim something different happened when it's very clear to all of us what happened, despite there being an attempt at a debate about that within the U.S. The rest of us are not confused about what happened. This gets to Kristi Noem on CNN with Jake Tapper, where Jake Tapper brings up a fairly obvious comparison about Jan 6 and how those people were pardoned. Yet here you have this woman getting shot in the face for a three-point turn, and Kristi Noem's complete inability to defend it because, of course, there is no defending it.
I want to ask a question about the rules of how law enforcement is allowed to engage when feeling threatened, per your assertions. Because I want to show some video to you right now and ask, what is the appropriate response for the police officers in this situation?
Stop fucking dinging me. I'm doing something.
Those are law enforcement officers being physically attacked. By this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. That they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president pardoned every single one of those people.
And make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground. And that's one thing that President Trump has been so focused on, is making sure that when we're out there, we don't pick and choose which situations are and which laws are enforced and which ones aren't. Every single one of them is being enforced under the Trump administration, and the clarity of the law stands. And if people don't like it, these members of Congress and elected officials should go change the law and make sure they have that debate and policy change.
I just showed you video of people attacking law enforcement officers. Undisputed proof, undisputed evidence. And I just said President Trump pardoned all of them. And you said that President Trump is enforcing all the laws equally. It's just not true. There's a different standard for law enforcement officials being attacked if they're being attacked by Trump supporters. We just saw that.
This individual and these instances and these investigations all have to be taken and done correctly in context of every situation that is happening on the ground.
She is just terrible. Has nothing to say. And look, I guess to be fair to her, what can she say? That, yes, we are fascists. We treat our supporters differently when they attack police versus when there's a woman driving and she's trying to make a three-point turn and our ICE officers are slightly annoyed and they're allowed to murder her. Like, there's no justification for what happened. So all she can do are just these rehearsed lines that mean nothing because there's no defense of what happened. Like, these people that were pardoned, at least 33 of the January 6th insurrectionists pardoned by President Trump have been rearrested, charged, or sentenced for other crimes since January 6th, 2021. And some of these crimes, I'm not even sure I can say on YouTube without getting this video pulled down, because, yeah, the issues are Not surprising considering when we're talking about Epstein's best friend and his supporters here, but just the level of depravity, the even attempt to try and defend these people,
the forces of evil become
when the standard is clearly very different depending on if you support Trump or not. Like this jackass, he served 75 days in prison for being a part of Jan 6, pardoned by Trump, is now running for political office, and he isn't even the only one. So, as the Guardian writes here, he's far from the first person implicated in the Jan 6 Capitol attack to run for office. At least 3 ran unsuccessfully for Congress in 2024 as Republicans, and there are signs that the Republican Party is welcoming back more people who were convicted of Jan 6 offenses after Trump pardoned them. Jake Lang, who was charged with assaulting an officer, civil disorder, and other crimes before he was pardoned, recently announced he is running for the Senate seat vacated by Marco Rubio in Florida. This is what the Republican Party is. I think it's important people understand this isn't just Trump, and if Trump, if there's a proper election and Trump loses it, it's over. No, this is the Republican Party. This is who they are. They are fascists. We were saying this before the election, and people were saying, "Oh, you're being so alarmist." Were we? Or is just the fact that we are right before everybody else, and now you're just catching up? And like that is the life of people on the left, are being correct before everybody else, being told that you're being dumb for being correct, and then finally everyone else comes to your position when they realize you were actually right to begin with. This has happened again and again and again, whether it's issues of policy like healthcare, whether it's the threat of Donald Trump. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos.
Oh.
Is a major corporation. Does anybody know what the net revenue is for Spotify? Like what kind, how big of a company is it? We must be talking, is it valued $1 billion? It's gotta be, right? It is that, am I seeing that $44 billion?
For some reason, this is in euros, but it says Spotify's net revenue for the first quarter of 2025 was 4.2 billion euro.
Well, I think Spotify could be a European country, but let's be
Swedish, right?
You know, I mean, I don't know what the valuation of a company that's doing approximately
$100 billion.
Yeah, $100 billion valuation.
And they've done that on the backs of like a lot of artists that they have completely.
They completely
ripped off. Yeah,
completely.
They're just
exploit,
in part destroying the music industry.
They completely exploit musicians, and what they also do is they have a big show that is by a self-professed idiot that no one should be listening to, but also gets very mad when people say you're an idiot that no one should be listening to.
And you're part of a conspiracy.
Sort of both, right? He both says I'm an idiot, nobody should be listening to me and taking me seriously.
But if anybody calls me an idiot,
but if anybody says exactly, if anybody says I'm an idiot or that they shouldn't listen to me, they're jealous and they're assholes. Here he is, so desperate to, I don't know if it's just a question of both sides thing or just like believe that Trump is changing the world. This is a guy who believes that that there were kids who were identified as cats, and that's why schools had to put kitty litter into their classrooms, as opposed to there could be a lockdown situation and kids may have to take a shit and won't be able to go to the bathroom because they're in lockdown. And he so believed it that he made up a friend who was married to a
direct
teacher.
Source,
yeah, exactly. Like, I got to backfill this. And here he is, like, doing the same thing, just sort of like seeing one thing and then creating an entire imaginary backstory to justify the killing of supposedly drug-running Venezuelans in boats in the Caribbean. And to the extent that we know anything about them, there's a lot of reporting that a lot of these people are just fishermen. But also we know that there's no evidence whatsoever, zero evidence, that any of these boats were headed to the United States. Venezuela has a very, very small export of drugs to the United States market. It's mostly Europeans. But here he is. He wants to create a backstory where Donald Trump has really helped the country.
It's pinned.
And here he is. Let's hear it.
From the time Trump's been in office, deaths by overdose have dropped off a cliff. Look at that. Look at 2024. And leading into 2025.
Can we watch Red
Look
State?
at these are all
I'll
deaths
put it on the list
from
for next
Can you
overdose.
pause it? I'm sorry.
I mean, that's
Okay, look at that chart. Okay, when does the drop start to happen?
Come with me, and you'll be in a world.
2024.
There's no 2025 data at all in this.
Okay. 2023 and 2024. Biden was president all of 2024.
Wait, what?
Yes.
No, because the election is in 2024.
I got a sticker on my Cybertruck that says Trump 24.
Trump 2024.
Oh, right. Okay, gotcha.
Duh.
Hey, Molly.
It must have been like
What are you doing with
good
all these
equivalent of the
warriors
George Floyd
over
effect.
here?
Do you think somebody sent him? Like, how do you think he comes across this graph? Do you think
some idiot did the exact same mistake he did, probably dishonestly, and he just took it hook, line, and sinker.
you don't think that Rogan has like I'm interested in this. I'm going to spend 4 minutes finding the original source of this so that maybe I could see like, oh, wait a second. This doesn't cover the era like this. The entire story I'm about to make up about this is completely fictionalized based upon almost like a comically stupid misreading of this information. He must have seen it. Either somebody sent it to him or it was spoon-fed to him, right?
I mean, he's addicted to
this was
confirming his
Baby
biases.
Bird.
Yeah.
Baby
It's
Bird.
unbelievable.
And I'll just say, like, the real reason that this is falling, like, people mention the proactive things which are good about Narcan and that sort of stuff. The sad truth is that it, like a lot of drug epidemics, it burned through the population that was going to be the most susceptible for it, and now those people are gone to not here to die again.
Yeah.
Well, also, let's look a little carefully at that graph. When does it pop up? I mean, you see it at flatline, and that was when we started to see back in the teens, where you started to see doctors limiting how they were prescribing opiates because there was an increasing awareness of the problem that was being created by it. Now, very difficult for people doing pain management, but that's a second story. But you started to see the graph. You started to see it plateau, and then we have COVID, and it creates a tremendous amount of stress on society. You start to see these huge spikes in crime, which of course come from a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. And you saw how either idiots or just people who wanted to weaponize it would talk about this as if it was some sort of policy change as opposed to this rupture in society. And then you see a spike in overdose because obviously the isolation, the difficulty that comes with a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic increases drug use, increases overdoses, and it drops precipitously in 2023. And I bet you
she just
the extension
said
of that,
your delegation is unwelcome, except maybe as a sacrifice.
Well, okay.
To 2025, it also drops.
It fell 17% between July 2023 and July 2024. That was the data there. And this was also, to Matt's point, yes, it did very sadly burn through that population. But I do want to give the administration credit, the Biden administration, for deploying some harm reduction tactics. The FDA under the Biden administration approved over-the-counter Narcan, and they started distributing hundreds of thousands of kits, actually 10 million free naloxone kits across the country. And so that is a big part of this as well. These are the harm reduction policies that they try to use in cities that the same people like this will say are like tough on crime or whatever, but they're effective and they're backed up by the data.
But it's very important for the right wing that the lesson isn't learned that actually treating this like a public health crisis is the way forward. So Joe Rogan is really doing like fascist propaganda, saying we need the drug war and military might.
Well, that's what's amazing.
Rogan?
That's what's amazing. Like, go back so that we can just play this thing and one. But he is going to land on the drop in ODs was a function of the Trump administration killing 80 people in tiny motorboats coming from Venezuela. That somehow had an impact on drug overdose.
In
Do you understand
2024?
how? Well, forget the timing. Let's just assume it was 2025.
Okay.
That killing people starting in September of 2025.
You'd have that data already.
But even assuming like we did have that data, to think that killing those 80, even if they're not fishermen, which there's a lot of evidence that they are, to think that that could have an impact on drug overdose. This is like being so desperate
Bannon
for
just did a
like,
Dynasty
the
salute.
Easter
Great.
Bunny to be real.
Bannon
That
did.
you're going around having conversations with like stuffed animals.
I'm pretty sure he's done it before.
Mother Mary and toast.
It's just, this is just the peak of stupidity. I don't care how effing high you are when you say this. You are
Illegal
dumb.
marijuana in Texas,
Exactly.
by the way.
Go ahead.
Can I just state, like, fentanyl and cocaine are different drugs also?
Yeah.
From the time Trump's been in office,
nope.
Deaths by overdose have dropped off a cliff. Look at that.
Incorrect.
Look at 2024. And leading into 2025. Just look at that. These are all deaths.
He
from
knows that it's
overdose.
not even 2025. He's so stupid.
Yeah.
So stupid.
I mean, that's kind of crazy.
It's
Yeah.
very
look at that.
crazy.
From all drugs, which is the top one.
How Sam was
Look at
just
that
going,
drop.
that's incorrect.
I mean, that's crazy. So you see the peak in was in 2022, or it looks like actually 2020, between
It looks like
2023
maybe.
and 2024. That's the peak where people are dying. And then from the time Trump's in office, it's taking a fucking sharp downturn. And why is that? Well, part of it is because they're blowing up these fucking boats that are bringing in all the drugs. And
Oh my God.
But just, I want you
Joe,
just to listen to the
idiot.
timbre in his voice. This is what a guy who is an absolute idiot moron sounds like when he is convinced that he is right.
Yeah.
Like he's got confidence. It's a throwaway. It's like so obvious, and he is wrong. It's
So,
like
so
this is
wrong.
like a hat on a hat in terms of stupidity. He's both wrong about the timing, and even if he was right about the time, even if that graph said what he thinks it said, the idea that shooting 8 boats out of the water
Stop overdose deaths?
like had a viable impact on overdose deaths is the dumbest. It's just so stupid.
And it happening and starting in September, so meaning like it would that for that aggregate of data to happen, it would be like the final 4 months of the year. Everyone's like, I'm not doing fentanyl anymore. I've decided I'm not doing fentanyl anymore. No way, no way.
Just so desperate to. It's just unbelievable. I'm amazed by that. What are we doing? Well, Tim
Hold this
Pool.
off the side there.
Tim Pool
This was
on,
something that I had on the
Venezuela
list.
and,
Okay, let me
Bongino.
guess. I have not seen
What?
this clip. I have not seen this clip.
So this was something I had on the list.
And I don't even know. Let me see what you've written. What number is it?
Well, why? I'll.
Well,
find
if
out
he's
then.
talking about Venezuela, he's going to take absolutely no position on whether we should do it or not, because he's against foreign intervention. However, I'm sure he's talking about these guys did a great job on it. Am I close?
Yeah, he's talking about Venezuela and Dan Bongino, and you're probably right on both of those.
Okay, let's hear this. Because Tim has some very deeply held principles, but they're so deep that sometimes he doesn't want anybody to be able to see them. Like once you get that deep, things get dark and murky.
Let's do this. Venezuela.
Matt.
Let me slow this down. Like, I'm not watching that at
2.5. Tim Pool on 2.5. Damn.
There are some people who are like, Trump can do no wrong. There are some people saying Trump has betrayed us. I don't live in either of these camps. Trump has always been doing things wrong. He's just better than the rest. Venezuela is, and look, I'm going to be serious with you guys. I understand. Look, someone commented on a video back in like 2017 calling me a milquetoast fence sitter. I thought it was hilarious, so I took that comment and I put it in the show. I said, look at me, I'm a milquetoast fence sitter. In this regard,
pause it for 1 second. Wait a second.
Shout out to Timba Toast.
No, somebody didn't put it in the comments, right? I mean, Timba Toast made a whole video back in 2017.
I recommend people watch it. It's actually only, maybe it was re-uploaded, but I think 2022 here uploaded Tim Pool Fence Sitter. Yeah, it's a nice 200,000 view video here.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, this is a general question. Doesn't have anything to do with Tim Pool
is
per
awesome.
se. But do you remember a criticism that was lodged against you 9 years ago in a comment section? Can you remember any specific criticism that was lodged against you? I feel like my kid could go on a half-hour rant about how I was a horrible person. And if it was 9 years ago, I still wouldn't have it etched in my head that it comes up as soon as I start talking about something. It seems that he's a little sensitive about the idea that he's a fence sitter, and the way that he's going to deal with it is by saying, I want you to know, you're probably going to think I'm a fence sitter, but I'm not a fence sitter. Now, watch me sit on this fence.
No. This is
in the shot. I said, look at me, I'm a
hilarious, because this is what happens when people go, look, I'm not defending slavery. Look, the Nazis were bad, but... You know, it's that kind of shit that he's doing. He's preempting the criticism, knowing that what he's about to say is exactly what the criticism is, to try and shirk the criticism. Like, it's genuinely funny that people like this think that it works. And clearly it works for a lot of people, but a lot more it doesn't. So it's like, I don't know, I always find it very entertaining when they do it maliciously. Like, because even I will use that kind of terminology when I'm talking about something absurd, right? I'm like, I'm not defending this, but we need to talk about this aspect of it, right? Where they're just straight up just agreeing with the point, but telling you that they don't, and then gaslighting you to so you think that you aren't. It's like the conservatives who think that they're not fascists. They're just normal conservatives, but... Damn, there's too many migrants.
Stalin, accept my delegation.
It's like, it's so common. It's so annoying. Yes, I think it's catches people off guard. I think you're 100% correct. You can play.
That's Spencer. In this regard, I'm going to push back and say, no jokes this time. I am not milquetoast fence sitting on this issue. I am standing firmly with Dan and Cash and with Trump. I think Trump does a lot of things wrong.
What else is firm around those
regime
three?
Change operation. It may become a war, but I voted for the man because I expected things. And I think he's given us what I would call now a C-plus presidency. And you may say, just C-plus,
voted
Tim?
for
I gave him a
this
B-minus
invasion.
before. The Venezuela thing is sour
Remember
to me.
when Tim
But I'm
was
not
talking
a
about
blind-
how he's
It's just
so
so
anti-war,
amazing
and even talking about how he went on the Stop the War Machine rampage
Hit
and
Shift Enter.
spoke at the Russian propaganda rally and all of that sort of stuff. And now you're in favor of regime change war. Oh my God. And now you're coping eternally just to deal with this fact that you can't stand on your fucking principles. You wanker. Get a grip. I have a governor.
Who are you going with?
I already went with the guy that doesn't consume a population for a settler, and then I got the fishing lady. But right now I'm dealing with barbarians.
Haha.
But I have my three cities.
I think I'm like 5 turns or so away from being invaded by Mansa Musa.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He has a massive army that I scouted.
Damn. I don't believe in astrology.
He's saying...
One of the best quotes I've heard in this game is, if war is natural, then why do we have to train men to do it? Or if killing is natural, then why do we have to train men to do it?
It's a good point. That is a good line.
He supports Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Donald Trump on the Epstein files.
Yep.
We just found out that they've only released 1%
I think it's military
of the files.
tradition
They
where
are
they say.
legally...
Yeah, but Emma, you're not in that office. You don't know all the stuff that they have to deal with.
But
Okay.
like, he's just such a dumbass that like the more fruitful way to defend Donald Trump is the one he's not using, which is the saying like the better line of attack for his stupid kind of brand of politics would have been, or not attack or defense of Trump would be like, this is not a regime change war, we just took out a bad guy, but I'm really upset about the Epstein files because that's a clear cover-up. He does the reverse.
It's I can't even tell where he's going. It's just like almost like slalom what he does. He like just like dances on either side of
Even the C
every
grade.
other sentence.
The C grade is a perfect.
Oh, you might think I had a C grade, but I did give him a
C
B,
plus.
a B grade before.
It was a B minus.
And now I'm back to the C grade, and now here we go.
No, B minus and C plus are right in the middle. Yes, exactly. That's what you're saying. Okay.
I think he's given us what I would call now a C+ presidency. And you may be saying, just C+, Tim? Well, I gave him a B- before. The Venezuela thing is sour to me. But I'm not a blind moron. I understand there are things out of our control. I run a business. Sometimes you have no good options. Sometimes you can only choose the least
Sometimes Gregorian.
Yeah,
Yes,
I run a business.
Yes, I run a business, and sometimes you get like millions of dollars from a secret Russian cutout, and you end up building a gorgeous skate park arena for yourself because no one else will skateboard with you.
That makes you really upset.
And then, and you get the custom pool table, and then you realize, wait, this guy's just gotten, all the people got arrested, and nobody's giving me any more money, and then you're hung out to dry. But aside from that, I don't know where he's going with this no good options, but if he's saying that we had no good options in terms of Venezuela, we actually did have a great option, which was not doing anything.
Not doing this.
Because had we not done anything, the only difference would be that certain oil companies would not be making a ton of money. And by oil companies, I mean, really, it's really just a handful of people who would be making money.
But he did the same thing in the Candace Owens rant where he interjects something about his finances. Remember? He said, how am I ever going to sell this property?
Right, yeah.
It just
preoccupied.
Yeah, it seems it seems like it might be all about money for you, and you're not really about telling the truth to people. I don't know.
Well, it's also about fence sitting.
That's true.
Blind moron. I understand there are things out of our control. I run a business. Sometimes you have no good options. Sometimes you can only choose the least worst thing. To then claim that you have been betrayed.
Oh, pause it. I also know, incidentally, that he's had to lay off some people, I think.
Yeah, well.
As of late. And so that could be one of the least good options. It also, I don't know where, I mean, maybe he's on vacation somewhere, but it doesn't look like a studio.
Yeah, it does look like a different set. I wonder where he's at.
Downgraded?
Possible.
To go to war with someone you're asking to help you because they didn't give you everything you wanted is the epitome of childhood naivete. Sometimes.
And he's not talking about Trump going to war with Venezuela by taking that lead. He's talking about people saying, I'm mad at Trump and Bongino and Kash Patel for not releasing the Epstein files. It's childish to go against them.
You wanted is the epitome of childhood naivete. Sometimes you just
fuck, Maya?
lose. It doesn't mean anyone
I'll
betrayed
sacrifice
you.
your fucking
It
scat
means
here, bitch. Don't
sometimes
fuck with
you
me.
just lose. So these people that are like, you're defending Dan, Tim? Come on, dude.
Oh, she likes me,
If not
then
Dan,
I'm
then
far
who?
away from her.
Honest
Stalin!
question. If not Dan, then who? It doesn't matter
Yes!
if he did a good job or bad.
Yes!
I wish things were different.
He
I certainly
accepted my
do.
delegation.
But
Whatever
who
I'm
do you
doing,
think
he
would do a
likes
better
it.
job?
Pause it. Maybe the guy who's going to replace him because
Molly,
he just
awful lot of
resigned.
fucking
it's not
warriors
like
coming over here.
they've gotten rid of the deputy FBI position.
If not Dan, then who? I don't know.
How about a non-Trump sycophant? How about somebody who's not sycophantic to the entire MAGA movement?
Yeah, I mean, and I just don't. How is he even attempting to explain away the fact
But
that
wasn't this
they
about
only released-
Venezuela or no?
It's
I guess
about
not.
well, the Venezuela thing was because this was actually about Bongino coming back and Tim kind of welcoming him, but knowing that's an unpopular thing to do. So he did the Venezuela thing to kind of prove that he doesn't ever take a side.
But it is interesting to see, like, as we hear about maybe some certain financial troubles, we know that he met with Benjamin Netanyahu earlier last year. He lost the Edward Gregorian
The
sugar
Chatham House
daddy.
rules.
Now he's the one defending the Republicans, saying about the midterms. He's really fixated on, like, it just is weird how he's become
The Ottomans
even more
founded
tethered
Sunni
to
Islam.
Republican establishment talking points.
That's why
as his financial issues seem
Friendship
to be
expired.
increasing.
Well, that's
Oh,
always
my
why he's
mind.
liked. That's always why he's liked being called a fence sitters, because it obscures what he actually is, which is a right wing partisan.
And risk humiliation? Stalin said it's humiliating being
I really
friends
don't.
with me.
And I think
That's so mean.
And what we need is structural and cultural reforms at the highest level.
Cultural reform.
What I really think is, I'll put it like this, and then I'll read what Dan was saying. But I got to say this: should we have removed Maduro? Okay, let's lay it all out there. I don't know everything. I certainly don't, but I know some things. The petrodollar deal has ended. The U.S. economy is propped up on our ability to force other countries to buy oil with U.S. dollars. We don't manufacture enough. Trump wants to bring manufacturing back and secure our country. Can we do it right now? Well, the argument would be that if we simply just snap our fingers to change the economy now, we lose the petrodollar, we don't have the manufacturing, we're screwed. So you can't just change overnight. You need transition. Rome wasn't built in a day. Okay, and while some would argue it burned today, it still
I'm gonna
actually
build a
did
nice
not.
little
We
pasture
have to
area
change
over
things.
here.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to say, like, you know, the whole point of he's soured on the Venezuela thing, but if as long as it's for us to establish and maintain our dominance as the petrodollar, that's a different story. I didn't realize there would be a reason. Someone's financial
Stalin has to
interest would
send
be a
diplomats.
reason.
Well, thank you, Stalin.
To wage war.
Thank you for the 10 gold.
That's been the
Now we
reason
cool?
for
Nope,
every
still
war.
humiliating to be
maybe
my
it's
friend.
not
Wow,
the petrodollar.
Stalin.
Maybe it's like we want these.
I didn't know he
minerals,
was that kind of
these
guy.
assets,
Why
we
can't I
want
train a
these
settler? What is
shipping
this
lanes,
shit?
whatever.
You need
it's 'cause
more
I
than
have
one
Do you
pop.
think that wars
No,
are
I have
just a
a
function of
dark age policy. That's what it
He
is.
didn't seem to like him. Now, in this instance,
someone got really mad.
Okay.
just,
my
you know,
expansion
Trump
has been
got a
tempered
deal,
because I took a dark age
essentially
policy.
With, it appears made some type of deal with Rodriguez, who has taken over the vice president from Venezuela.
My
And I'm quite
deforestation
sure
era
it
is about to
lined
begin.
His pockets or his buddy's pockets. But the idea that this is going to lock in the petrodollar, there's a lot of other oil dealing that's going on around the world. At this point, Trump is saying we don't give it to China or to Russia. Who knows where he's going with this? But if you're okay with war to maintain the petrodollar, then what war would you be against that we've waged in the past, let's say, 30 years?
Right. I mean, the idea this is for American manufacturing is it's like a lie like Chris Cuomo was doing when he just mentioned affordability because he knows that you need to talk about this now. Like, how did China expand manufacturing is they did state investment in manufacturing.
Yeah. I mean, and talking about like state investment.
Yeah,
Trump scrapped
good
so
luck
much of the,
doing what China did in America.
the bipartisan
Hey,
infrastructure
businesses,
bill
do what
that
we
Biden
want in the
passed
central
and halted
government.
so many of those
Fuck you,
projects,
central
which
government.
Was actually trying to
Okay.
not in the efficient way
Do whatever you want
the
then.
Chinese do it, but build up certain like
Collapse.
state capacity so we can manufacture things.
Perfect
China's
system.
selling a
Yeah.
$4,000
Unless, of course, Donald Trump does go all the way with the Stalinism thing and does centralize the government and does collectivize everything into this fascist empire, then maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep. And also, we've
Yeah.
lost manufacturing jobs under Trump.
Collectivism,
just,
baby.
Like, everything he says about what this is
I don't know.
supposed to achieve is like kind of the opposite of what's happening too. The dollar's also being undermined by Trump's economic policies.
We were going to play more of this?
And
want the United States to burn. We want it to be fixed. This means it's going to take a long time to rectify a lot of these problems.
Baby,
So in
burn.
the meantime,
Disco
the question is this.
Inferno.
Trump doesn't want Iran and China getting access to Venezuelan oil. And he
Brother,
doesn't
Iran
want
is
them
gone.
building military bases. And China had like these radar technology and military technology in Venezuela. Why are we allowing our adversaries to set up bases in our backyard?
Okay, neocon.
Does that
dickhead, it's not your backyard, it's Venezuela.
He's saying that that China was building a military base in Venezuela. First of all, aside from the fact that we have military bases, we have almost 800 military bases. We have military bases in everyone's backyard.
Quit breathing in the
what is
mic.
it that we expect
I'm not.
China to do
You are.
with a
I'm
base
literally
in
not.
Venezuela.
I think
a land is
We're gonna tolerate that?
they're gonna. I have a feeling we'd get a heads up if they somehow snuck
Up the Canal.
300, 400, 500,000 Chinese troops into Venezuela and brought them over on speedboats.
To kidnap Donald Trump.
Yes, 20 at a time.
Do you want to know how many formal Chinese military bases there are? 1. And they're still lapping us in all of the stuff that he's saying. The point is that this is not connected to like a better economy or to manufacturing. This is about is their kind of fortress capitalism.
The military
thing.
bases don't fucking matter, you morons.
Yeah, well, the old guard.
Jesus
of,
Christ,
America
has so many military bases.
And trying to grab
Who
as much
cares?
money as they can.
Who
as they're
gives a
dying,
shit?
Basically, and building
Fuck
out.
me.
Like,
If the countries
empires, they
didn't
know
want them
changes
there,
on
they
the
would
ground.
tell them to fuck off.
It's because China's looking forward, and the administration is
We're
marching
looking-
around in Prussian war hats, pretending it's 1812.
Yeah.
We are so backwards looking that like the petrostates are
Yeah, China's not
lapping us
threatening
in
an
terms of,
imperial
like, their
invasion
planning
either.
by going and trying to get into entertainment and tourism.
What
and
are you talking
purchasing
about?
All of those those sports events and things like that. They understand that the future is not going to be fossil fuels, and they're doing and our government right now is trying to do that by.
Is that
force
why
or bring it
China
back by
uses more fossil fuel and emits
Is
more
there more of
CO2
this, or
than
we-
everybody else?
Hey, folks, don't forget
Like,
to hit the subscribe button.
what are you
and
talking
check
about?
out our daily show.
Like, every country is moving towards renewables. Why the fuck is China getting all this crazy praise because they can utilize their slave force to produce insane amount of shit?
Taylor's log, January 11th.
Oh, look, China's making all the EVs. Yeah, they're also owning all the fucking lithium mines out of fucking Congo. Like, there are repercussions for these fucking things. And this is the problem. It's like these left-wing people are still praising production at all costs. Still praising overproduction. Still praising exploitation. Still praising all of this shit. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is literally backsliding on everything. And we could go to China and be like, hey, if you cut out all your CO2, cut all your fossil fuels and move all to nuclear and renewables, you would destroy the United States. You would annihilate them in every single aspect. But we still want overproduction because it's all about selling to the fucking world, isn't it? Because it's all just about fucking capital. Just nobody wants to fucking degrowth. Nobody wants to push degrowth. Nobody wants to push this kind of shit. It's all endless growth. We need more growth, even if it's fucking China. And they're like, we need to grow. We need growth. We need 3 million industries doing every single possible thing under the sun. How about we stop overproducing everything? You know that whole, like, energy is never destroyed and you can't produce it, it comes from somewhere? Yeah, well, if we're overproducing shit and there's only so much shit on the earth, what do you think happens? So if we're going back to a time of
I found him.
Imperialism, if we're going back to a time of overconsumption and exploitation and extraction, okay, might as well just nuke everyone now. Might as well. Fuck it. Rip the Band-Aid off. Kill us all now. Because at this point, if nobody actually seriously looks at degrowth, we're all fucked. Elon Musk and all his fuckhead mates are going to continue gaining all of the wealth, because when you have 95% of the wealth, it's very easy to make more wealth, especially when you make it out of fucking nowhere, like the stock market does, where money just makes more money. Awesome. That's great. Great. So money just comes out of nowhere, but we're supposed to believe that money's real. So if I just was able to hack into the banking system and add a couple zeros, does that make my money as legitimate as the banking industry's? Or because they did it in a certain process to launder their money to get more, that all of a sudden that's fine. That's not inflating the entire world's economy or allowing everything to be way more fucking expensive. Or maybe somebody should take on a single nationalist policy of no fucking foreigners owning houses. That would be a great idea. You know what I mean? Because instead of having a global market for housing, a global cap on housing, there is now a domestic cap, which means people can afford it. The housing market isn't going to overgrow its cap unless it's an infinite growth model and you've opened it up to the world. And look, and now you've got this magical infinite growth property thing where houses are now twice as valuable as the average wage. Whoa, why is the world so fucked? I can't imagine why. Oh my God. Hey, in order to live comfortably, you need 7 houses. Did you know that? 7 houses that you can extract wealth from 6 other families from. Why? For their benefit, obviously. You're giving them housing. You're giving them a roof over their head while taking most of their money so they can't buy a house. On top of occupying the ownership of that property so they can't buy a house. Man, why is everything so fucked? Why, John? Please tell me. Please inform me. I have no idea. Do I need to play?
Shift enter.
Yep.
6. Epstein files
Why
still
are the Mayans
not
so
released,
far up?
and still complete radio silence on the non-compliance exhibited from the administration with what they have released, where there is irrefutable evidence that they redacted, covered up names of people that weren't victims. They covered up names of potential perpetrators and people of interest, which they were not allowed to do. They have still not fully released the Epstein files. They are still kicking that can down the road. They have still not complied with the law that they were supposed to follow with all of this, and yet nothing is happening. They are not being punished for it or anything. They just get to do whatever they want.
Look how far away it is from my fucking house.
It doesn't matter. You're literally huffing into it.
It's complete lunacy. And the Epstein name is conveniently starting to fall out of people's lips, and it seems like the people in power are just conveniently forgetting who that is. It's like the Duffer Brothers with the Demogorgon. Who's that? What is that? Who? Epstein? What in tarnation is that mumbo jumbo? Some kind of Frankenstein spinoff? I've yapped about it a lot, so instead, let me yap about something kind of adjacent to that. Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino was a podcaster who actually got to serve as deputy director of the FBI last year, and one of his big promises, one of his big things that he was going to fight for the people, for the American public, being the patriot that he is. He was going to go in there, he was going to get the Epstein files out, and he was going to get people held accountable. And guess what happened when Dan Bongino finally made it in there? Nothing. Less than nothing, really. Calling what he did nothing is a generosity that he doesn't deserve to be afforded. If you went into your bathroom right now and squeezed your empty tube of toothpaste, the fucking air that pops out of it would have more value than Dan Bongo's going into the FBI. It's so fucking pathetic. But at least he has a really cool legacy he left behind with his time in the FBI with this iconic clip.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked
as a public defender, as a prosecutor who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Holy shit! Dan Bongwater here dropping the bombshell. Wow. A very different tune than what Dan was saying before getting into this position, but the things he must have seen with those eyes, the truth that he must have seen, it really started to break him. And now he's finally getting that truth out there to all of us. Turns out it was a suicide and there are no other people to be held accountable. Really a profound, eye-opening interview here from Dumb and Dumber. The doofus duo here really put on quite the clown show. Kash Patel, by the way, I love to mention this, has provably gone under oath and lied about Epstein, where he said that there's no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked minors to anybody. And now, even with their complete sham of Epstein files they released, that were just basically hundreds of pages of blacked out information, even with that, you can still see that what Kash Patel said under oath is a lie. That is textbook perjury, and he is not being arrested for it or anything like that, because the laws just don't apply when you reach a certain level of power, it seems.
Why the fuck are you
I've already talked about that quite a bit. I want to focus on Dan, because he's now going back to podcasting. It seems like he's going to make his triumphant return to podcasting after his unsuccessful stint as the deputy director of the FBI. He just made an appearance on a podcast, and while a lot of people were rightfully ripping into him, it seemed like there was a large portion of his fan base that was more than willing to welcome him back with open arms and open legs so that he can continue to butt-fuck them with this fake bravado he puts on for truth-seeking, when it is clear, when given that position of power where he could actually find the truth and do some good to, like, follow through on his promises of releasing these Epstein files and getting this information out to the public, he folded and was more than willing to just bite that nipple and suckle because the government asked him to. When actually given a position of power, he was more than willing to just roll over belly up and just be a good little doggy for them. And now he's coming back and pretending like he did anything worthwhile, and people are still willing to just forget the entire year he spent as deputy director and did nothing about what he said he was going to do. Again,
Molly's really trying to get this settler into my territory.
In regards to the Epstein clients.
Well, I successfully blocked the Mayans from moving up this coast, so I get this choke point here.
Literally nothing, and even worked actively to continue to cover up this information with the people, the very people he was criticizing for keeping things under wraps.
He's thirsty
and yet
for
he's
desert.
still going to come back to podcasting like he's a big shot and did such tremendous work there. It's so crazy to me. He then has the gall to say, like, anyone still complaining about this kind of stuff is just black-pilled and it's so annoying, this and that. Really feels like a big betrayal of the people that were, like, propping him up, hyping him up, glazing him, excited that he was now in this position to start doing the things he was claiming he would do in that position, which again was lobbying behind Dan because he was the one talking about how important this is to him and how he's going to fight tooth and nail to finally get the Epstein client list out there and get people, you know, fucking thrown in the slammer, you know, start having deep space. Well, maybe deep space, but deep state agents arrested as well, and fucking deep space agents too. He's gonna start fucking arresting cosmic entities out there. I don't know. He was talking about all these things about how he's gonna, you know, get all of these horrible people out of there, and it all starts with the Epstein file cover-up being blown wide open. Then when he finally gets there, he doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of that, and just goes with the flow. He doesn't rock the boat. He just becomes a good little puppet for them. And now he's back to podcasting.
But the black pill, complaining and whining all the time about the administration of it, it's just like, man, what team are you on?
Why bro so
Holy
wet?
Moses, man. So you don't have to watch. It's okay. There's a door. You know, go find the freaking exits, because I don't really give a shit. I'm not here for anybody's money or anything like that. I'm too old for that shit.
Well, we're all very excited to have you back.
If you're excited to have him back, you need to hit yourself in the head with a hammer ASAP. Try and, like, reset your neurons. This is a guy who has now proved to you that he is all lip service and will not actually fight for the truth or fight for you. He is not some patriot. He is now not in that position, and when he had that position, did nothing that he said he would do. Nothing he promised the people he would do. and now he's crawling back to podcasting, and then you have drones like her saying, "Oh, awesome, it's so good to have you back. We all can't wait to hear more from you," and this insight into the most unsuccessful stint in deputy director history. Yeehaw. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. But on the bright side, now that he's gone back to podcasting, we're going to have more golden clips like this.
This is Karate Man. Double leg.
Lady Six Guy and Mansa Musa are going to war.
The side kick.
Amazing.
The roundhouse. The tie kick. Body.
A true disciple of Bruce Lee himself, no doubt. I've seen a lot of people clowning on him for this clip. This is going all over the place right now. I've also seen reports that he's blocking thousands of accounts on Twitter, so he is crashing out big time. So, stand back, crooked FBI directors, because now you got Dan Bongino back with a microphone on a podcast where he is most dangerous. That's when he does his best work, not when he's actually in a position of power to start, like, holding people accountable, but when he can pretend that he will. That's when you gotta be careful. So Dan Bongino back in Ultra Instinct mode. Fucking clown, man. That's really about it. See ya.
Please tell me I clicked this in time. Yes!
All these men are going to Turkey to get hair transplants.
Pick this right off the side.
Why does Turkey have so many hair transplants? I talked to a doctor who does this at the highest levels.
I got to shout out Dr. Anderson over at Anderson Hair Institute in Georgia. I got to shout out my guy.
I'm Dr. Ken Anderson, medical director of Anderson Center for Hair in Atlanta.
I learned about the tech that changed the industry and the policy that has changed the economics of medicine. This is our techno-geopolitical follicular future.
Here's our guy, PJ.
I wanted to make a main character to go on this hair transplant journey.
He's young. He's 25. Everything's ahead of him.
Check, check, check. Yes? Look at me, I'm using a microphone. It's like TikTok or something. And I also tried to see if I could get my own Turkish hair transplant. I want to recreate the conversation that I had because I had truly got in touch with one of these agencies. And yeah, I want to walk you through how it happened. I really had two things to figure out here.
Everyone loves me.
What is a hair transplant and why are so many people going to Turkey to get them?
So Ken Anderson has been doing this for a while, and I like talking to him because his career kind of overlaps with some of the changes that have gone on in the hair transplant industry.
I went to the worldwide meeting of the International Society of Hair Restoration Surgery in 2003, and was just blown away by the complexity of the subject, and there's a lot more to it than I thought. Right around then was one of the biggest changes in the specialty in that it went from the results that look like doll's hair, like pluggy hair, to what's called the follicular unit transplant, just one follicle or hair by hair at a time transplant, making the results absolutely natural and impossible to detect.
I'm actually taking a quick break to go get some gas. So the free Upside app lets you get cash back on stuff you were already gonna do. Like go get gas or go get groceries or go out to eat. Okay, let me show you. I'll screen grab it. So it's really easy. You just open up the app, you look for restaurants, you look for groceries. It is super easy to use, and that is really important to me. That's why I use it. All you have to do to claim it, you use your normal credit card that you use anywhere. You tap that you're gonna use it.
My parents?
And then you're pretty much signed up to
The one
get
I
your
stole
cash
from
back.
my parents?
Easy as that.
That's why I can't put a commercial district there. Okay.
And that's it. We're done. Upside has given back over $1 billion to its users, so if you want to find out how much you can earn, go ahead and download the free Upside app right now. Use promo code PhilEdwards to get 25 cents off every gallon on your first tank of gas. This video is coming right after the holidays, so I've not around description, comment, use that promo code for the first tank. So
you as my narrator of this change, what is the difference there? Why does it look so different?
Some hairs are sensitive to the hormones that cause hair loss, and some hairs are not. And if we take a man, for example, typically that horseshoe of hairs around the back and sides of the scalp.
Right, like the George from Seinfeld zone.
Those hairs in the permanent zone are resistant to the hormones that cause hair loss. And it was proven a long time ago by Dr. Norman Ohrenreich in the 1950s that you can take hair from the permanent zone and move it to the area of impermanence, or the areas of need where the hair loss has occurred, and it will continue to grow.
All right, I'll be back, but
as
I'll
if
be
it were still sitting in the permanent zone. Like
moving
the
the
hairs
game
don't know
on
they've
too.
been moved.
PJ's putting on a little bit of weight. Just a little. PJ may have a crippling addiction to candy. He's grown a little compensatory mustache.
I want candy.
PJ's in denial, for sure. He can take these really dense patches of hair, like here and here, and actually move them up. And so that's why you see this shape of red when you see Turkish hairlines patients coming home.
You know, from basically 2000 forward, all transplants basically were one follicle at a time. Then the focus became, I mean, in all of cosmetic surgery and all of surgery really, there's a big trend towards less and less invasiveness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It has a lot of advantages. And so with the linear strip excision, which a thin strip of scalp through the permanent zone, that scalp is removed. That strip then is then processed under the microscope, separating out all the follicles. But that leaves a linear scar, a horizontal linear scar in a very telltale position.
Yes, right.
And a lot of guys, don't want that.
Right,
A lot of people don't want that because it's a telltale sign that a hair transplant has occurred. It limits the how short a haircut can be.
Yeah.
And so FUE is a FUE, which is the more popular method now.
Yeah.
It's called follicular unit excision. And this is where essentially a small instrument, I use a 1 millimeter circular or 0.9 millimeter hollow drill bit, to put it in very basic terms, to core out one follicle at a time from the donor area, or without creating any linear scarring. There's no stitches. And so after the hair grows in and after everything's healed out, there is no linear scarring.
I don't know why
I
you're
wanna
coming
point
here
out
warning
this
me while
actually
you got
lines
your
up with
shit
some of the
on my
reports
block
from the
right now.
International Society of Hair Restoration Surgery. They said that FUE was about here. And now in 2025, look at how many people are getting FUE. It is the major thing.
Did this change the type of people who were doing the work to some degree?
Absolutely. In order to be licensed and able for a surgeon to do a tonsillectomy, they're going to need a number of things. They're going to need a medical degree, a medical license, residency training, a board certificate, and hospital privileges. And the residency training for ear, nose, and throat surgery is typically 5 to 6 years long. And the reason for that is because if you don't do it correctly, the child could get seriously hurt or worse.
Right.
With hair restoration surgery, it's the opposite. In order for a provider to offer hair restoration surgery, they need to go to medical school and then get a medical license, which typically is a medical license takes typically 1 year after medical school in anything, internal medicine. When it was all FUT surgery, the strip surgery, that requires actual surgical judgments, training, and skill. And so, at the time, there weren't that many providers because it was actual surgeons doing the work. With the advent of the FUE devices, the follicular, basically the little drills that core out one follicle at a time, that's not technically complex.
So listen to his description of the licensing involved and see how cutthroat it is. And then imagine how that could extend to competition with Turkey.
You don't have to have a lot of surgery training or judgment to perform that. And so the market was inundated with doctors with no surgical training starting to offer that procedure.
All of these technological trends perfectly intersected with Turkey and the internet.
So I found Now Hair Time on Instagram. It's a really big 5.1 million followers Turkish transplant agency. All these men are very large. I wish them the best in their journey. I really do. Distinctive post-op look. He looks very pleased with himself. Here's a beard transplant, which is something they also do. I go to nowhairtime.com and I give them my name, my email, my country, and my phone number. And the next thing I knew, I was being contacted on WhatsApp. And so he immediately asks me what I'm interested in, hair or beard transplant. I tell him hair! Exclamation.
Wow, they don't like you.
And then he gives me an idea of what kind of pictures I need to send
What'd you
over,
do?
along with some basic questions. One of those questions that I want you to note here, do you use minoxidil or finasteride? Now, these, of course, are the hair growth drugs, and Dr. Anderson told me that he would consult with patients and often recommend that they give those a try before they get a transplant, or in lieu of a transplant, or in combination with one. So I answered all the questions and told him I had no minoxidil or finasteride, and then I sent over the pictures. I didn't want to mislead anybody about anything, so I just kind of pulled my hair back and, you know, showed him how it was.
This bitch. It's coming to me anyway.
I was feeling pretty good about myself after sending these pictures. Like, there's definitely a bit of a receding hairline here, but like, I don't know, you know. I'm just feeling pretty good about myself, looking at the back of my head here. Honestly, next time I'm feeling down about things, I'm just gonna look at the back of my head. And so then he says, can you send a picture of the top above of your head so that we can see the whole scalp? And so then I took a picture of the top of my head, you know, just like that. And also feeling pretty good about myself. I mean, it's as white as Santa's beard, but it is full. Like Santa's beard. I don't know why Santa's beard is the operative analogy here. And then he said, okay, thank you for all the information you've provided. I will now send your information to our specialist for analysis. I will get back to you when I get the analysis result. I said, thank you. The mystery was, why did Turkey want to get their hands on my
Bro's mad at my troops. You're in my fucking zone, bitch.
So maybe you're saying to yourself,
thanks for the
"Bro,
free city,
we're 11
idiot."
minutes in. Why have we not been talking about Turkey yet? We are going to talk about it, but I really think that you have to understand all that hair transplant stuff before you can understand why Turkey was able to take such a big slice of the market. I want to piece this together through a literature review and through the eyes of PJ.
It's from our destination of Istanbul, Turkey.
Let's look at this chart from the USHAS, which is the medical tourism agency that is in charge of bringing people into Turkey. You can see right here, there's been huge growth after COVID, and also huge growth since just 2015. The reason that PJ wants to come to Turkey is the cost. If you want to get a heart bypass in the United States, it's $123,000. In Turkey, it's $13,900. But down here with a hair transplant, you might be looking at like $25,000 in the United States, but in Turkey, you can start off at $2,000. Apparently I need 2,500 to 3,000 grafts. They're gonna use the FUE method, which is the hole punch method that is pretty much the main option these days. And he sent me the packages. The packages range from the basic package for $3,500, and then there's the gold package where I get all that, and then I also get 4 nights of accommodation at a 5-star hotel and a tour of Istanbul. But why is that cost so much lower? And why is Turkey so desperate to get PJ on the plane? In the early 2000s, remember, around the same time that FUE is starting to become a thing, the AK party took over in Turkey. So in 2011, the AK party pledged to promote health tourism, including medical tourism,
it's humiliating to be
for
my
the first time during its general election campaign in 2011. It framed health tourism as part of its economic development strategy. Now, that party has a very complicated history, but like any political party, they have to promote certain types of economic development. And over the next 10 years, they land on medical tourism as being an important driver of wealth. Okay, so this paper is Why Medical Tourists Choose Turkey as a Medical Tourism Destination. This is something that should have been obvious to me, but like, Turkey is part of a medical ecosystem. Turkey is right here in the middle, so it's accessible to the Middle East, but also to the US, all these different areas. And so the Turkish government supports this medical tourism industry in a bunch of different ways. They build like legit hospitals. Something crazy is that hair transplants, which is like the focus of this video, the thing that I was thinking about, are only 2% of all the different surgical procedures. But remember, we know now that hair transplants, technically speaking, are kind of getting easier. They're able to kind of hole punch
and do that without needing a lot of surgical skills. Because minimally invasive procedures in the United States have gone up a lot since 2005.
I mean, there are some very good doctors in Turkey. I know them personally. And I see them at the international meetings of the ISHRS. I see them at other international hair meetings. And you know, they are excellent. But there is a whole industry in Turkey. I mean, it's the cost of everything is lower in Turkey, right? The cost of labor, rent, insurance, all of it. And so I have seen evidence of, and I've talked to patients, the doctor draws the hairline on, and that's the last they see of the doctor. And then they're handed off to the technicians. The patient asked the technicians, like, well, what about the doctor? And the technicians just said, he's the architect, we're the builders.
So the hair transplants are able to kind of piggyback off a bunch of subsidies that are being given to the medical tourism industry more broadly. The Turkish government is also reimbursing significant amounts for Turkish airline flights for medical tourism, like 50%, and they are reimbursing for advertising to draw medical tourists in. So, for example, the hair transplant provider pays Now Hair Time to recruit me, or PJ, as a customer, right? But they are going to get reimbursed up to 60% of the cost for that. This sits on some bigger trends. I found this review of the new era of marketing in plastic surgery, and I caught up with one of the authors on the phone.
Out of every country in the world, Turkey actually has the most social media related to medical procedures.
In a world in which social media marketing is increasingly important, this is kind of a cheat code, a 60% coupon off. That lets them compete overseas with a lot of different people. And then when they leave, they don't really have to worry about accountability. If they designed the hairline wrong, which is something that Dr. Anderson talked about, it's not really their problem. And if there's a post-operative complication, that's not really their problem either.
Will this restore my confidence and sense of self? And he replied, if you are affected by the hair loss you have, this can help you.
So why did I make this video? The truth is, I find the collision of geopolitics and technology and these deep psychic wounds that drive PJ to get his hair transplant fascinating. However, I want to give you one stronger take, which is that optional medical care, consider keeping it local. I do think it's probably better for patients, for accountability, and also for consultations and results. People like PJ should consider if it's really...
Okay.
One of your primary sponsors is a guy, Peter Thiel, right?
Yeah.
What do you owe somebody if you do, like if you get...
ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed a motorist during an immigration-related operation in Minneapolis. The victim, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen and mother of 3, became involved or sought to legally observe the proceedings after dropping off her 6-year-old son at school that morning. She was shot in the head in the front seat of her car. The incident took place shortly after the Trump administration escalated immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota by deploying thousands of agents in the state. Diametrically opposed narratives have emerged over what led to the shooting, with the administration uniformly defending the agent's deadly use of force and seemingly everyone else saying he was 100% guilty of murder. Not surprisingly, it depends. But just hours after the shooting, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security issued a statement blaming Miss Good for the confrontation, characterizing the fatal shooting as an act of lawful self-defense. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told reporters that
when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
President Trump echoed these conclusions, insisting Ms. Good, quote, viciously ran over the ICE officer, justifying the fatal confrontation. And as Vice President Vance has so eloquently put it, but videos posted online and witness accounts appear to contradict the official narrative. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car. As we'll talk about in some depth, analyzed from multiple angles, the video footage seems to show Miss Good's car attempts to back away from officers surrounding her car and trying to force entry, and then lurch forward in an ill-fated attempt to escape confrontation. Mayor Frey has aggressively pushed back on DHS's version of events.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
And now, as the country reels in the aftermath of the shooting, Minnesota investigators say that they have to withdraw a probe into the deadly use of force after being denied access to evidence by the FBI. Now, in a non-dystopian universe, the Justice Department would launch a comprehensive, non-biased investigation into the matter and, depending on the outcome, bring federal charges against the ICE agent who killed Miss Good. But right now, it's safe to assume the Trump-controlled DOJ will take no such legal action. Which raises the question, is Mr. Ross guilty of any crimes? And is there any feasible recourse to hold the agent liable for the death of Miss Good? Now, the fatal incident took place shortly after 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday in a residential neighborhood south of downtown Minneapolis, about a mile from where police killed George Floyd in 2020. A frame-by-frame analysis of bystander video footage raises serious questions about the administration's narrative that Agent Ross was forced to fire defensive shots to protect the life of himself and others. Video taken by a witness shows Miss Good's vehicle, a burgundy Honda Pilot SUV, stopped in the middle of a one-way road, its engine idling. And we're now starting to see more videos from the moments leading up to the shooting. It appears that the SUV was initially parked on the side of the road and was only in the middle of the road for a relatively short amount of time before the incident began. The video taken from Mr. Ross's own cell phone shows him filming the vehicle trying to apparently record the license plate of the SUV. Good's wife, Becca, was also using her phone to film him. She says,
"It's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later."
And eventually Good herself says, "It's okay, dude, I'm not mad at you."
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
And those were apparently her last words. Although bystanders were yelling at the federal agents and blowing whistles, it does not appear that Miss Good was engaged in that behavior.
Go home to Texas!
You can see federal vehicles start to approach Miss Good's SUV with lights flashing and sirens blaring. Agent Ross can be seen approaching from behind the SUV and crossing the SUV's right-hand side, all while filming the scene on his cell phone. In the crucial moments before the shooting, Miss Good rolls her SUV slightly forward into the street, then stops and waves at other motorists to go ahead of her. Two agents are seen exiting his silver pickup and approaching the SUV, telling Good to... The SUV backs up, then veers forward to the right. Seconds later, gunfire erupts. Re-examining the scene from a closer vantage point, we see Agent Ross walk around the car while filming on his cell phone, disappearing from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to get out of the car. But it's not clear who exactly those agents were or whether the driver could hear them. But it's clear one of the agents grabs the car's door handle and reaches inside, but is unsuccessful in forcing the door open. Almost simultaneously, you can see the SUV backing up and turning right in an apparent attempt to leave using a two-point turn. At the same time, Agent Ross crosses towards the left side of the vehicle and grabs his gun with his right hand. To me, it looks like he unholsters his weapon before the car is moving forward. He opens fire on Miss Good and continues shooting as she drives past him. At no point does Agent Ross appear to drop the cell phone carried in his left hand, and that's bolstered by the footage he took on that cell phone continuously during the shooting, which we'll talk about in a second. Looking more closely at the moment Agent Ross fires, he appears to be standing to camera left of the SUV while the SUV's tires are pointed all the way to the right away from him. And things are happening fast, and it's not clear if Mr. Ross is in front of or partially in front of the car at the time that the first shot is fired, but it does appear clear that by the time the second and possibly third shots are fired, he is fully to the side of the vehicle. Reports are that the second and third shots were fired through the open driver's side window. It's unknown at this time which of the shots made contact or were fatal. This contradicts the administration's allegations that Miss Good was running him over or attempting to run over Mr. Ross when he fired at her. Although other grainier video footage filmed from a different angle could appear to support this conclusion, but when this footage is synchronized with the closer footage, it's clear that Agent Ross was not run over by the SUV and in fact emerged unscathed. After being shot in the head, Miss Good's SUV then veers into a white car parked further down the road before crashing to a stop. The agents witnessing the scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care to Miss Good. Eventually, Agent Ross approaches the vehicles and instructs his colleagues to call 911. Other agents can be seen blocking several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
Stupid, bro. Go check a pulse.
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
Hey, listen here.
Going back to the footage that Mr. Ross took himself, there's a couple of things that we can glean from this. Number one is that Miss Good appears very calm as a driver, arguably snarky.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Which might have been her undoing. There seem to be conflicting orders. Some people are yelling, "Get out," some are yelling, "Get out of the car." You can also see clearly from Mr. Ross's vantage point that Miss Good is looking all the way away from him as she backs up and also turns the wheel all the way to the right. In other words, turning to get out of that situation and not towards any of the agents. You can also tell from the footage that the engine is revving at this time, indicating that
observation is exactly what happened.
At the same time, this is all taking place at a very low rate of speed, close to 0, as she's doing what is obviously a 2-point turn. At the same time that another agent appears to be lunging into the driver's side door in an effort to apparently turn the wheel to the left towards the agents. You can also see Ross switches his phone from his right hand to his left, that frees up his right hand to pull out his firearm. But it's also clear that he never drops the phone and continues recording in his left hand while simultaneously taking his firearm out with his right hand and shoots at least twice. It also seems pretty clear that the reason he was arguably in front of the car was for video recording purposes, and that at any time he could have gotten out of the way. And I will opine at this time that holding your cell phone in one hand while firing with the other seems pretty reckless, if not depraved indifference to the human life.
Yep.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Oh!
Now, given the Trump administration's refusal to participate in the investigation, and the fact that this video comes seemingly directly from Mr. Ross's cell phone, it's extremely likely this video was leaked by either Mr. Ross himself or someone in the chain of custody at the Department of Homeland Security. Probably because they think that this video is exculpatory, which seems likely given that it was leaked to a right-wing news source. And as is the case in many instances, evidence can and often does support two diametrically opposed arguments at the same time. But from all angles, the video footage depicts a hostile, clumsy, and unnecessarily violent operation. The Minnesota officials have stated their intent to hold unlawful actors in the shooting incident criminally accountable. And to bring charges against a peace officer for the use of deadly force, the state must be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer's use of deadly force was not justified. Section 609.066 of the Minnesota Code governs the authorized use of deadly force by peace officers. Now, assuming for purposes of this analysis that the offending ICE agent would be deemed a peace officer, which is not 100% certain, there's not a lot of case law on this, there is a possibility that a Minnesota jury could convict the ICE agent under the present circumstances. How likely that would be remains to be seen. Now, Minnesota's applicable statute permits the use of deadly force when, quote, an objectively reasonable officer would believe, based on the totality of the circumstances known to the officer at the time, and without the benefit of hindsight, that such force is necessary to protect the peace officer or another from death or great bodily harm, provided that the threat can be articulated with specificity, is reasonably likely to occur absent action by the law enforcement officer, and must be addressed through the use of deadly force without unreasonable delay. Now, the statute also permits the use of deadly force to, quote, effect the arrest or capture or prevent the escape of a person whom the peace officer knows or has reasonable grounds to believe has committed or attempted to commit a felony, and the officer reasonably believes that person will cause the death or great bodily harm to another person unless immediately apprehended. As stated by the city attorney's office of Hennepin County, where the incident took place, the statute provides a, quote, significant defense to criminal charges brought against an officer accused of the use of deadly force. And under this defendant-friendly statute, it would be difficult, but not necessarily impossible, to prosecute Agent Ross for the unlawful use of deadly force. Turning back to the footage, Agent Ross might have a viable argument in his favor based on his first shot into Miss Good's SUV. At the time of the first shot, Agent Ross appears to be positioned maybe slightly in front of the SUV, which would be consistent with the corresponding bullet hole appearing in the front of the windshield in later footage. It is possible that a jury would believe an objectively reasonable officer would believe that deadly force was necessary to protect him or herself from death or great bodily harm when they're standing in front of, or at least partially in front of, a moving vehicle. The statute itself says that the decision of the peace officer to use deadly force is evaluated under the totality of the circumstances, which, quote, shall account for occasions when officers may be forced to make quick judgments about using deadly force. And you could certainly imagine a situation where a driver was driving 100 miles an hour directly towards an officer with the intent to kill that officer. Of course, this doesn't appear to be that situation. The SUV's tires here appear to be pointed away from Agent Ross at the time that the first shot is fired, which would undermine the self-defense claim under the state statutes. Her hands appear to be turning the wheel to the right. Further, at the time that the first shot is fired, the car is not speeding towards Agent Ross, but rather pulling away at an extremely low rate of speed. Thousands of motorists are pulled over every day. Revving the engine doesn't give the highway patrol license to murder the driver. And it's much harder to make the argument that you were acting reasonably and fearing for your life while recording video continuously in one hand and pulling out your gun in the other like akimbo deagles. But certainly nothing is a given when prosecuting law enforcement officers, just ask Rodney King. And section 609.066 is extremely favorable to the officers themselves. But it's also possible that the analysis is different for the subsequent shots or shot fired by Mr. Ross and may not be justified under the Minnesota statute. Unlike the first shot that Mr. Ross arguably took in front of or partially in front of the vehicle,
Honey, he's got a
these later shots were taken from the side
right now.
of the
I'm hoping he's not.
Assuming that Ms. Good has committed some sort of felony here, the U.S. Supreme Court has addressed the use of deadly force in the apprehension of a fleeing felon in Tennessee versus Gardner. There, the court explained that, quote, the use of deadly force to prevent the escape of all felony suspects, whatever the circumstances, is constitutionally unreasonable.
Joint war against
It
Stalin?
is not better that all felony suspects die than that they escape. Where the suspect poses no immediate threat to the officer and no threat to others, the harm resulting from failing to apprehend him does not justify the use of deadly force to do so. Here, interpreting the Minnesota statute under the limitations imposed by Gardner, it's difficult to conceive of any reasonable grounds for Agent Ross to believe that Miss Good's attempt to drive away from the ICE agents would cause death or bodily harm to anyone so as to justify her shooting. Now, given that ICE is trying to add everyone's information to their databases, it's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, and private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to...
I always click the wrong things.
...of the incident have also questioned Mr. Ross's decision to shoot at a moving vehicle at all. Most police departments, including Hennepin counties, discourage shooting at a moving vehicle because deadly force is unlikely to stop a car and could endanger bystanders. Now, it's also not 100% clear that an ICE agent qualifies as a peace officer for purposes of Minnesota's use of deadly force statute, and if so, then Mr. Ross could attempt to defend against a murder charge on the basis of self-defense under Minnesota law. But under this scenario, the state would bear the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ross was not acting in self-defense at the time he shot Miss Good. But under these circumstances, Mr. Ross would find it difficult, if not impossible, to prevail on a self-defense claim, given that Minnesota's self-defense law applies only where the accused was not the aggressor
now because
and imposes
the Mayas opened their borders because we have
to defeat
joint
a claim
war.
of self-defense, the state must disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that at least one of the four elements of self-defense, the absence of aggression or provocation in the part of the officer, to the officer's actual and honest belief that he was in imminent danger or death or great bodily harm, and that the action taken was necessary to avert that danger, the existence of reasonable grounds for that belief, and the absence of reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid the danger. And I think a jury would be hard-pressed to find that Mr. Ross did not engage in the aggression or provocation that ultimately resulted in the shooting. Video footage shows Mr. Ross approaching Miss Good's SUV, encircling it on the right side as he takes video with his phone, and re-emerging near the driver's front side of the car. And he first draws his gun as the SUV reverses away from him. And while the aggressor in an incident generally has no right to claim self-defense under Minnesota law, an original aggressor can still claim self-defense if he actually and in good faith withdrew from the conflict and communicated that withdrawal expressly or impliedly to his intended victim. But here, the video footage shows no withdrawal or communication of withdrawal. To the contrary, it shows Mr. Ross originally instigating the incident and then proceeding with the escalation of tactics, nearing the vehicle, drawing his weapon, and aiming it at Miss Good. And another hurdle facing Mr. Ross in the self-defense analysis is his failure to retreat. A valid self-defense claim requires the quote, absence of a reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid the danger. And the Minnesota Supreme Court has explained that a reasonable opportunity to retreat exists if there are, quote, options for escape or avoidance of peril, rather than directly confronting someone. And here the video footage shows that Mr. Ross had time to get out of the way of the SUV because he did. Mr. Ross was not trapped, he was not unfettered in his ability to escape, back away, or otherwise protect himself. And in fact, he had the opportunity to take out his gun and shoot the driver. If I was the prosecutor, I would certainly argue that a reasonable officer would have done everything that they can to get out of the way first, before even thinking of unholstering their firearm. And of course, maybe put the video camera down too. Mr. Ross did neither, and still was seemingly unscathed. This failure to retreat or safely avoid the confrontation before resorting to force likely dooms any claim of self-defense in a non-peace officer scenario. On top of that, the state could argue that Mr. Ross did not have a reasonable basis to believe that he was in imminent danger of death and that the discharge of his firearm was necessary to avert that danger. That's because an objective standard applies to the amount of force used. In other words, the force must be proportionate to the threat and limited to that which would appear to be necessary to a reasonable person under the circumstances. Lastly, it's come to light that Mr. Ross is a 10-year veteran of ICE and was involved in the prior months in a similar situation that did result in his injury. And although Mr. Ross would likely argue that his past experience of being dragged by a car in a previous ICE enforcement operation demonstrates his actual and honest belief that he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, the state might use that same evidence to show that he was still traumatized by that incident and his belief was unreasonable. Now, as if the shooting itself couldn't have gotten any worse. Towards the end of the video footage, we see other federal agents impeding a physician's attempt to render aid or to check the pulse of Miss Good as she lay slumped over the steering wheel of her car. Witnesses also report that ICE vehicles blocked an ambulance that arrived on the scene. These obstructions of medical aid could prove further grounds for liability against the agents under Minnesota law. Minnesota statute section 609.662 imposes a duty to render aid to
no, I'm waiting for Jack,
the statute
but we need
provides that,
people
quote,
to vote
a person who discharges a firearm and knows or has reason to know that the discharge has caused bodily harm to another person shall 1. Immediately investigate the extent of the person's injuries, and 2. Render immediate reasonable assistance to the injured person. If the victim suffers death or great bodily harm as a result of the discharge, the person who discharged the firearm is subject to imprisonment of up to 2 years and or fines up to $4,000. Here, although Mr. Ross does appear to take his time in checking on Miss Good's condition and instructing his colleagues to call 911, his response might be deemed inadequate given that he's whisked away just seconds later. But it's also possible that response does meet the statutory obligations. Now, to the extent that ICE agents might have deterred bystanders and ambulances from reaching Miss Good to administer aid, those agents may also be liable under Minnesota statute 609.50, which prohibits the obstruction of legal process. That law subjects liability to anyone who, among other things, intentionally interferes with or obstructs a member of an ambulance personnel crew who is providing or attempting to provide emergency care. And the reports are that it took a significant amount of time for the ambulances to appear. ICE agents did not allow ambulances to park next to the victim, and as a result, they were forced to walk a significant distance to render aid. And the penalty for any such violation where the accused knew or had reason to know his obstruction created a risk of or actual death or substantial bodily harm is subject to imprisonment of up to 5 years and fines of up to $10,000.
Epic.
And less significantly, Minnesota's Good Samaritan law imposes a general duty to assist
Doesn't get
a
her
person
life
at the
back,
scene
though,
of an
does it?
emergency who is exposed to or has suffered grave physical harm, but the violation of this law results only in misdemeanor liability.
nice to
And
meet
finally,
you,
criminal liability may also be
chubby
available
black
for the
man
other
with
ICE
a
agents
funny hat.
involved in the obstruction of medical care if it's found that these
I do not
officers'
know who you
actions or
are.
failures to act resulted in a death that could have been prevented by
Mansa
earlier
Musa.
medical treatment
Who are
under
you?
Minnesota statute 609.205. With all this said, it remains unclear whether the state will in fact press charges. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has stated that anyone who broke the law as part of this incident will be held accountable. And the Hennepin County's Attorney's Office has already stated it has jurisdiction to bring criminal charges against federal officers involved in the shooting. Although the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension initially said it was partnering with the FBI to conduct a joint investigation into the shooting, it later announced that it has been notified by the FBI that the investigation would be led solely by the FBI, and that the Minnesota Bureau would no longer have access to case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. The Bureau further stated it may not be able to present a case for prosecution without access to evidence gathered at the scene of the fatality, especially when it's in the possession of the federal government. But then, of course, there are the immunity issues. Now, despite what noted Yale law graduate, J.D. Vance says, federal officers do not have absolute immunity simply by virtue of being federal agents. This is, at best, a misunderstanding of established law. The Supremacy Clause of the Constitution does provide some immunity, but it does not give federal officers automatic immunity from state criminal law. We've talked a lot on this channel about qualified immunity, but that's in the context generally of civil suits against state law enforcement officers. Here you have the potential of state criminal law applying to federal officers. That doctrine comes from cases that we've actually talked about many times, like In re Nagel, which held that states cannot prosecute federal officers for actions that were authorized by federal law and necessary and proper to carry out federal duties. But that protection is conditional. It's not enough that the person is a federal officer or was on duty. Courts ask whether the officer was performing a federal function and whether the specific conduct was reasonably related to that function. If the conduct was excessive, reckless, or unrelated to legitimate enforcement needs, the Supremacy Clause arguably doesn't block state prosecution. So the legal question is not, was this an ICE agent, but was this killing necessary and proper to carrying out federal immigration law? The Supremacy Clause defense is fact-intensive and usually cannot be resolved just by holding up a CBP or ICE badge. States may prosecute federal officers if they act outside of the scope of their federally authorized duties or violate state criminal law in ways that are neither necessary nor proper to carry out their mission.
Joseph
But there
Stalin
aren't really
needed me
many
to
recent
open my
examples
borders
of
to
state
get
law
his
enforcement
catapult out of
charging
here.
federal agents. But it does happen on occasion. In a case called Battle versus the State of Maryland, a state court allowed the criminal prosecution of a federal DHS agent to go forward after he assaulted someone during an off-duty altercation at a convenience store. Mr. Battle claimed that he had a right to make a warrantless arrest of the victim he got in an argument with, but the court held that the Supremacy Clause did not protect him because he was not carrying out a federal duty, and his actions were neither necessary nor proper to enforce federal law. The court found that Battle had
Bro
a
says
personal
duty
motive
a
to
lot.
stick up for himself instead of by desire to perform his
I
governmental
found the
duties.
Soviet Union.
But this particular case is different because the agent was on duty, apparently and arguably enforcing immigration law in the neighborhood, which
Scout.
drew a crowd. And the video and witness statements indicate that the ICE agent got into a verbal argument with Good and her wife before he opened fire. And you can see in the video, it shows the agent trying to film their license plate. Good's wife said, "We don't change our plates every morning, it'll be the same tomorrow." She then tries to get back in the car. And we know that CBP and ICE agents are now photographing and scanning people they encounter to add to their various databases. But was the shooting necessary and proper to the governmental functions? Well, it depends on what level of abstraction you're talking about. Clearly, he's part of a general ICE operation, but then if you dig into the specifics of actually firing the weapon, that analysis might dovetail with the self-defense analysis that we already talked about. And the Supreme Court hasn't decided a Supremacy Clause immunity case in more than 100 years. So where does that leave us? Well, with a two-part test articulated in the Nagel case, whether the agent's acts were A, authorized by federal law, and B, necessary and proper. And on the first prong, courts disagree about what degree of authorization is necessary. And the second prong evaluates the agent's reasonableness, but courts seemingly don't agree with each other on whether the use is a subjective or objective standard. In the case Wyoming versus Livingston, the 10th Circuit reviewed whether federal officials and a contractor could be prosecuted under state law for trespass and littering after they unintentionally entered private land while capturing and collaring wolves as part of a federal wildlife program. Defendants transferred these state charges to federal court and argued they were immune under the Supremacy Clause because they were performing their federal duties. The appeals court held that they were entitled to Supremacy Clause immunity, meaning the state of Wyoming could not criminally prosecute them for actions taken in the course of federally authorized work. The court reasoned that federal law imposes an obligation on the agents to monitor wolves, and that the agents had an objectively reasonable and well-founded belief that their actions were necessary to fulfill their federal duties, even though they were not authorized to trespass. Now, many people on social media will insist that Minnesota authorities can charge Ross with murder based on the video alone, but Minnesota officials will have to consider all of these factors before making a charging decision, and they'll also have to gather a huge amount of evidence. And if they do charge Mr. Ross with a crime, he'll obviously seek to remove that to federal court, and then they will battle over Supremacy Clause immunity. But to that end, the Hennepin DA wants people to send in videos and photos of the killing to their office so that they can develop an independent body of evidence. It appears the FBI took shell casings, car, and other physical evidence that they would normally use to
I have it all timed out. So now every time I create anything with industry, I'm about to get a Minuteman.
Nice. Whoops. Hey, what's happening there? Oh, building an encampment. I forgot about that. Okay. And then
to prove how the crime occurred,
yes.
But it's not clear that the FBI will turn that evidence over to the state. And you'd hope that the federal government would cooperate with the investigation, but so far it looks like the Trump administration will do everything it can to stymie it. But since murder has no statute of limitations, it's possible a future administration could still seek to hold Mr. Ross liable for the killing of Miss Good. But that's assuming that Trump doesn't issue a preemptive pardon for Mr. Ross before leaving office. Though ironically, a federal pardon wouldn't stop a state prosecution, but then we go back to federal immunity questions. But even if the Trump administration obstructs the state's access to evidence, the video footage may already be enough to secure conviction. It's certainly not an easy case. It never is when you're trying to prosecute a punitive law enforcement officer.
Joined a war with
sometimes it's worth
this
the risk.
asshole.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems.
There's
And they'd
only so
ask,
much I could do.
Can you help me find a lawyer?
I'm gonna
How do I
settle one
know
more
if this
city and
attorney
she's
is
gonna
any
have to
good?
deal with
And there's
it.
a massive gap in our justice system. Is that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder.
That one.
So Russia has now spent...
No, I just want to look at your channel, Preston. I don't see a poll, they say. It pinned.
Haha, I got more population than you. But,
yeah, I got fucked in the beginning with the barbarians.
Well, lucky for me, Mount Kilimanjaro is right between both of our cities. So, At least the ones here. I don't think they're the capital. Nuremberg. Do I get to hang Nazis there?
Only if you're lucky.
Great.
Get into office if somebody like donates a lot of money to your campaign? Like, how does that relationship work after that?
I think the attitude is you don't owe him anything. I see a lot of crazy stuff on the internet about Peter Thiel. You know, he's always been a friend of mine. He's always been one of the smartest people I've ever met. Like,
Oh, really?
Just a very thoughtful dude.
Mm-hmm.
But he's literally never asked me once for anything. It's an honor to serve, but it's also a sacrifice to serve. And if people are going to write me a check, great, but I don't owe him anything.
So he just believed in you?
He believed in me.
New first trillionaire.
Netflix is announcing a definitive agreement to buy Warner Brothers in a multi-billion-dollar deal.
What are the pros of chatting?
I already find this obnoxious.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, let's see what this is. I'm done. Annoying.
Alright. My 4 cities have almost got my triangle district set up.
You've also been criticized for your comments. The shooting, we should note, was Wednesday at 10:37 a.m. Eastern. Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press conference half an hour later. Now, Republican Senator Tom Tillis said, quote, "It was very unusual to have a senior law enforcement official to draw a conclusion about an event where the scene was still being processed. Generally speaking, law enforcement would recognize that a life was lost, that families are changed forever, the shooter's life will change forever. We're collecting video, we're trying to assess the situation." Why did you not wait for an investigation before making
Deal proposed.
Oh, well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors, and knew the facts, and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
But with all due respect, Secretary,
aid request. She does not need
the first thing you said was, quote, what
vote
happened was our
against
ICE
this.
officers were out
Do not
in
give her gold.
action. They got stuck in the snow.
Correct.
Because of the adverse weather that is in
I
Minneapolis.
bet you they'll vote for
They were
it.
attempting to push out their vehicle,
And then they
a
won't
woman
contribute
attacked them and those
anything.
surrounding them and
Yeah.
attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle. That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened. Those officers had been out in enforcement action. A vehicle had been stuck. They had
I
come
hate
to
the way
help
she
get
sounds.
that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the
before
woman
this
attacked them and
Told you it
surrounded
would
them
pass.
and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
Blocked the road for a long time.
She
and was
voted for
yelling at
5.
them and impeding a federal
And
law
then
enforcement
Suleiman
investigation.
voted
That's what
two
you
other
need to focus
two other
on, Jake,
ones.
is they were breaking the
Unreal.
law by impeding and obstructing a law enforcement operation. They were breaking the law already, and these officers were doing their due diligence and what their training had prepared them to do to make sure they were handling it appropriately.
You said within hours of her being killed, you said that she was a domestic terrorist. How do you define domestic terrorist?
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public.
How
So
can
as
you
they are doing that,
How can you assert with certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene?
if you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is,
Oh
it
my God.
completely fits the situation on the ground.
No, it
this
doesn't.
Individual, as you saw in the video that we released just 48 hours
You know what does,
after this
though?
incident, showed that this officer was
Ice.
hit by her vehicle. She weaponized it.
Or is
and
that more
he
state
defended
terror?
His life and those
Same
colleagues
thing,
around
really.
him and the public.
The question is,
Okay,
I don't
Stalin,
doubt-
I'll make peace with you.
My
That's
position
fine.
is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Some people say
I only
that it
joined the
clearly
war
showed that she was trying to hit him
to
and
get
did. Some people
on
say
the
no,
side
she was
of
clearly trying to move
Lady
her car
Six guy,
safely and
It
get
didn't
and
make
away.
she
a
fucking
difference.
got
I don't
mad at
know.
me. This
What
She
I'm
wanted
fucking
me
asshole.
first. You were her
How can
second
you assert for a
choice.
fact within hours before any investigation, this is what happened?
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized, and it attacked the law enforcement officer. He defended himself and he defended those individuals around him. That is the definition. When there is something that is weaponized to use against the public and law enforcement, that is an act of domestic terrorism. It happened in our shores. It happened here in our country. You don't get to change the facts just because you don't like them. We will continue to look at this individual and what her motivations were. We know that there was, throughout that morning, she had harassed and impeded law enforcement operations. That raises the suspicion level with all of these law enforcement officers as far as paying attention to what her capacity is. And as you see on the videos, and they've proven out, that this law enforcement officer took the action that his training prepared him for, and he worked to make sure that he could save his own life and those around him.
How can you assert that there's no ambiguity in this before any investigation has taken place?
I had just been in Minneapolis and had been with those officers, had seen what they were facing on the streets every day, and had talked to their supervisors as soon as the incident happened and had gotten the facts and seen videos before I ever went to talk at that press conference. And the Trump administration and President Trump is the most transparent and open government that we've ever had. Give the public the information. Give them what they need to know about the situation
joke all the
so
time.
they can have the truth as soon as possible.
So if this agents were perfectly fine, if everything he did was accurate, does that mean that other ICE
I'm
agents
saving
should
because it's movie time.
He was
Enough
injured.
votes
He
came
went to
in.
the hospital.
No,
He
his
was
actions
treated.
were fine. I didn't say.
In fact, I think a lot of people and guests, and even you yourself, called this situation something very different and untruthful about what it was.
I'm up to NIDA.
What did I say that was untruthful?
Oh, I've had NIDA. That's why I'm about to do a Minuteman rush.
I said
because
that
with
your
Lincoln's ability, the
they
best
were attempting to
melee
push out
unit
their
you
vehicle
have,
and a woman attacked
anytime
them,
you
those surrounding
produce
them
an
and attempted to
industrial
run them
zone
over
or an
and ram them with their
industrial zone
vehicle is not
building,
what we
it
see
gives
on
you
the
a
video.
free
And
unit.
it's not.
So I won't
Okay.
pay the
Absolutely is
NIDA
the
cost
facts of
on
what
them
happened on the
anyway.
ground
So I'll
that
have
day.
way
Ah.
more
They
than
were
it's
there,
realistically
pushing
possible
out a
to have.
vehicle earlier.
Handy.
They had helped each
But
other.
that's not
through
what you
that.
said. That's not what you said.
Yes,
they.
Although I did use that war to get rid of my warrior, get my units some experience, and I ended up producing a small army. So
encounters with this individual.
Oh, we have aired it.
That's all
we have.
right.
On Thursday, we were airing and noting the fact that she was there for several minutes, for minutes and minutes and minutes. She was protesting without
And
question.
at previous locations that morning, that these vehicles had been previously down the block on video that you haven't seen. There's more information
But
that this
question
individual
is
was
not-
impeding law enforcement operations throughout the previous moments and hours before this incident
The question is, what was she doing when she was moving her car?
The question
That's the question.
is why are we arguing with a president who's
To-
working to keep people
to
safe?
hit or
Why are
not
we
to
arguing
hit?
with law enforcement operations
That is the
that have gone
question.
on in this country for years, and we're working to collect murderers and rapists and drug traffickers
hey,
and fraudsters
when are you
off the
getting
streets
Donald
of
Trump on
Minnesota,
that
and we
list
don't have
there?
local law
Huh?
enforcement and local elected officials.
Bro
who are
is
partnering
a
with us to help do
notorious
that.
and
Overwhelmingly,
far more
people in this
dangerous
country said they wanted
pest,
America to be
considering
safe
he
again,
has
but they didn't
billions
want
of
dangerous
dollars
criminals
and
on
is
the
getting
streets.
more and more
I would encourage
as
the
the
elected
days go
leaders
on,
in that city
even
and
though
in
he's
that
the
state
president.
to work with us so that we can do
And
our
as
operations without
Nick
kind of
Shirley,
opposition
Shirley,
and people
whatever it
that
is,
are conducting and perpetuating the kind
as
of
he
violent
said, did I
rhetoric that
change
we're
the
seeing
title?
today.
No, I told you wouldn't. I thought about it several times, and I said, "What if he set an alarm?"
I literally was like, I will change the title, and
That's
then
why I said, "Don't do
got
that."
distracted.
It's almost
got
like I know
distracted.
exactly what's going to happen, but fuck me, right? What do I know?
Oh, we don't want the Twitch off. All right, YouTube is
Wait,
no
send
Rumble.
the bong send Bonghor link for the Twitch.
I might have already turned the Twitch off accidentally, but it's turned back on. Whoops! It should refresh maybe.
Why would you do that?
I didn't think so the way I thought it worked is that it wouldn't go through until you clicked off.
Well, it did. It dumped everyone to nowhere. Good job.
Okay, give me a second. Is it Bong Ho?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They should know the title / fucked up. Click link. Send. I think if they're all still there in the chat, you should be able to send a chat and it should get through.
It says 8 viewers ready to read.
Stay here. Click link. Should work.
Get rid of our names and stuff.
Yep.
And then
YouTube is going.
let me just check my data, make sure I moved the files where I need them.
Yes. Okay, well, hopefully we didn't lose the Twitch people. It looks like we're okay.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, recording has started.
Mm-hmm. And I think because
you have to
people
add
were...
it. You have to add the screen and then position us.
Mm.
And then
All right, closing.
I'm gonna pee real quick.
Yeah, closing down YouTube. Is the Twitch